The story begins with Ceres, a man with a stern look, who introduces himself as a person of unwavering integrity. However, he reveals that not long ago, he activated a mysterious system. A system notification pops up, explaining its strange and troublesome ability. Anyone Ceres locks on to will have their deepest lust awakened. The scene cuts to a chaotic battlefield where human warriors are in a desperate retreat. They scream in terror, realizing they've been used as bait against overwhelmingly powerful demonic beasts. Ceres' inner monologue reveals his disdain for the system, stating he never wanted it in the first place. A formidable female demon with white hair effortlessly catches a fleeing warrior, mocking the feebleness of human fighters. Witnessing this overwhelming power difference, Ceres has a change of heart, realizing he may have no other choice. A close-up reveals the demoness' identity, Princess Yog, the Demon King's wife. With a look of utter contempt, she licks her finger, remarking that the human warriors are a far cry from her king. A fellow D-rank warrior, Bella, pleads with Ceres to escape with her. She points out that he is merely an F-rank warrior and shouldn't try to play the hero. But Ceres firmly refuses, declaring that he cannot run away at such a critical moment when the city's safety is at stake. Princess Yog lets out a bored yawn, completely unimpressed by the humans. In stark contrast, Ceres stands defiantly, shouting that he can handle her. Despite his bold words, Ceres' body betrays his weakness as blood trickles from his nose due to the immense pressure from his opponent. Yet, his resolve is unshaken as he declares he will never retreat. Bella looks on, shocked at his state. Seeing his condition, Bella desperately yells at him to run, pointing out that the immense pressure is already exhausting him. She questions how he could possibly fight when he can barely even stand his ground. While Bella panics, one of Princess Yog's minions points out the defiant human who still remains. Yog, her interest finally peaked, turns her gaze towards the lone figure of Ceres, preparing to deal with the nuisance herself. Enraged, Princess Yog commands her demonic beasts to kill Ceres, charging alongside them with a bloodthirsty grin. As she leaps through the air towards him, she declares her gruesome intention to use his head as a fine cup for her beloved king, while Ceres bravely stands his ground. Just as she is about to strike, Ceres activates his power. A system window appears before him with a bizarre and ironic message. Login system, I love the man before me. Yog continues her deadly lunge, her eyes glowing with murderous intent. The system confirms its activation, locking onto the Demon King's wife as its target. As the system fully activates, Yog's attack pose twists into something else entirely as she is drawn irresistibly towards Ceres. Instead of a fatal blow, Yog's hand gently cups Ceres' face. He maintains a resolute expression, bracing for the system's effect. An unseen force compels her to get closer, overriding her will to kill. A close-up shows her sharp, demonic fangs, but her breathy sigh indicates her murderous intent has been completely subverted. In a shocking turn of events, Yog kisses him. A notification immediately appears. Kiss completed. Attack plus 100. As the system's reward flashes before him, Ceres has a profound realization. This shameful power can be used to enhance his combat abilities. The sight is so unbelievable that Bella screams in pure confusion and horror, demanding to know what on earth Ceres is doing. The bizarre scene leaves everyone, friend and foe alike, completely stunned. Even Princess Yog's own demonic minions are stunned, with one of them asking what their grace is doing. With a determined glance and empowered by his new plus 100 attack bonus, Ceres turns his attention to the demonic beasts and unleashes a powerful slash. Princess Yog pulls back, a furious glare in her glowing red eyes as she tries to process what just happened. She leaps away, putting distance between herself and the human who has thrown her into confusion. Meanwhile, Ceres vigorously wipes his mouth with a disgusted look on his face, while a blushing Bella is left utterly speechless beside him. Yog is completely bewildered, her heart pounding in her chest. She clutches her head, wondering what just happened to her and why she ended up kissing the man she was supposed to kill. Ceres, misunderstanding the nature of his power, steals his resolve. He declares that for the sake of the city's safety, he's willing to sacrifice even his own body. Her minions, however, come to a very different conclusion. They gossip amongst themselves, recalling rumors of their grace having a secret lover, and are shocked to find out it's a human. They hilariously misinterpret Ceres' bravery as the composure of a man used to his lover's kisses. Hearing this, another demonic beast angrily silences them, furiously defending the princess's loyalty to the king and claiming that cheating is a detestable human trait. Flustered and blushing, Yog panics internally, determined that news of her kissing a human must never reach the king. She feels her heart racing, and a new system window appears, showing her lust index has risen to 15%. Trying to cover her embarrassment, Princess Yog once again orders her demonic beasts to kill the human, and they charge forward. Ceres braces himself, ready to test his newfound strength against the oncoming onslaught. One of the large, green-skinned beasts swings its massive axe down on Ceres. With a determined roar, Ceres swings his own sword, infused with his new power, to meet the attack head-on. He manages to block the devastating blow, but the force of the impact reverberates through the air. To his dismay, he realizes the beast's attack was so powerful that it shattered his sword with a single strike. Now disarmed, Ceres finds himself surrounded by the demonic beasts as they press their attack. Another beast takes a wide swing, aiming to slice the vulnerable human in two. In a flash, Ceres realizes that while his defense hasn't grown any stronger, his attack has increased by 100 points. He readies the hilt of his broken sword with renewed determination. Despite his broken weapon, Ceres uses his enhanced power to expertly block and parry the beast's relentless attacks. As another beast swings its axe, Ceres senses a different threat approaching at high speed. He hears the rustle of its powerful steps as it closes in. Whipping around, he swings his broken sword with all his might. His attack lands with a resounding thwack, sending the demonic beast flying backward. Bella watches in utter disbelief, shocked that an F-rank warrior like Ceres could possess enough power to send one of the beasts flying. Ceres smirks, feeling confident that his powerful strike must have cleaved the creature in half. However, the beast staggers back to its feet, revealing that the mighty blow only managed to scratch its tough skin. Ceres realizes with a grimace that these demonic beasts are incredibly formidable. Suddenly, he senses another danger and whips around again. Before he can even recover from the last exchange, Princess Yog is already upon him, descending with a powerful diving kick aimed straight for his head. With absolutely no time to evade, Ceres can only cross his arms in a desperate guard, bracing himself for the imminent, bone-shattering impact. The impact of her kick is immense, creating a powerful shockwave. The force is so great that it sends not only Ceres, but also the nearby Bella flying backward. Seeing an opening, the demonic beasts begin to advance on the fallen humans. Princess Yog successfully pins Ceres to the ground, and her minions cheer that she has subdued him. While Ceres is pinned, one of the beasts lunges forward to deliver a final blow, causing Ceres to panic. But suddenly a long black, pointed tail whips through the air with incredible speed. It's Yog's tail. In a shocking move, she strikes her own soldier, knocking his weapon away and stopping his attack on Ceres. The beast is sent tumbling away. Princess Yog, the enemy commander, has just saved her opponent. Utterly confused by their grace's actions, the beast commander hastily orders his soldiers to stand down. He threatens death to any who disobey, trying to regain control of the chaotic situation. Yog rises, her face flushed and her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. She snarls that she will personally teach this human a lesson. While her words sound like a death threat to her soldiers, her true intention is masked by the system's influence, as her lust index has now reached a staggering 91%. Misunderstanding the situation entirely, her loyal minions cheer her on, eagerly encouraging their grace to kill the human. Consumed by the system's power, Yog lunges at him, declaring that she is going to bite him to death. Ceres can only look on in shock as her face gets dangerously close to his. Instead of a fatal attack, however, she bites down on his ear. As she slurps on his ear, another system notification appears. Defense, plus 50. Ceres is left to wonder in despair if this humiliation is the price he must pay for power. In the midst of a desperate battle, the warrior Ceres is conflicted. He thinks to himself that a certain action would be an utter insult to his integrity, but swallowing his pride, Ceres hardens his resolve. For the safety of the city's residents, he decides that such a minor, personal insult is a price worth paying. Meanwhile, his opponent, the powerful demon Princess Yog, is in a state of utter confusion. A strange feeling washes over her as she finds herself acting intimately towards a mere human, questioning her own bewildering actions. As Yog loses control of her body due to Ceres' unique ability, Ceres himself feels a surge of power. A notification appears, showing his agility has been boosted by 120 points, a direct result of the princess's unwilling actions. Watching from the sidelines, one of Yog's goblin subordinates is perplexed by the scene. He wonders aloud if her grace is truly going to kill the human, sensing that something is deeply unusual about her behavior. Another, more zealous goblin soldier immediately shuts him down, angrily trying to rationalize the situation. He claims her grace is merely searching for the human's weak spot, and that the other should keep quiet if he doesn't understand her brilliant strategy. Again, Ceres is showered with stat boosts from Yog's strange assault. With his defense increased by 130 and his attack by 150, he feels a newfound confidence, believing he can finally handle these demonic beasts. Now powered up, Ceres declares it's time to fight back. As Princess Yog lunges forward with her dagger, one of her own soldiers screams a warning, not at Ceres, but at his own princess, anticipating the human's counterattack. With a resounding BAM, Ceres makes his move. He decisively intercepts Princess Yog's strike, his armored gauntlet clashing against her blade, halting her attack in its tracks. Seizing the opening, Ceres grabs the demon princess by her neck, attempting to overpower her. However, as he squeezes, he grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing that even with all his new power, it's still not enough to gain the upper hand. With a tremendous boom, Princess Yog slams Ceres into a rock wall. Seeing this, her goblin subordinate is ashamed of his earlier doubts, now convinced of her killing intent and cheering for her to finish him. But internally, Princess Yog is in turmoil. A strange feeling continues to overwhelm her body, and she desperately tries to fight back against the unnatural compulsion taking her over. Pinning the warrior against the wall, Yog tries to maintain her authority, questioning how a puny human dares to oppose her. Yet, her hand lands on his armor with a gentle pat, betraying her aggressive words. Suddenly, the compulsion becomes too much. Yog's face twists into a crazed, blushing grin as she laughs manically, her desire now fully corrupted by the system. She's going to strip him completely. With a powerful bang, her sharp, clawed hand strikes Ceres' chest plate. With a loud clang, Ceres' armor shatters. Yog declares she wants to show the human the difference between his weak body and that of a demonic beast, but her thought is left hanging, as her inner monologue reveals her true system-corrupted desire. She's actually just itching to see the human's muscles. Her goblin subordinates completely misread the situation. The lead goblin, impressed, shouts that it's a ruthless move and tells the others to watch and learn from their princess's cunning tactics. Ceres can only look on in shock as the shattered remnants of his armor fall to the ground, leaving his upper body completely exposed. Confused, Ceres watches as Yog's hand slowly reaches for his bare chest. All the while, Yog is fighting a desperate internal battle, telling herself to hold back and not get any closer to him. An unfamiliar feeling surges from the depths of Princess Yog's heart. She grits her teeth, desperately trying to fight it, telling herself over and over that she can hold back the impulse. But her struggle is in vain. A system window dings, announcing that her lust index has reached 100%. She has lost all control. Yog collapses on top of Ceres, who strains under her crushing weight, barely able to breathe. The demon princess's body presses down on him, leaving the human warrior completely immobilized. Pinned to the ground, Ceres curses his powerlessness. With his armor gone and his body trapped, he feels he doesn't stand a chance against the demonic beasts. Watching from the sidelines, Ceres' comrade, a young warrior named Bella, blushes beet red. She can't comprehend what she's seeing, wondering to herself if this bizarre spectacle can even be called a fight. Just as he's about to give up, Ceres has a realization. For the safety of the city, there is only one path forward. He must sacrifice himself for the greater good. With newfound determination, Ceres embraces his strange fate. "Come on," he yells, actively pulling the dazed princess towards him. He needs to increase his stats, his strength, no matter the cost to his dignity. The effect is immediate. A chaotic flood of system notifications erupts across the battlefield, leaving the goblin soldiers stunned as Ceres receives massive boosts to his agility, defense, concentration, perception, and intelligence. The boosts continue to pour in, skyrocketing his endurance, magic, and attack power to unimaginable levels. The bizarre scene reaches a fever pitch of chaotic energy and raw power, a spectacle of absurdity on the battlefield. Suddenly, the chaotic scene is interrupted by the arrival of a hulking figure in menacing black armor, his presence silencing the battlefield. The armored figure drops his sword with a loud clang. He speaks one sorrowful phrase, "My dear." It is none other than Yog's husband, the Demon King Bartley. Bartley is frozen, forced to witness the most compromising scene imaginable. His wife, the Demon Princess, drooling over a half-naked human, seemingly lost in ecstasy. The Demon King looks on from a distance as his wife, still entangled with Ceres, finally seems to notice his presence, uttering, "Your Majesty." Staring with glowing green eyes, Bartley can barely process what he's seeing. At the same time, a notification appears for Ceres. The system has detected that Demon King Bartley has suffered a severe mental blow. This triggers a massive bonus for Ceres. A new system window announces that all his bonus values will be doubled, and he instantly gains a level, bathing him in a golden aura. The Demon King's shock instantly turns into cataclysmic rage. He explodes in a violent green aura, screaming at the top of his lungs that he's going to kill Ceres. Yog panics and tries to explain that it's all a misunderstanding. Ceres, however, ignores the drama, coolly wondering if his newly doubled power level is enough to take on the enraged king. But Demon King Bartley is far beyond reason. He lets out a primal scream, his mind completely consumed by a singular, jealous fury. His rage boiling over, Bartley begins to vent his power on the battlefield itself, violently punching the ground and sending shockwaves of rubble flying everywhere. His tantrum over, Demon King Bartley focuses his rage, screaming, "Get away from her, bastard!" as he brings his massive sword down in a devastating arc, sending Ceres flying. The force of the blow is so immense that the last remnants of Ceres' leg armor are blasted apart, the pieces scattering into the air. Ceres is slammed hard into the ground. His comrade, Bella, rushes to his side in a panic, crying out his name and asking if he's all right. With Bella's help, Ceres struggles to sit up. Though he took a direct hit from the Demon King, he grits his teeth and insists that he can still hold on. Looking back at his foe, Ceres is in awe of the Demon King's power. He realizes Bartley closed the distance instantly and possesses an unbelievably high level of attack power. The focus then shifts to a domestic dispute. The rank A Demon King Bartley confronts his wife, reminding her that she had promised she wouldn't cheat on him again. Yog trembles before her husband as he presses the issue, sorrowfully asking why she is doing this to him again after her last promise. In a shocking turn, Yog's demeanor flips from fear to fury. She screams at Bartley, blaming him entirely for the situation and demanding to know why he was so late. This absurd accusation leaves the mighty Demon King utterly speechless, able to do nothing more than stammer a confused HUH. And he isn't the only one. The bizarre logic of the princess has left everyone on the battlefield, down to the last goblin, completely and utterly bewildered. Yog presses her bizarre offensive, insisting that it was because he came late that she almost went down the wrong path. She turns his anger back on him, leaving the mighty king stammering. Getting right in his face, the princess aggressively demands to know what could have possibly taken her king so long to arrive. In an instant, the fearsome Demon King is reduced to an apologetic husband. He explains he was dealing with other humans, promising his angry wife that he's sorry and it won't happen again. The goblin soldiers, watching this domestic dispute, are deeply moved. One praises the king's willingness to apologize, while another is so intimidated by the complexities of love that he vows to stay single. A third is inspired to confess his feelings the next day. Seeing his chance amidst the chaos, Ceres decides it's time to go. He knows the Demon King is completely out of his league, and that his only option is to quietly slip away while their attention is elsewhere. As Ceres and Bella make their escape, the demon royal couple continues their argument in the background. Bella warns Ceres about Yog's wrath, and they quickly check on each other's injuries before pressing on. Yog has now shifted to playing the victim, crying crocodile tears about how a human was shamelessly seducing her. Completely duped, Bartley comforts her, agreeing that the human Ceres should take all the blame. Now convinced he's defending his wife's honor, Bartley's rage returns, directed solely at Ceres. He declares his intention to kill the human, turning to his wife for her permission. With a sly smile, Yog holds her husband's arm and eagerly gives him her blessing. She pours on the flattery, assuring him that he is her one true love and she could never fall for another man. As Yog continues to praise his domineering demeanor, Bartley finally spots the two humans making a run for it. He immediately turns his rage on his soldiers, roaring at the fools for why they didn't stop them. One of the goblin soldiers attempts to defend their inaction, explaining to the king that Princess Yog herself had ordered them to stay out of it. Furious at their incompetence, Bartley screams at the brainless fools and takes matters into his own hands, launching himself toward the escaping humans with explosive force. Ceres and Bella run for their lives, the terrifying whoosh of the Demon King rapidly closing the distance behind them. With a tremendous BM, a massive attack tears up the ground right behind them. Ceres and Bella turn to face their pursuer, bracing for impact as he arrives. Bartley lands, shoving Bella aside effortlessly. He confronts Ceres directly, roaring with rage and accusing the human bastard of daring to seduce his love. The Demon King unleashes his overwhelming power, sending Ceres flying with a single, powerful swing of his massive blade. Ceres can only scream in agony as the force of the Demon King's attack courses through his body. With a final thud, Ceres crashes to the ground, utterly defeated. From a distance, Princess Yog watches, a hint of surprise on her face. Gasping for breath on the ground, Ceres realizes the terrifying truth of his situation. He feels his ribs are broken, he can't defend against the Demon King's attacks, and he's too slow to even track his movements. Even with his power-up, he is completely outmatched. Looming over the fallen warrior, Demon King Bartley shows no mercy. He brings his sword down again and again in a furious barrage, intent on pulverizing the human who dared to touch his wife. Enveloped in a violent green aura, Demon King Bartley raises his sword for the final strike, roaring that he will tear Ceres apart. On the ground, Ceres can only hold up his own tiny blade in a futile gesture of defense. As the killing blow descends, the Demon King's face is a mask of pure fury. He screams out the reason for his rage, declaring that this is the price Ceres will pay for seducing his wife. In a moment of desperation, the protagonist Ceres makes up his mind. With no other options left, his only path forward is to keep leveling up, no matter the cost. As the formidable demon Princess Yog charges at him, Ceres activates his unique ability. A notification appears before his terrified eyes. System locked. A loud slap echoes through the battlefield. A sharp, clawed hand strikes with immense force. The hand belongs to Princess Yog, but her target isn't Ceres. She strikes her own husband, the Demon King Bartley, who is about to finish Ceres off. "Don't hurt him," she yells, much to everyone's confusion. Demon King Bartley is left utterly speechless. Having just arrived to find his wife in a compromising position with a human, he is now being slapped and scolded by her for trying to kill the very same man. His shock quickly turns to rage. Bartley takes a heavy, earth-shaking step forward, his killing intent now focused entirely on Ceres. Sensing his chance amidst the chaotic marital dispute, Ceres makes a bolt for it. He dashes away, questioning why the demon princess would protect him, but not wasting a second of the opportunity. Yog continues her bizarre act, taunting her dumbfounded husband. "My dear, so you do care about him," she says, sarcastically twisting the situation and further infuriating the jealous Demon King. As Ceres flees, a notification window brings welcome news. Demon King Bartley's rage and confusion have dealt him a severe mental blow, causing Ceres to level up. However, sensing the immense danger, Ceres knows a single level is not enough and wisely continues to run for his life. But the situation is about to get even more complicated. The system's influence now takes complete control of Princess Yog. With her eyes glowing red with desire, she admits to herself that she's losing control and is dying to get her hands on the human's body, setting the stage for another intervention. As Demon King Bartley prepares to chase after Ceres, his wife Yog grabs his arm. Now completely driven by the system's power, she desperately tells her husband not to go after the human. "You just said I was your one true love for this life," she exclaims, wanting Ceres for herself. Bartley, confused and enraged by his wife's behavior, effortlessly shakes off her grip, sending her stumbling back. Free from her husband's grasp, Yog gives in completely to her artificial desires. "I don't want to suppress my desire anymore," she declares and launches herself through the air towards Ceres. Ceres looks back in terror as the demonic princess flies directly at him with a crazed look in her eyes, shouting, "I'm gonna let it out." With incredible force, Yog tackles Ceres, pinning him firmly to the ground. From afar, a stunned Bartley watches as his wife lands on top of the human. More system notifications appear for Ceres, granting him a massive plus 120 to vitality and plus 140 to concentration from the impact. Ceres is completely overwhelmed, panting and blushing as his stats continue to skyrocket. With his agility, attack, and perception all receiving huge boosts, he realizes his only path to survival is to let Yog have her way with him. Completely misinterpreting the situation, Bartley tries to be the hero. He apologizes to Yog for being late and vows to kill the human he believes has seduced her, thinking it will break the spell. But to Bartley's horror, Yog's loyalty has completely shifted. Shielding Ceres protectively, she glares at her own husband with pure rage. "Piss off," she screams, delivering the ultimate rejection. "Leave us alone." This public rejection is the final, crippling blow. The Demon King's mind freezes, unable to process his wife's ultimate betrayal. All rage evaporates, leaving only a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock as his sanity teeters on the edge. His wife's betrayal is the final blow. An immense power erupts from Demon King Bartley as he screams in denial. The shock is so great that a system window announces his mental world has collapsed, instantly granting Ceres another 5 levels. Just then, Ceres' companion, the warrior Bella, arrives on the scene. Seeing Ceres pinned by the demon princess, she furiously charges forward, screaming, "Hands off Ceres, you shameless demonic beast." Bella leaps towards the entangled pair, sword ready to strike. Realizing she's no match for Yog, Ceres desperately yells for his friend to stay away. Annoyed by the interruption, Yog reacts instantly. Her long, sharp tail whips through the air as Ceres shouts a desperate warning. Before Bella can react, Yog's tail snaps around her, completely neutralizing her attack in midair. With a flick, Yog slams Bella against a cliff wall. With the nuisance dealt with, she eagerly turns her attention back to Ceres, an audible slurp escaping her lips. A sliver of Yog's true consciousness seems to surface. Panting heavily, she wonders how she became like this, feeling as though she has lost herself to this overwhelming desire. She continues to question the feeling, acknowledging that deep inside this forced compulsion, she can sense something else, a hint of joy. To her own shock, a part of her is actually enjoying this situation, and she can no longer deny it. The scene cuts back to Bartley, who witnesses his wife's look of pure joy. For the Demon King, this is an unacceptable reality. The sight shatters his sanity, and he roars in defiance of what he sees. Lie. It's all a lie. His denial turns into pure rage. "I won't accept it," Bartley screams, his voice filled with hatred as he curses his wife. Unleashing his fury, the Demon King smashes his fist into the cliffside, sending a shockwave of force and debris everywhere. Finally focusing his rage, Bartley raises his enormous sword, which glows with a venomous green energy. "I'm gonna kill both of you," he bellows, bringing the blade down upon his wife and the human. The whistle of the descending blade cuts through the air, and the imminent danger seems to momentarily snap Yog out of her trance. Acting on pure instinct, Yog dodges at the last second, narrowly avoiding the devastating attack. The massive sword stops dead in its tracks with a loud clang, hovering just inches from Yog's head. She pauses, looking up at the blade in confusion. As if compelled by an outside force, a command tells her to turn around. The truth is revealed. Bartley is stopping his own sword. Despite the betrayal and rage, he can't harm the woman he loves. "I still love her," he cries out in anguish, even as she continues to assault Ceres below him. The warring emotions become too much to bear. The desire for revenge clashes with his profound love until something inside the Demon King finally snaps. A sharp cracking sound echoes as his very psyche begins to shatter under the strain. With his mind shattered, the Demon King's control over his own immense power vanishes. His grip loosens, and his massive sword clatters to the ground, a symbol of his complete mental collapse. He is defeated, not by an external foe, but by his own heart. As Bartley kneels in defeat, a volatile green energy builds within his armor. A system notification delivers a dire warning. The Demon King has completely collapsed and is about to self-destruct. The sight of her husband about to explode finally snaps Yog out of her lust-driven haze. "Bartley, what are you doing?" she yells, genuinely concerned. Meanwhile, his complete mental breakdown grants Ceres another 3 levels. Seeing their master about to detonate, the Demon King's minions panic and decide to flee for their lives, abandoning their posts to escape the blast. As Bartley's body begins to hiss and implode, Ceres receives a crucial notification. He has reached level 10, unlocking the skill function. Wasting no time, Ceres immediately puts his new power to the test, drawing his now glowing sword with newfound determination. He unleashes a powerful slash against the unstable Demon King. His new skill, Instant Slash, allows him to teleport directly to his target and attack. Ceres appears in a flash of light behind the convulsing Bartley and strikes a decisive blow. Yog cries out in shock as the attack lands. Incredibly, the blow stabilizes the Demon King's energy, and the system confirms. Self-destruction halted. Ceres stands confidently, admiring his empowered sword. He realizes the potential of his strange ability and looks forward to gaining even more skills as he levels up. With the crisis averted, Yog looks at her collapsed husband not with relief, but with annoyance. She complains about how he overreacted, calling him a weak-hearted guy, and implying this isn't the first time he's lost his composure. But Bartley isn't finished. In a final act of despair, he lunges and grabs Yog, determined to take her with him in the self-destruction. Yog is caught completely off guard, screaming in shock as her husband holds her in a deadly embrace. Meanwhile, Bella, still pinned to the cliff by Yog's tail, struggles helplessly, demanding to be let go. "Yog, you should keep your word and go to hell with me," Bartley says grimly, his body about to explode. As he speaks, Bella manages to catch the tail and free herself. All of Yog's previous arrogance vanishes, replaced by pure terror. She screams, struggling against his grip, and pleading for anyone to save her from her husband's murder-suicide pact. Just in time, Ceres leaps in, his empowered sword slicing through the air. With a clean slash, he severs the arm that was holding Yog captive, freeing her from the Demon King's grasp. As she leaps away, Bartley reaches for her with his remaining hand, his voice filled with anguish as he cries out her name one last time. Consumed by his explosive energy and despair, the Demon King unleashes his final moments of fury on the cliffside, punching it relentlessly. The cliff face shatters under the onslaught, and the ground gives way. Both Yog and the recently freed Bella are sent plummeting into the dark abyss below. As they fall, Ceres manages to grab both Bella and Yog. But the fall and the trauma of the battle cause Yog's powerful form to shatter, her body breaking apart in a flash of purple light. Something small lands with a soft thud on the cold stone floor of a chamber deep below. Ceres slowly wakes up, aching all over. Seeing the stone walls around him, he wonders if they've fallen all the way to the bottom of the dungeon. He then notices a small, strange creature resting on his chest, much to his confusion. A system window pops up and explains the unbelievable situation. The creature is Princess Yog, who has reverted to her original form, a tiny jade lizard with almost no health and 0 magic points. Before he can process this, the tiny, defenseless lizard scurries off his chest and quickly hides inside his pants for warmth and safety. A few feet away, Bella groans as she pushes herself up. Still dazed from the fall, the first thing she does is look for her companion. Ceres is then hit with another surprise. A system window announces that Demon King Bartley has been defeated and offers him a reward, the map of Nay Dungeon. With blood dripping from his nose, Ceres lies on the ground, contemplating the dangerous implications of using this new map. His strategic thoughts are cut short as Bella leans over him, having finally found him on the floor. Startled, Bella trips and falls on top of Ceres, quickly stammering an apology. However, she notices the strange, glowing reward window floating in the air. Out of curiosity, she reaches out and clicks it. The map of the dungeon instantly activates, displaying a detailed holographic layout of the surrounding area. Ceres stares in awe. The map clearly marks all the paths, traps, resources, and even the location of the boss's room. He grabs Bella in excitement, exclaiming that they can now head directly for the boss room without any trouble. Confused, Bella asks what he's talking about, since she can't see the map. Ceres quickly plays it off, realizing the system is visible only to him. With newfound confidence, Ceres helps Bella to her feet, and the two decide to press forward. But suddenly, a sickening pulse echoes, seemingly from inside Ceres' own body. His eyes widen in pain and shock as a foreign power surges within him. Ceres collapses to the ground, violently throwing up a stream of dark purple energy. Bella rushes to his side, horrified and confused by the sudden attack from within. The dark energy quickly spreads. Purple veins crawl up Ceres' hand as his fingertip begins to crack and glow with a malevolent aura. He screams in pure agony, his body convulsing on the floor from the intense pain. He instinctively grabs his afflicted hand, but it's no use. The corruption is too powerful, and his fingertip begins to melt away. The pain sends him into a wild frenzy, thrashing on the ground as a horrified Bella looks on, unsure of what to do. In a moment of desperate clarity, Ceres tries to perform a gruesome amputation, slamming his own back and arm against a sharp rock to sever the corrupted flesh. Bella snaps into action, grabbing Ceres to stop him from tearing himself apart. She pulls him into a tight embrace, trying to restrain him. She sees his back is bleeding and his skin is burning hot. As he struggles, she grabs his corrupted hand to hold it still. The moment her armored gauntlet touches his finger, the dark energy sizzles and is drawn out of his body, seemingly absorbed or neutralized by the metal. The violent energy recedes as quickly as it came, leaving his fingertip blackened and numb, but finally still. The immediate danger has passed. The pain finally subsides, and with a faint sigh of relief, Ceres goes limp. Utterly spent from the ordeal, he can only rest in Bella's arms as his body begins to recover. Resting in Bella's arms, Ceres slowly catches his breath. He weakly reassures her that he's fine. He confirms to himself that the terrifying corruption has indeed stopped. With some effort, he sits up, trying to show Bella that the danger has passed. But Bella points to his hand in horror, her voice filled with panic. She asks what happened to him, why his finger looks like it was melted off. Ceres looks down at his blackened fingertip and solemnly gives her the grim truth. I'm poisoned. His mind flashes back to the origin of his curse. Half a year ago, his city fell under a devastating attack by demonic beasts. He remembers being a powerless civilian, running for his life through the rubble as a powerful warrior from the guild fought off a horde of demons. The warrior was desperately protecting a mysterious red box from the demons, who were trying to claim it. A hulking demonic beast raised its massive axe, preparing to end the fight for the box with one final blow. With a devastating slash, the beast's axe tore through the warrior's defenses, cutting them down. The battle for the box was lost in an instant, and the raw power of the blow radiated outwards. The sheer force of the demon's attack created a massive shockwave, sending the powerless Ceres flying through the air. He was thrown across the street, landing hard amidst a pile of rubble and debris. Injured and trapped, all he could do was hide and watch the terrifying scene unfold. The demon held up the box, but the warrior's last stand had managed to damage it. A strange, dark purple liquid began to drip from a crack in its surface. Suddenly, the liquid vaporized and a gruesome, bloody rain began to fall from the sky. From his hiding spot, Ceres was overwhelmed by a pungent, nauseating smell. In the distance, the demonic beasts began to scream as the rain touched their skin. The rain was terrifyingly corrosive. The body of the fallen guild warrior began to melt and dissolve as soon as it made contact. Even the powerful demonic beasts weren't immune. The axe-wielding monster shrieked in agony as its own body started melting away. Buried under the rocks, Ceres was spared a direct hit from the corrosive rain. But it wasn't enough. The searing pain on his exposed back and the toxic fumes he inhaled were enough to seal his fate. He had been poisoned. The flashback ends with him waking up in a hospital bed. There, the doctor delivered the devastating verdict. The poison was unknown and incurable. At most, he had 1 year left to live. Then, as he lay in the hospital bed despairing, a mysterious message appeared before him. It was a glimmer of hope. The blood of an immortal demon could cure him. Ceres was stunned, having never seen anything like this strange, floating window before. The system then made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Bind with it, and it would give him a clue to finding the cure. With no other options and his life on the line, he accepted the system's offer without hesitation. Upon binding, the system provided the crucial clue. The blood of the immortal demon was kept in a place called Ne Dungeon. Back in the present, the flashback ends. Ceres finishes his story, explaining to Bella that his only hope for a cure lies within this very dungeon. Now understanding his desperate situation, Bella agrees to help. Using the map, Ceres finds a nearby room with supplies, and they head off together. They walk through the massive, destroyed chamber they landed in, heading towards their first objective. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a heavily armed squad of warriors moves in tight formation down a long, eerily quiet hallway. The silence is shattered by a sudden crack from the ceiling. The lead knight looks up in alarm, thrusting his shield upward in a desperate, instinctual reaction. The warrior's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes what the sound was. A trap springs from the ceiling, a massive spike that impales the shield bearer in an instant. The squad shouts in alarm, realizing too late that they have walked into a deadly ambush. The knight's shield shatters as blood spurts from his helmet, his life extinguished in a single brutal moment. As chaos erupts, a commanding voice cuts through the panic. Vice Captain Tyler, a B-rank warrior, steps forward and orders his squad to halt, bringing the chapter to a tense close. Inside a dark, gothic corridor, the members of the Slayer squad are frozen with fear. Having already lost comrades to the dungeon's tricks, they know that any sudden movement could trigger yet another deadly trap. The knights are overwhelmed by despair. Even Claude, who had the strongest defense among them, was killed instantly. With their cannon fodder team already sacrificed, they have no one left to clear the treacherous path ahead. Despite the hopelessness, one knight declares they've come too far to turn back now. With a resolute clack of armored boots, someone steps forward, unwilling to give up. The one who steps up is the A-rank captain of the Slayer squad, Hills. However, he isn't volunteering himself. Instead, he coldly points and gives a cruel order. The lowest-ranked member must go first. Without hesitation, Captain Hills shoves a terrified D-rank member, Maxwell, forward. Maxwell stumbles, pushed out from the relative safety of the group to become a human minesweeper. Hill's shadow looms over the horrified Maxwell, who has fallen to his knees. He orders the young man to walk forward and find the right path, using his life to map out the traps. As Maxwell trembles, unable to move, Hills places his sword near his face, reminding him of the fatal consequences of disobeying a direct order. Maxwell is trapped between two certain deaths. An extreme close-up on Maxwell's face reveals the pure terror of a man facing his imminent end. Sweat pours down his face as his eyes widen in absolute panic. Just as Maxwell resigns himself to his fate, a blonde-haired knight suddenly intervenes, pleading with Hills to wait. He presents a magical, arrow-like device, offering a glimmer of hope. He explains it can bounce between surfaces to detect at least one trap, giving Maxwell a fighting chance. However, that glimmer of hope is instantly extinguished. With a cold, swift slash of his sword, Captain Hills destroys the device before it can even be used. The life-saving item is shattered, and with it, any chance Maxwell had. The shattered pieces of the magical arrow fall to the ground, and with them, Maxwell's last shred of hope. He can only watch, his face a mask of utter despair, as his only chance at survival is destroyed. Captain Hills then turns his attention to the blonde knight who dared to intervene. He brandishes his sword, threatening to kill him if he ever tries such a useless act of compassion again, cementing his cruel authority over the squad. The blonde knight lowers his head in silent defeat. He has done all he can, but against his captain's tyranny, he is powerless to save his comrade. With the dissenter silenced, Hills once again focuses on Maxwell. He coldly orders the young man, whose legs are trembling uncontrollably, to get up and continue his death march. Paralyzed by sheer terror, Maxwell's entire body trembles. All his courage has left him. Seeing this, his captain simply screams at him to go. Finally, with no other choice, Maxwell submits. He slowly lifts his boot, preparing to take his first step into the deadly, unknown expanse of the trapped corridor. With grim resolve, Maxwell plants his foot firmly on the next tile. The heavy step echoes through the hall, each sound marking a gamble with his own life. He survived. Maxwell lets out a shaky breath, sweat pouring down his face. The first tile was safe, but the momentary relief is immediately replaced by the crushing anxiety of what comes next. His mind races as he stares at the grid of floor tiles before him. Which one should he step on next? This one, or that one? Every potential step is a gamble, and the mental strain of the decision is immense. Seeing Maxwell hesitate, Captain Hills shouts impatiently from the back of the room. With no empathy for the torment he's inflicting, he yells at Maxwell to stop wasting time and just go. Spurred on by his captain's cruel shouts, Maxwell forces his trembling legs to move once more, stepping onto another tile. The psychological torment is written plainly on his face. He's drenched in sweat, his features twisted in a mask of pure anguish as he endures the slow torture. He takes another heavy step, and miraculously, he's safe again. In the background, Captain Hills watches impassively. Maxwell pants, catching his breath after another successful gamble. But Hills offers no real encouragement, only a sarcastic, nice one. before immediately ordering him to keep going. The relentless pressure finally shatters his nerves. Tears stream down Maxwell's face as the certainty of his fate consumes him. "I'm gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die," he gasps. His mind snaps. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of panic, he realizes he cannot take another step towards his own execution. His will to go on evaporates. In a single, decisive moment, his survival instinct takes over. He can't go forward. With a soft rustle of his armor, he begins to turn. All discipline is gone. Maxwell makes a frantic bolt for safety, screaming that he doesn't want to die and just wants to go home. But in this place, retreat is not an option. The moment Maxwell turns to flee, his act of defiance triggers a trap. A sinister clack sounds from the very tile he just abandoned. Instantly, a spear of golden light erupts from the floor with a sickening thwack, impaling him from below. The force of the blow lifts him clean off his feet, his life extinguished in a flash. The rest of the squad watches in sheer horror. Maxwell's death reveals a terrifying new truth. The attacks can come from below, from any direction, and they materialize so quickly that dodging is impossible. Their situation has gone from dire to completely hopeless. Maxwell's lifeless body falls to the cold, hard floor with a heavy thump. While his comrades are frozen in shock, Captain Hill stands over the corpse, utterly unfazed. For him, the loss of a D-rank subordinate is nothing more than a minor inconvenience. After the path is cleared, Captain Hills arrogantly orders the lowest-ranked member of the expedition to step forward, intending to use him as a disposable pawn. Suddenly, a massive, ornate door at the far end of the Great Hall begins to open on its own, stunning Captain Hills, who is standing with his back to it. A soldier alerts his leader, shouting, "Captain Hills!" The door is open. The captain turns around, his expression hardening as he assesses the unexpected situation. From the now open doorway, a young warrior with brown hair cautiously peeks into the grand hall, his expression one of surprise and apprehension. The warrior Ceres finds himself and his teammate, a blonde woman named Bella, inexplicably floating up the side of the massive structure. He wonders in confusion how they could have ended up there. One of Captain Hills's men spots the survivors ascending the wall and yells out in shock, "Captain, they're from the bait team." Captain Hills is furious. The bait team was meant to be wiped out. He internally fumes, wondering if this survivor disobeyed his orders. Meanwhile, another soldier cries out in relief, "Bella, thank God you're all right." His face contorted with rage, Captain Hills screams at the lone survivor, his voice echoing in the hall. "Ceres, you bastard. Why are you still alive?" In the face of the captain's seething rage, Ceres remains utterly unfazed, looking back with a calm, almost detached expression as he simply utters, "Oh." This nonchalant response only serves to pour fuel on the fire, pushing Hills over the edge. To understand this deep-seated hatred, the scene flashes back to one day before the expedition. Here, a furious Captain Hills confronts a defiant Ceres, who stands his ground, demanding, "Tell me." This was the moment their conflict truly began. The flashback continues, revealing the source of the conflict. In a fit of rage, Captain Hills holds a blade to Ceres' throat, demanding to know how he knew the color of his wife's underwear while his subordinates try to restrain him. Ceres, with a straight face, provides a ridiculous explanation. He claims he's honing his battle instincts, a skill that allows him to perceive the color of everything around him. Unconvinced, the enraged Captain Hills accuses Ceres of being involved with his wife, Shirley, threatening to kill him on the spot as his men desperately try to calm him down. Feigning outrage, Ceres slaps his own chest, declaring he won't stand for the insult to his integrity and that he will prove the legitimacy of his strange ability. To everyone's shock, Ceres proceeds to use his power to correctly identify the underwear situation of Hills' subordinates. One wears pink, another none at all, and two others are wearing a matching pair. Humiliated and enraged, one of the subordinates urges Captain Hills to kill Ceres for the embarrassment he's caused. Hills remains silent, his face a mask of cold fury. However, a more rational subordinate advises against it, pointing out that killing him in the city is illegal and would cause problems if the body were found. He then asks Hills for an alternative plan. The subordinate devises a sinister solution: assign Ceres to the bait team for the next mission, a position from which no one is expected to return. This, he reasons, is a legal way of ensuring Ceres' death. The flashback concludes, returning to the present moment inside the dungeon. Ceres, now fully geared, calmly assesses the situation. He thinks to himself that this was just a detour to change equipment, and he didn't expect to run into the Slayer squad, sarcastically concluding they must be lost. His inner monologue is cut short as Captain Hills points at him from across the vast hall. Reasserting his dominance, Hills bellows, "Ceres, you come here." This is an order from the captain of the Slayer squad. His tone makes his deadly intentions perfectly clear. As Captain Hills gives the order, Ceres immediately understands the captain's cruel intent. to once again use a lower-ranked member as a disposable minesweeper. From the side, Bella urgently warns him not to move. The blonde-haired soldier, Tyler, tries to reason with the captain. He points out that if the bait team can make it across alive, the main squad can simply follow their path, avoiding any further risk to their own members. With a sinister smirk, Captain Hills dismisses the idea. He claims that since they've already lost dozens of valuable members to reach this point, they cannot afford to turn back now, twisting the loss of life into a justification for more. Hills then turns on Tyler, coldly threatening that if he dislikes the decision, he'll be the next one sent to clear the way. The threat works, silencing any further dissent. Turning his attention back to Ceres, Hills mockingly brings up the finely tuned instincts Ceres claimed to have. He says it's time to put that skill to use for the team's benefit, reminding him of the grim consequences for disobeying an order. A notification sound rings as a system window appears before Ceres. MAD activated. With his secret weapon now online, Ceres calmly accepts the suicidal mission, simply replying, "Okay." Bella rushes to Ceres' side, pleading with him not to go, convinced the path is a death trap. But Ceres reassures her, stating that he must obey the captain's order, but that he will be fine. As the entire Slayer squad watches, Ceres takes his first step onto the trapped corridor. An observer notes that he moved forward without a single moment of hesitation. The onlooking squad members are in utter disbelief, murmuring amongst themselves. They can't believe this F-rank warrior is seriously attempting to navigate a death trap corridor using what they can only assume is simple intuition. But Ceres isn't using intuition. A system window, invisible to everyone else, dings and provides his first instruction. 3 spaces forward and 2 to the left. He now has his cheat code to survive. Following his system's instructions, Ceres confidently takes 3 consecutive steps forward onto the trapped floor. The onlooking squad is stunned that he remains unharmed. Captain Hill scoffs, attributing it to dumb luck, and grimly predicts that his fortune won't last much longer. Perfectly executing the system's command, Ceres then pivots, preparing to take 2 steps to the left. His sudden change in direction sends another wave of shock through the squad members, who can't believe he's still moving, and more importantly, still alive. As his foot lands, one of the soldiers panics, thinking a trap has finally been triggered, but another quickly points out that he's still safe, for now. As Ceres continues his unfaltering walk, the squad struggles to comprehend what's happening. They rationalize that it must be luck. It's impossible for a low-rank member to have such valuable information about the path when they lost so many elite members just to get this far. Ceres then makes a sudden leap, a move so reckless that the squad is certain his luck has finally run out and he has jumped to his doom. He lands with a slight wobble, feigning a loss of balance to make the death-defying feat look like a clumsy, near-fatal misstep. Captain Hills is rendered speechless. He stares in utter disbelief, unable to understand how the jump didn't trigger a single trap, completely foiling his plan. Once again, the system chimes in with a new, simple instruction for Ceres' next move. 5 spaces forward. Following the system's guidance, Ceres continues his steady pace, knowing he is just a few steps away from clearing the deadly corridor. The Slayer squad watches in stunned silence. Captain Hills can barely believe his eyes, muttering under his breath that the F-rank warrior is actually going to make it across. Ceres takes the final, decisive step, landing on solid ground right next to the body of a fallen comrade from the bait team, a grim reminder of the fate he just escaped. With a triumphant smirk, Ceres steps directly in front of the dumbfounded Captain Hills, just as a cheeky system notification cheerfully announces his arrival. The squad members crowd around, their minds reeling. They can't accept what they've just witnessed, still debating whether he survived by sheer luck or if he genuinely possesses some kind of intuitive trap-sensing ability. Looking Captain Hills dead in the eye, Ceres smugly repeats his earlier excuse, stating that his training is what got him through, and pointedly adds that he has nothing to do with Hills' wife, Shirley. Humiliated and enraged, Hills snaps and swings his sword at Ceres. With a casual clang, Ceres effortlessly blocks the attack, letting out a bored sigh as if dealing with a child's tantrum. Internally, Captain Hills seethes. He refuses to believe it was anything but sheer, dumb luck. He clings to the belief that Ceres is just a fortunate fool whose luck is bound to run out. Since Ceres has proven his uncanny ability, Hills makes a decision. He declares that from this point forward, Ceres will be the one to lead the way. And so, the Slayer squad proceeds deeper into the dungeon, now following the F-rank warrior they had intended to sacrifice, with Ceres reluctantly taking the lead. While leading the way, Ceres spots a pair of peculiar purple mushrooms. His system immediately chimes in, identifying them as mustard mushrooms, beneficial for demonic beasts, but a potent laxative for humans. An opportunity for revenge has just presented itself. Putting on a show, Ceres looks back towards the group, pretending to be concerned for a teammate. He quietly muses to himself. Is she hungry? Maybe I can get some mushrooms for her. With his plan in motion, Ceres reaches down and carefully plucks the 2 mustard mushrooms from the stone floor. He then begins an elaborate act, sniffing the mushroom and drooling as if it were the most delicious thing he'd ever seen. He wonders aloud if, despite it being inedible, maybe just a little lick would be okay. The bait is taken. Captain Hills walks up behind the crouching Ceres and aggressively demands to know what he is holding. Ceres innocently replies, "Mushroom," before Hills slaps his hand away, yelling, "Give it to me." As Ceres feigns reluctance, Captain Hills snatches the mushroom and greedily shoves it into his mouth, arrogantly declaring that all resources found within the dungeon belong to him and his Slayer squad. While chewing, Hills menacingly pokes Ceres in the chest, reminding him that he can't take anything without permission before ordering him back to the front of the line. Suddenly, Ceres' demeanor completely changes. He becomes enthusiastically obedient, vowing to follow the captain's orders without question. This abrupt shift in attitude makes Hills suspicious. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, a healer tends to Bella's injuries. The vice captain, Tyler, apologizes to her, saying he didn't know she was assigned to the ill-fated bait team and that he could have had her reassigned. Bella looks down, solemnly confessing, "I volunteered for that team." Tyler reacts with utter shock, unable to understand why she would willingly join a suicide squad. The reason for her decision becomes clear as she recalls a recent moment. Ceres, using his uncanny knowledge, pointing out the correct path to the final boss, proving he knew more about the dungeon than anyone else. She chose to follow him. Back in the present, the healer finishes her work on Bella. "I fixed your broken bone," she says. Bella quietly thanks her as Tyler looks on, still concerned. Tyler gets Bella's attention, his tone serious as he prepares to lecture her on her reckless decision. He explains the harsh reality of the guild structure. The bait team is composed of the lowest-ranked members, used as nothing more than cannon fodder to clear paths. To him, joining that team to protect an F-rank warrior like Ceres was a suicidal act. He pleads with her not to be so foolish again, urging her to stay by his side. As a high-ranking B-rank warrior, he insists that he is the one who can truly protect her. The scene cuts back to the front of the group, where Ceres and Captain Hills stand before the final door. Ceres declares it safe, but Hills, ever paranoid and cruel, orders Ceres to be the one to open it, much to his shock. Hills taunts him, stating he won't risk any of his capable team members, directly insulting Ceres as disposable. He impatiently orders him to stop wasting time and open the door. With a decisive thud, Ceres plants his hands firmly on the great door. The moment for his revenge has arrived, and all he needs to do is push. As the heavy door begins to give way, Ceres glances back at the squad, his face a mask of serious intensity. The door is opening. "Everyone stay alert," he yells, his voice deliberately sharp, ratcheting up the tension in the already nervous squad. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Captain Hills feels a sudden, violent rumbling in his stomach. The mustard mushroom is beginning to take effect. Seizing the perfectly timed moment, Ceres shoves the heavy door open and yells, "Watch out for the traps." His warning sends a jolt of fear through the already on-edge squad. Ceres steps alone into the darkness beyond the doorway, disappearing from the squad's sight. The rest of the Slayer squad draws their weapons, bracing for an attack. They shout warnings to each other, fully expecting a monster or a volley of arrows to erupt from the darkness. But instead of a monster, a strange, foul odor drifts out from the captain's direction. A nearby soldier sniffs the air in confusion. Hills panics, realizing with horror what has just happened. An ominous, single footstep echoes from the dark room where Ceres disappeared. The squad sees Ceres standing just inside the threshold, apparently unharmed. Trying to maintain his composure, Hills barks an order at Ceres for a report, all while desperately clenching his buttocks and cursing the catastrophic timing of his upset stomach. A horrifying realization dawns on Hills. The mushroom is the culprit. He knows that if he moves too much, the rumbling in his stomach will lead to a much more explosive and humiliating outcome. Playing his part to perfection, Ceres looks back with a malicious grin. He delivers a false report designed to maximize the chaos. "From what I can see, there are traps everywhere." Ceres takes a single, loud step back toward the squad, a deliberate signal that the escape has begun. He immediately breaks into a sprint, yelling for everyone to follow him. In the background, a panicked Captain Hills shouts a contradictory order to walk, not run, a command born of pure, desperate self-preservation. Ceres' feigned panic works perfectly. The entire squad begins to flee, completely confused. They have no idea what they're running from, only that the act of running itself means they must be in danger. The jostling from the panicked run proves to be too much for Captain Hills. An unmistakable, explosive peyote sound erupts from his armor. A wave of horror washes over the captain's face as he realizes, with dawning despair, that he can no longer hold back the catastrophic effects of the mustard mushroom. The resulting odor hits the squad full force. In their heightened state of alert, they immediately mistake the smell for a deadly trap, shouting that they've sprung a poison gas trap and must run. To save face, Hills leans into their delusion. Blushing with shame but desperate to hide the truth, he screams at them to run for their lives, or they'll all be poisoned. After the chaos subsides and the air has cleared, Ceres props himself against a wall, putting on a convincing act of being exhausted from the narrow escape. His act is cut short as a seething Captain Hills stomps over to him. Panting, Ceres looks up to face the captain's barely contained fury. Hills grabs him, his face dark with suspicion. He accuses Ceres of knowing what the mushroom did and deliberately inciting the panic. Ceres, however, plays dumb, asking with feigned innocence what could possibly be wrong with the mushroom. Seeing the captain's distress, Ceres feigns concern, grabbing Hills' arm as if to steady him while calmly denying any knowledge of the mushroom's effects. One of the oblivious subordinates, thinking the captain is merely tired from the battle, brings over a large rock for him to sit on. This well-meaning gesture only adds to Hills' deep humiliation. His pride shattered, Hills explodes in rage. He violently kicks the helpful subordinate away and orders the bewildered squad to stop dawdling and move out immediately. His anger then swings back to its primary target. He confronts Ceres, brandishing his sword and screaming, "And you!" Hills threatens to kill Ceres if he dares to run or pull any more stunts. Ceres, however, simply smiles and agrees, his cheerful obedience further enraging the humiliated captain. As they proceed, the camera focuses on a single floor tile engraved with the image of a coiled serpent, hinting at a new type of danger. Ceres calmly warns his team not to step on the engraved tile. Unseen by the warriors, a monstrous, dormant beast stirs in the darkness below the floor, disturbed by their presence. Now in a large, open cavern, Ceres continues to lead the way, pointing towards their final destination. Shadows move in the darkness around them. The glowing red eyes of giant, monstrous creatures, a huge serpent and a scorpion-like beast, watch the squad as they pass. A new warning flashes from Ceres' system. Do not touch. His eyes are drawn to a massive, sharp stalactite hanging from the ceiling. He correctly deduces that this must be the final trap before the boss room. Captain Hills grows more and more suspicious. He can't understand why the path has suddenly become so safe, with no traps or demonic beasts in sight. He briefly entertains the thought that Ceres has been here before, but his prejudice against lower-ranked warriors makes him dismiss it. To him, it's impossible for a weak F-rank like Ceres to have survived this far on his own. His thoughts are interrupted as Ceres turns and announces that they are approaching the final boss's room. A sinister thought crosses Hills' mind. With the boss room ahead, the F-rank warrior's usefulness as a minesweeper is over. Regardless of whether it was luck or skill, Hills decides that Ceres' time is up. They come to a stop directly beneath the massive, pointed stalactite. This is where Hills decides to make his move. Believing Ceres is distracted, Hills draws his sword, channeling glowing blue energy into it for a sudden, decisive strike. He swings his energized blade, aiming to strike Ceres down from behind. But the attack doesn't hit Ceres. Instead, the arc of energy flies past him and slams directly into the base of the massive stalactite hanging from the ceiling. The captain's attack strikes the massive stalactite, shattering its base. As the ceiling begins to fracture and groan, Ceres looks up, his shock turning to horror as he realizes Hills didn't miss. He deliberately sprung the final trap. A wicked grin spreads across Hills' face as the huge rock begins its descent. To him, the plan is perfect. It's only natural for an F-rank warrior to die in a dungeon accident. No one would ever suspect foul play. The boss, a monstrous puppet scorpion, is awakened by the captain's attack. Its massive tail slams down, and Ceres barely manages to dive out of the way. The creature's stinger shoots forward like a spinning projectile, a blur of dark energy. The force of the attack knocks Captain Hills' sword from his hand, and he catches it with a look of pure shock. Before he can recover, the scorpion's massive tail whips around and slaps Hills with tremendous force, sending him flying across the cavern as his squad members cry out his name. The newly awakened boss continues its rampage, slamming into the ground and sending the terrified squad members scattering. The monster's onslaught triggers a chain reaction, and the entire cavern begins to collapse. As massive boulders fall from the ceiling, Ceres realizes with horror that the whole chamber is coming down. Ceres desperately scrambles for cover as the cave-in intensifies, trapping him amidst the falling debris. Captain Hills, having survived the initial blow, picks himself up from the rubble. His only thought is of his own survival, relieved that he managed to block the worst of the attack with his sword. The dust begins to settle, revealing Ceres trapped and isolated behind a wall of fallen rock. As he assesses his hopeless situation, a calm, cold voice cuts through the silence from above. Why is there still a human here? Looking up, Ceres is met with the sight of a mysterious woman with pointed ears descending gracefully from the darkness. He has survived his captain's betrayal and the dungeon's collapse, only to be confronted by a powerful, unknown entity who now stands between him and the unfolding chaos. The mysterious woman looks down at the scene of chaos, the trapped human, the rampaging monster, with an expression of pure contempt, uttering a single dismissive phrase. So disgusting. The scene shifts to the other side of the rubble, where the rest of the Slayer squad has engaged the puppet scorpion. A volley of magical arrows rains down on the monstrous boss. The agile creature deftly dodges the assault, scrambling up a rock face to evade the incoming projectiles. As the squad continues its attack, the arrows harmlessly bounce off the scorpion's thick, armored carapace. Now thoroughly angered, the beast lets out a furious roar, its face glowing with green energy. The puppet scorpion unleashes its own counterattack, a powerful wave of dark energy that blasts towards the squad. The team's tanks brace themselves, raising their shields and struggling to hold their ground against the powerful blast. The sheer scale of the monster is overwhelming as it looms over the small, embattled group of warriors. A system window reveals the creature's identity. AB+ level threat, the puppet scorpion. The name confirms the squad's worst fears, but also adds a new mystery. It is the puppet of someone named Sathel. With their captain incapacitated, Vice Captain Tyler steps up to command the battered squad. He shouts for the tanks to form a line, their large shields the only hope of stopping the monster's rampage. Following Tyler's command, the shield bearers slam their massive tower shields into the ground, forming a solid defensive wall against the monster's advance. The tanks brace for impact, digging in their heels as they prepare to receive the full force of the B+ rank boss. With the front line holding the beast's attention, Tyler orders the archers in the rear to open fire. The squad's archers draw their bows in unison, unleashing a volley of magical, glowing arrows at the monster. But the attack is useless. Tyler watches in horror as the puppet scorpion's powerful aura alone deflects every single arrow. The beast stands completely unscathed, proving that the squad's conventional attacks are having no effect whatsoever. Having recovered from his fall, Captain Hills tries to rally the demoralized soldiers, shouting at them to attack together and not be afraid of a single beast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rockfall, Ceres hears a rustling sound in the darkness ahead, wondering if he's about to face another monster alone. His question is answered by a flash of light from the darkness, as a sharp projectile is launched directly at him at incredible speed. Ceres dodges back, but not fast enough. The projectile, the scorpion's stinger, misses his body but slams into the ground, its sharp point piercing his cloak and pinning him against the wall of rubble. Pinned against the wall of rubble, Ceres examines the sharp appendage that has him trapped. The rock behind him cracks under the immense pressure, yet his focus is purely analytical as he tries to understand the nature of the beast, wondering aloud, is this the tail? Continuing his lone advance through the dungeon, Ceres is suddenly ambushed. A massive, purple-armored scorpion puppet lunges through the air, its sharp tail poised to strike. The puppet's head is shown up close, its menacing eyes glowing with a toxic green light as it lets out a deafening howl that reverberates through the cavern. Ceres, unfazed, dodges the initial assault and retaliates with incredible speed. He unleashes a powerful attack that clashes violently against the puppet's armored body. The sheer force of the impact sends Ceres sliding back, his armored boot grinding against the stone floor as he expertly manages the recoil. Instead of retreating, Ceres closes the distance. He takes a firm step forward, seemingly preparing to face the giant puppet in close-quarters combat. With a look of fierce determination, Ceres draws back his fist, channeling his power. He yells out, declaring the strength of his next move, a punch with 3,190 attack points. Wham! Ceres' fist smashes into the scorpion puppet's chest with immense force, creating a powerful shockwave of energy upon impact. The punch is so devastating that it tears straight through the puppet's armored shell. Ceres emerges on the other side as the monster's body begins to shatter from the inside out. The battle is over in an instant. The scorpion puppet's segmented tail hits the ground with a dull thud, its connection severed as its body disintegrates. A final clang echoes as the lifeless tail settles amongst the scattered metal fragments. But the silence of victory is short-lived, as Ceres' fight is far from over. Just as Ceres stands over the remains of his foe, a voice echoes from the darkness above. It condescendingly congratulates him for smashing one of the scorpion puppets in a single blow. Breathing heavily, Ceres knows he can't waste energy on pointless battles. His priority is the antidote in the boss room. He has a map and plans to find a detour to escape this new, unseen threat. The puppet's master reveals herself. A status window identifies her as Sathel, an A-level demonic beast. She remarks that it doesn't matter her puppet was destroyed, as she was going to throw away anything touched by disgusting humans anyway. Sathel looks away with contempt, casually mentioning that she had wanted the puppet to rip his head off. But now, she'll have to do it herself. Ceres is taken aback, realizing he's facing a high-level demonic beast. He retorts defiantly, telling her that his head isn't something she can just rip off with her bare hands. Sappho lets out a questioning, huh, amused by his audacity. She looks down on him with utter disdain, stating she would never touch his disgusting body with her hands. A close-up shows Sappho's cruel, yellow eyes narrowing. A faint energy begins to swirl around her fingertips as she gazes at Ceres with predatory intent. She reveals that his friends are also fighting for their lives, mentioning she can kill the humans out there with one hand. A quick panel shows Captain Hill's team battling another scorpion puppet. Looming over him, Sappho coldly lays out her plan. First, she will kill him. Then, she will move on to slaughter every human outside. That threat is the final straw. Ceres' plan to flee vanishes, replaced by pure, righteous fury. He roars that as a warrior, his job is to protect humanity, and he will use everything he has to stop her right here and now. As Ceres steals his resolve, a notification appears before him. His unique ability activates. System on. Sappho is unimpressed by his declaration. With a dismissive really, she leaps into the air, launching a lightning-fast axe kick aimed directly at his head. But Ceres reacts in an instant. To Sappho's surprise, he catches her leg just before it connects, his hands clamping down firmly. He looks up, shocked that he managed to block the blow. A blur of motion shows the struggle as Ceres, using his armored gauntlets, successfully deflects Sappho's powerful attack. However, Sappho uses her momentum and superior strength to overpower him, slamming him onto the ground with a loud bang and pinning him under her leg. As she pins him, a system window pops up, target locked. Sappho, however, looks down with a shocked and confused expression, telling him he's overreached himself. The physical contact has triggered something unexpected. The system then reveals a strange new metric, a direct result of Ceres' contact with the demonic beast. Lust index, 16%. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Captain Hill's squad fighting their own scorpion puppet. They manage to land a heavy blow against the monster. Meanwhile, Captain Hills rallies his squad, shouting that the beast's head is turning red and their attacks are finally working, showing a glimmer of hope for the team outside. But for Ceres, hope is fading. Back in the chamber, Sappho lifts him effortlessly by the chin, grudgingly admitting his speed is impressive for a human, before declaring that his journey ends now. Pinning him with her leg, Sappho mockingly tells him that her master, Lord Nay, hates it when humans step into his room. Ceres can only scream in pain beneath her. Even as her sharp claws approach his face, Ceres' mind races. He knows this demonic beast is too strong. He can't allow her to get outside and must stop her here. In a moment of desperate defiance, as her foot presses down on him, Ceres opens his mouth wide and does the unthinkable. A strange, almost romantic sound effect appears as tiny hearts float around a pink orb, indicating an unexpected reaction. Sappho's arrogant composure completely shatters. Blushing furiously, she screams in disgust, outraged at what Ceres just did to her feet. Her intense emotional reaction is immediately converted into power for Ceres. A system window confirms his reward, agility plus 220. Meanwhile, the other party isn't faring so well. The second scorpion puppet slams a member of Captain Hill's team against the cavern wall. Bizarrely, despite its violent attack, the scorpion puppet seems to be blushing and purring, its eyes glowing green as green drool drips from its mouth. Meanwhile, the sudden silence from Ceres' direction doesn't go unnoticed. His comrade, Bella, looks back with growing concern, realizing the fighting has stopped. Her eyes fall upon a pile of collapsed rocks, and she immediately fears the worst, that Ceres was caught in the crossfire and is now trapped. Her expression hardens as she makes a swift decision. I have to get him out. Bella calls out to her comrade, Tyler, telling him to cover her. She's going to get Ceres out of the rubble. Ignoring Tyler's pleas for her to wait, Bella rushes headfirst toward the rockfall where she believes Ceres is trapped. As she runs, she calls out to the pile of rocks, telling the supposedly buried Ceres that she's here and he's going to be fine. The scorpion puppet is quick to react, abandoning its fight with the others to intercept the charging Bella. But before the puppet can reach her, Captain Hills intervenes, protecting Bella with a powerful descending slash of his own. Hills unleashes another skill, a blindingly fast circular slash that arcs through the air with brilliant blue light. His powerful attack connects with the puppet's armor, but it only produces a loud clank, failing to cut through its tough exterior. Hills digs his blade in, the puppet's armor crackling under the immense pressure. All the while, the monster continues to blush and look strangely pleased with the attention. Watching the struggle, Tyler tries to reassure Bella, reminding her that Ceres is a warrior and that a simple pile of rocks shouldn't be enough to take him down. Back with Sappho, she is still reeling from the shock and disgust of having her foot bitten, calling Ceres a disgusting guy while her foot strangely drips. Thanks to the agility boost, Ceres finally breaks free from her grasp. He coughs and gasps for air. A new system window confirming his agility has been boosted by another 340 points. Sappho, still blushing but now enraged, glares at him. She yells that he dared to get her feet dirty and that she's going to make him pay. Using his newly enhanced speed, Ceres swiftly dodges another one of Sathel's attacks. Sathel relentlessly continues her assault with another powerful kick, which Ceres manages to block with his forearm. She's too fast and strong. She grabs his face with her sharp-clawed foot, another humiliating pin. But as she holds him, Sathel is taken aback by an unexpected sensation. A thought appears in her mind, completely against her will. His face is so soft. A system window pops up, delivering bad news. Because he is unarmed, Ceres is unable to use his skill, Instant Slash. He curses, realizing he should have brought a weapon. With no other option, Ceres decides to rely on his fists. He pushes off a nearby wall, launching himself towards Sathel for a flying punch. His desperate punch is futile. Sathel effortlessly swats him out of the air like a fly, sending him crashing hard into a pile of rocks with a painful thud. Sathel looms over his defeated form, her foot pressing down on him. A wave of unexpected pleasure washes over her, and she whispers aloud, "It feels so good." The involuntary thought sends a shock through her, as the system confirms her internal conflict. The lust index has just jumped to 54%. Sathel is losing her composure, grabbing her head and panting. She says oops, as she questions her own thoughts, blushing furiously from the strange sensations. Trying to regain focus, she reminds herself of her mission. She has to kill this guy now, worried about the consequences if the humans outside were to get into Lord Ney's room. She grabs the fallen scorpion tail, which is still connected to her by a thread of blue energy, preparing to use it as a weapon. With a powerful swing, she hurls the massive scorpion claw at Ceres, which crashes into the ground beside him with a heavy thud. Ceres braces himself, his expression serious and focused. He knows a big attack is coming, but this time is different. With a burst of speed, Ceres easily dodges the attack. He realizes the agility he's gained from her is now enough to evade her moves. Now on the offensive, Ceres concentrates magical energy into his hand, causing it to buzz and glow with a powerful blue aura. He slams his energized hand directly onto the scorpion claw weapon, creating a powerful explosion of blue light. Sathel unleashes another high kick with incredible speed. Ceres, using his newfound agility, ducks just in time as her leg whooshes past his head. However, the dodge puts him in an extremely compromising position, with his face pressed directly against her torso. They both freeze for a split second, shocked by the sudden, intimate contact, as Sathel's face flushes bright red. Reacting instantly, Sathel slams Ceres into the wall, once again using her leg to pin him by the neck with a loud thud. Blushing, she looks down at him with a mix of anger and arousal. "I caught you again," she says, vowing to strangle him with her leg this time. Pinned against the wall, Ceres glares back with fierce determination, refusing to give up. Ceres challenges her in his mind. "Try my grip now," he thinks, as his armored hand shoots out to grab her leg. The moment his hand makes contact, Sathel cries out, her face a mask of shock and pleasure. The sensation sends her reeling backward, her body arching as she cracks the wall behind her. Ceres' touch has a new effect, a system window revealing he just lowered her defense by 130 points. Humiliated and enraged, Sathel recovers and viciously stomps her foot down on Ceres' face, pinning him to the floor. She furiously screams at him not to touch her leg with his disgusting hands. In her rage, she loses concentration, and the scorpion tail weapon she was wielding with magic threads falls uselessly to the side. On the ground, Ceres finds that his hands have pinned down the magical threads that controlled Sathel's weapon. He lies on the ground, stunned. He realizes the scorpion tail broke because he managed to sever the connection. Yet, he is still in awe of her strength, admitting to himself that he couldn't fully hide from her attack. Having disarmed him, Sathel looms over Ceres' prone body. She lifts her foot high, declaring her intention to crush his head right now. She steps hard on his head, but her humiliating attack only serves to make him stronger. System windows pop up, showing he has gained 50 endurance, 71 perception, and 93 magic. Sathel herself is confused by the experience. So weird, she thinks, blushing as she wonders why stepping on him like this gives her so much pleasure. She even contemplates stepping on his whole body to see how it feels. Her internal conflict and strange feelings of pleasure cause the lust index to climb even higher, now reaching 66%. She tries to justify her feelings by reaffirming her hatred for humans, declaring they only deserve to be trampled on as she retakes control of her weapon's magical threads. Meanwhile, her distraction has an effect on the other battle. The scorpion puppet begins to wiggle and lose its footing, much to Tyler's confusion. Captain Hills sees the opening and shouts for his team to press the attack. He declares that the beast is losing its balance and that they're winning. Back with Ceres, Sathel stomps on him again, inadvertently granting him another power-up, attack plus 240. Sathel is completely lost in the ecstasy, a look of pure bliss on her face. What a wonderful feeling, she thinks. Her pleasure peaks, and as the lust index skyrockets to 89%, her power surges along with it. Fueled by this new wave of power, Sathel reasserts control over her weapon. The scorpion tail immediately whips through the air, flying directly at Bella. A teammate sees the incoming danger and screams a desperate warning. "Bella, watch out! The scorpion's tail is coming." The massive scorpion tail whips through the air, flying right over Bella's head as she looks up in terror. It slams into the ground just behind her, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the cavern. Watching from a distance, Tyler screams Bella's name in horror, thinking she was hit. Bella collapses to the ground from the shock, but she is unharmed. Captain Hills stands over her, turning to face the new threat. The scene cuts abruptly back to Ceres, who is blushing and screaming in a panic. "Wait a minute. Not there." Sathel, in her crazed state, is pressing her foot down on a very sensitive area, causing Ceres to protest. Back with the others, the scorpion tail, having missed Bella, now turns its attention to Captain Hills. He realizes it's coming for him next. Hills stands his ground, blocking the massive tail with his sword. The impact is tremendous, creating a huge shockwave that cracks the ground around him. The tail's immense power leaves Captain Hills stunned, his own armor cracking from the blow. Fixated on the weapon now stuck fast in the rock, he's shocked by its strength, realizing this is no ordinary elite monster. The source of this chaos, however, is Sathel, who is completely oblivious. She is lost in a world of pleasure, thinking, "It feels so soft. Amazing." As steam rises from her body and the lust index skyrockets to a critical 95%. Having freed its tail, the scorpion puppet leaps over Captain Hills, trying to attack him from behind. Hills turns, furious with himself. "D'Astrosgemen. I didn't even notice what it was doing," he growls, realizing he's been outmaneuvered. He sees the monster's massive pincer coming for him and realizes in a panic that it's too late for him to stop the attack. But at that exact moment, Sathel lets out another shriek, her mind still reeling from the sensations Ceres is causing. Sathel's mental state directly affects her puppet. Just as it's about to strike, it begins to twitch and rattle, its attack faltering. The attack slams into the ground, but Captain Hills, bracing himself with his sword, manages to block the pincer at the last possible second. His eyes snap open, realizing he has survived and now has an opportunity. He holds the pincer back, surprised he is able to block it. The puppet itself screams, green drool dripping from its mouth as it struggles against him. A teammate seizes the opening created by the puppet's confusion, shouting "good chance," as he lands a solid blow on the monster's back, staggering it. With the puppet now staggered and exposed, Captain Hills prepares to end it. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Tiger Roar Slash, sending a powerful flurry of glowing blue energy slashes directly at the beast. The powerful slash slams into the demonic beast, stopping its charge completely with a deafening bam. Hills's attack sends the monster flying, crashing to the ground in a heap. His teammates watch in awe, one of them exclaiming, "What a great blow!" Tyler and another warrior are ecstatic. They cheer for their captain, amazed that he knocked the beast down with a single blow and proudly reminding everyone that Hills is an A-rank warrior. Simultaneously, Sathel's pleasure reaches its absolute peak. She lets out a final, ecstatic cry as the lust index climbs to a critical 98%. On the other side of the cavern, the scorpion puppet howls in pain on the ground, green drool dripping from its mouth. The warriors are completely won over, their faith in their captain absolute. They believe that as long as Captain Hills is around, they have nothing to fear from any demonic beast. Captain Hills, however, is smugly thinking to himself. He finds it odd that the demonic beast doesn't seem very strong, and he's confident that he can easily win. Suddenly, Sathel yelps as a sharp pain shoots through her foot, causing it to slip. The puppet mirrors its master's pain, letting out a screech and digging its claws into the stone floor as it crackles with energy. Seeing the beast struggling, the arrogant Captain Hills steps forward. He tells his team to stand back, declaring that he'll deal with it himself to show them the power of an A-rank captain. Sathel herself is in turmoil, blushing as she wonders what's wrong with her and why she's doing these things to a mere human. Panting heavily, she tries to tell herself to calm down, but her body and mind are clearly not listening. Beneath her, Ceres can feel his armored gauntlet starting to crack under the pressure. He thinks about her incredible agility and worries that if this continues, his body will break down completely. Even while blushing from the humiliation, Ceres screams back in defiance, yelling that he won't give in. To silence his defiant voice, Sathel does the unthinkable and shoves her entire foot into his open mouth. Ceres can only make muffled sounds as a bizarre kiss sound effect appears. Sathel leans over him, telling the muffled Ceres that she doesn't want to hear his disgusting voice. This ultimate act of humiliation results in the biggest power-up yet. Ceres' eyes glow white as he receives massive boosts to his stats. Over 1,600 vitality, 2,000 concentration, and 2,100 endurance. Captain Hills' arrogance vanishes as the puppet, instead of collapsing from his ultimate skill, pushes back with renewed vigor. D***. Here we go again, he curses, realizing the fight isn't over. The source of the puppet's sudden resilience is, of course, Sathel. Panting and licking her lips, she's completely lost in the overwhelming sensations, inadvertently channeling a torrent of power into her creation. Hill's moment of arrogance is cut short as the beast retaliates, landing a solid blow that makes him cry out in pain. Not to be outdone, Hills unleashes another, more powerful unique skill, the divine rotary slash. His teammates recognize the move and watch in awe. The powerful spinning attack is too much for the puppet, which finally falls to the ground, defeated. Hills stands over it victorious. His team erupts in cheers, praising their captain's strength as the beast screams on the ground. They urge him to deliver the final blow. Concurrently, Sathel lifts her foot off Ceres, a string of saliva-like substance connecting them for a brief, strange moment. As his team celebrates him, Captain Hills boasts. He claims that while the beast may have been able to defeat them, it was far too weak for a warrior of his caliber. That strange substance from Sathel's foot provides Ceres with one last, monumental power-up, granting him thousands of points in defense, agility, and perception. Glowing with a sense of self-satisfaction after defeating the weakened puppet, Captain Hills can only think one thing. I'm so awesome. Sathel is left panting heavily, her mind lost in a daze from the overwhelming afterglow of the sensations, completely unaware of her surroundings. Her daze is shattered when a deep, menacing voice booms from the darkness, calling her name, Sathel. The voice echoes, demanding to know why it is so noisy outside. Sathel freezes, her look of pleasure instantly twisting into a mask of pure terror. A close-up on Sathel's eye shows pure terror. Her master, Lord Nay, has awakened. Snapping out of her daze, she immediately jumps off of Ceres, leaving him on the ground. She lands with a bang, putting distance between herself and the human she was just toying with. Panting, she panics. I'm screwed, she thinks, realizing she got lost in the moment and forgot Lord Nay's orders. She resolves to kill the humans quickly. Her expression hardens. Her long nails crackle with energy as she recommits to her mission, determined to make up for her lapse in duty. But it's too late. A final system window appears. Attack plus 10,000. Sathel looks up to see Ceres, now standing on a cliff edge, enveloped in a swirling red aura of immense power. The tables have turned completely as he looks down on her and calmly asks, "Shall we fight on?" The purple-haired demoness, Sathel, trembles in fear. The man before her feels completely different now, exuding a creepy, oppressive aura that reminds her of the powerful Lord Nay. Staring in disbelief, a single thought consumes her mind. She has to fight this overwhelmingly powerful being? The prospect fills her with dread. The source of her terror is revealed. Ceres, the protagonist, is now just a dark silhouette engulfed in a sinister red aura, his eyes glowing with menace. From Sathel's perspective below, he looks like a god of death. Overwhelmed by fear, Sathel abandons the fight and makes a desperate escape, scrambling down the rocky cliff face as Ceres watches from the edge. As the rustling of her escape fades into the darkness below, Ceres stands at the cliff's edge, confirming that his terrifying foe has fled. He considers giving chase, but quickly decides against it. He has already used too much energy. His true target is the blood of the immortal demon in the boss room, and he can't afford to waste any more power. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. As a squad of knights cheer for their invincible captain from a clifftop, a lone female warrior with blonde hair plummets downwards. But she's not falling helplessly. With a powerful thud, she slams her armored boot into the cliff wall, expertly breaking her fall. Having landed safely, the blonde warrior is immediately met by a concerned comrade. "Ceres, are you okay?" he asks, revealing her name. Recognizing her trusted ally, she exclaims, "Bella." Bella helps Ceres up, his worry evident as he fusses over her and suggests calling the medical team. Brushing off the dust, Ceres calmly reassures her anxious friend that she's really fine. While Bella and Ceres have a quiet moment, their captain, Hills, watches from a distance. As Bella expresses his concern, Hills silently clenches his gauntlet in a fit of jealousy. Putting on a show for his subordinates, the arrogant Captain Hills rallies his men. He boasts that he will defeat the boss single-handedly, much to the admiration of his naive followers. But his inner thoughts reveal a cowardly and deceitful plan. Hills knows this is not a C-rank dungeon, but a much easier D-rank. He plans to solo the weak boss, then lie to the guild to claim a larger reward and a fraudulent reputation, all for a quick promotion. Meanwhile, the demoness Sathel kneels before her master. She frantically reports that a powerful human, who was weak just moments ago, used a strange method to suddenly enhance his power. As Sathel urges him to be careful, the imposing figure of Lord Nay emerges from the shadows, rustling as he takes his seat upon his throne. From the darkness of his hood, the dungeon boss looks down and speaks his subordinate's name with cold, menacing authority. Sathel. Lord Nay commands her to look up. As she meets his gaze, he asks a simple, terrifying question. "What order did I give you?" Sweat drips down her face as she trembles and recounts her failed mission. To watch the door and not let any creatures into your room. Lord Nay's piercing reptilian eye stares daggers at her. Then what are you doing here? He snarls. The question hangs in the air, a death sentence. Sathel is frozen, speechless with terror, unable to answer for her failure. Seeing the blinding light of an impending attack, Sathel cries out a desperate, last-ditch plea to her unforgiving master, her words trailing off as his punishment is unleashed. Her plea is ignored. A searing yellow beam of energy shoots from Lord Nay, striking her directly in the chest. The beam erupts in a massive explosion, engulfing Sathel in a torrent of destructive power. As the smoke clears, the imposing figure of the dungeon boss, Nay, stands revealed. I don't want to hear your excuse, he says, his voice devoid of any mercy. Sathel's battered body slams into the hard stone floor, the impact echoing through the throne room. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lord Nay telekinetically lifts his defeated servant from the ground. He effortlessly flings her through the air, sending her hurtling towards a pile of corpses in the corner of the room. She lands with a sickening bang atop the pile of fallen monsters, her body limp and broken. As green fluid drips from her mouth, a horrifying realization dawns on her. Lord Nay intends to use her as fuel for his ritual. I don't want to die here, she thinks in despair. Ignoring the body of his servant, Lord Nay turns his attention back to his grand ritual. Now revealed in his true multi-armed form, he stands before a massive cauldron, watching the bubbling green liquid inside as it nears its final stage. He then reveals the horrific cost of this potion, boasting that he has used thousands of humans and demonic beasts, their very souls blazing like embers to fuel his dark creation. He looks down at his creation. The blood of a mortal demon, he thinks with satisfaction as it bubbles furiously, is finally beginning to boil. But just as his ritual reaches its climax, the massive throne room doors are kicked open with a deafening bang. Lord Nay slowly turns from his altar, his ceremony interrupted. He silently observes the intruders who have just barged into his sanctum. His face contorts with rage. Who are you? He snarls, his voice echoing in the chamber. How dare you enter my room? It is Captain Hills and his party. With a smug grin, the captain declares, I'm a warrior who can strike fear into your heart. Behind him, the rest of the team, including both the male and female series, look on. As a notification confirms that the blood of a mortal demon can eliminate toxins, Lord Nay studies the intruders, wondering if one of them is the powerful human that his subordinate Sathel had warned him about. The male protagonist, Ceres, stares at the glowing green cauldron, a look of stunned realization on his face. He thinks to himself, that's what's going to cure me? Assuming command, Captain Hills turns to his squad. Everybody listen up, he barks. No one makes a move without my order. Stepping forward, Captain Hills points his sword at the boss in a dramatic pose. I will kill the boss of the C-rank dungeon alone, he proclaims, readying his charge. Let the demonic beast know what humans are capable of. His loyal subordinates erupt in cheers, shouting for him to kill it. But while the captain soaks in the glory, the male Ceres pays him no mind. His eyes are locked on the prize behind the boss, his one and only goal in this dungeon. On that table, he thinks with quiet intensity, is the blood of a mortal demon. As the intruders approach, a massive, intricate magic circle buzzes to life, forming a protective barrier around Lord Nay and his precious cauldron. Undeterred, the arrogant Captain Hills charges forward, his ego inflated by the cries of his men yelling, Go, Captain! Kill it! As Hills leaps into the air for his attack, Lord Nay remains perfectly still, simply raising one of his massive hands to casually intercept him. Feel the fear. Hills screams, bringing his sword down in what he believes will be a decisive slash. But the attack is stopped dead. Lord Nay effortlessly blocks the full force of the captain's A-rank sword with the tip of a single finger. A low rumble begins as Nay channels a fraction of his power into his fingertip, causing the captain's blade to glow ominously. The energy erupts. In a flash of light, Captain Hills's prized A-rank armor is blown to pieces, shattering from the force of Nay's casual counter. With a simple flick, Nay sends the captain flying backward, swatting him away like a fly. His subordinates can only watch in stunned silence, their cheers turning to cries of horror. They scream his name, Captain, as their invincible leader is defeated in a single blow. Hills slams into the far wall with a tremendous bang, his prized A-rank armor completely disintegrated. The impact reveals the secret, dark scale-like S-rank armor he wore underneath, the only reason he's still alive. His confidence is shattered as completely as his outer plating. With a final thud, Captain Hills lands in a heap at the feet of his subordinates, who rush to his side crying his name. Lord Nay looks on in utter contempt. The best of you is that weak? He scoffs, concluding that his guard, Sathel, was useless for being scared of such pathetic intruders. Panting for breath, Hills realizes his A-rank armor was smashed in a single blow. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for the secret S-rank soft dragon scale armor his brother gave him, he'd be dead. His men help him to his feet, pointing out with concern that his armor is shattered and asking if he's all right. Hill's mind races with fear and confusion. He can't understand what's going on, or how there can be such a massive difference in strength between the dungeon's regular monsters and its boss. His arrogance replaced by pure terror, Hills devises a new, cowardly plan. He can't fight Nay directly, so he decides to let his own teammates wear the boss down first. He'll fight Nay only when the boss is exhausted. That way, the captain thinks selfishly, my odds are better. Putting on a brave face, Hills turns to his squad and gives the suicidal order. Everyone on my command, he yells. All hands charge. Do your best. However, a sensible B-rank warrior named Tyler voices a desperate objection. He warns Captain Hills that a disorganized assault will result in heavy casualties and pleads with him to use their standard defensive formation with shields in front. Enraged at this challenge to his authority, Hills gets in Tyler's face. Are you questioning my judgment? Or trying to disobey me? He seethes, using his rank to violently shut down any dissent. While Tyler tries to protest, Hills shoves him aside. Then cut the C*AP. I'm the captain, he screams. You do what I tell you to do. With all dissent crushed, Hills turns to his troops and offers a false, hypocritical promise. Everyone arm up. Don't be afraid, he lies. I'll protect you all. Buoyed by their captain's empty words, the loyal soldiers begin their reckless charge, rushing headfirst towards the dungeon boss. Lord Nay looks down on the charging humans with pure contempt, cracking his knuckles. A bunch of reckless nonentities, he sneers. Your flesh and blood are not even qualified to be fuel for the altar. As the warriors swarm his platform, Nay prepares to unleash his power, promising to show them the absolute, insurmountable difference between man and demonic beast. Following the reckless command of their captain, Hills, the knights charge forward. Their captain shouts that there is a desperate gap in power between them and the dungeon boss. The imposing, horned demon, Lord Nay, unleashes a devastating wave of fiery energy upon the charging knights. The warriors are violently thrown into the air by the force of the blast, their bodies engulfed in the inferno as they cry out in agony. The intense flare consumes everything in its path, incinerating the knights in an instant, leaving only silhouettes against the blinding light. From the heart of the explosion, the dungeon boss Lord Nay emerges, a terrifying figure with multiple arms and a cruel, demonic visage, orchestrating the massacre with contemptuous ease. The heat is so immense that the very ground begins to sizzle and melt, turning the battlefield into a molten wasteland. Captain Hills watches in disbelief as his own sword begins to melt from the sheer intensity of Lord Nay's power. Lord Nay lands gracefully amidst the scorched earth, the sound of his bare feet echoing in the now silent chamber. Looming over the carnage, Lord Nay's voice drips with contempt as he mockingly asks the terrified survivors if this is the fear they so desperately wanted to feel. The taunt shatters what little composure Captain Hills has left. Faced with an enemy he can't possibly win against, his survival instinct takes over, and he screams at his men to run, turning to flee and abandon his command. As the captain turns to flee, a mysterious, crackling dark hand suddenly grabs his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. The warrior Tyler looks on, speechless. Consumed by fear, Captain Hills ignores the hand on his shoulder and continues to scream, ordering any survivors to fall back and retreat immediately. Hearing his captain's cowardly order after sending so many to their deaths, Tyler's shock turns to rage as he screams, "What an arrogant fool!" The grip tightens as Ceres' hand firmly grabs the captain's wrist, preventing his escape. Struggling against the iron grip, Captain Hills is confronted by Ceres, who reminds him of his empty promise. Captain Hills, you just said you'd protect us all. The battle between you and the boss is not over yet. With his face shrouded in shadow, Ceres coldly informs the captain, you can't leave now. Hills tries to pull rank, screaming that he is the captain and won't be dragged down. You can stay and die, but don't take me with you. Lord Nay looks on, amused by the infighting. He raises a hand, preparing another attack, as he mocks the captain for breaking into his room only to try and flee. As Lord Nay readies another attack, the terrified captain screams at Ceres to look at the danger behind him. But Ceres is unmoved, instead pulling the struggling captain back from his escape. Panic turns to disbelief as Hills thrashes in the unbreakable hold. I can't get my hand out, he screams internally, unable to comprehend the impossible strength coming from the F-rank warrior he'd always scorned. As Lord Nay prepares another devastating energy blast, Captain Hills screams in terror, realizing the attack is aimed at them and desperately pleading for Ceres to let him go. In a desperate attempt to escape, Hills throws a punch at Ceres, screaming, I can't beat the boss, but you're no match for me, you F-rank loser. Ceres effortlessly catches the captain's fist, stopping his pathetic attack completely. With a sickening crack, Ceres clenches his gauntlet and crushes the captain's hand. Captain Hills lets out a horrific scream of pure agony as the bones in his hand are shattered. Ceres then snaps the captain's leg with a brutal kick and coldly states, Hills, as captain, you shall keep your word. At that moment, Lord Ne unleashes his sphere of destructive energy, sending it hurtling towards them. As he prepares to act, Ceres' eyes narrow with cold fury as he yells, "You shall protect your teammates." With immense force, Ceres hurls the screaming Captain Hills directly into the path of the attack. "You shall block the attack so your team can retreat," he roars, forcing the captain to become the human shield he had tried to make of his own men. For a fleeting moment, time seems to slow. Faced with his own demise, the cowardly captain can only watch in horror as the deadly energy blast closes in, sealing his fate. The energy blast makes contact, resulting in a massive explosion that sends the remaining warriors reeling from the shockwave. Captain Hills is killed instantly, his armor cracking and his body obliterated by the very attack he tried to run from. His lifeless body is sent tumbling through the air, a final, grim punctuation to his cowardice. The remaining warriors can only watch in shock as the body of their former captain hits the ground with a heavy thud. With the traitor gone, Ceres, his eyes glowing red and emanating a powerful blue aura, declares, "Now it's my turn." Inspired by his resolve, the warrior Bella declares she is staying to fight. By her side, Tyler agrees, adding that he will stay to deal with the demonic beast too. Bella clarifies to Tyler that she's staying specifically for Ceres, showing her newfound faith in him. Tyler quietly responds, "I know." Tyler finds his own courage, declaring that as the best B-rank warrior, he's here to destroy demonic beasts, not run away. He concludes, "I'm tired of taking orders from idiots." Their defiance enrages Lord Ne. "After seeing my power, you still won't run away?" he seethes, taking their courage as a grave insult. "Are you looking down on me?" Ignoring the demon's fury, Ceres makes his move. He activates his instant slash skill, lunging forward with his blade aimed at Lord Ne in a lightning-fast attack designed to create an opening and bypass him. But Lord Ne is faster, blocking the blade with his bare hand, the metal screeching against his demonic skin. Ceres immediately withdraws, leaping back as Lord Ne tries to retaliate with his multiple arms. Though the attack was blocked, a piece of Ne's robe is torn away. The boss's eye glows red with surprise and anger as he thinks, "So fast!" Ceres lands gracefully, his feint having served its purpose. Instead of re-engaging, he turns and sprints past the boss, revealing his true objective. The blood of a mortal demon. "My antidote. I'm coming." Lord Ne watches him go, completely bewildered. What? Why is he running to the altar? The boss quickly pieces it together, a look of dawning horror on his face, as he realizes Ceres' true goal isn't to fight, but to steal the precious liquid. Ceres sprints across the throne room floor, his eyes locked on the glowing altar in the distance. He's so close. Just as the enraged Lord Ne is about to give chase, Bella and Tyler intercept him, attacking from both sides to buy Ceres time. "Stay away from my altar." Ne screams. Tyler, his eyes glowing with power, finds an opening in the boss's defense and brings his sword down, seeing a good chance to land a critical blow. However, Lord Ne moves with impossible speed, his hand blurring as he prepares to counter. He effortlessly blocks both of their attacks at once, catching their blades in his bare hands. Ignoring them, Ne turns his attention back to the fleeing protagonist. "This guy's really fast," he muses, charging an energy blast. Like a cockroach. Seeing the boss preparing to fire at Ceres, Bella screams with fierce determination, "You're not going to hurt Ceres." She rushes forward again, desperate to intercept Lord Ne and protect Ceres from the incoming attack. Lord Ne pivots his foot with a rustle of his robes, easily positioning himself to deal with the reckless charge. He contemptuously swats Bella aside with his tail, surprised at how little effort it took to make her fall. With his pursuers dealt with, Ne unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of energy blasts aimed at the distant Ceres. Explosions erupt at Ceres' heels, but he pushes through, jumping and dodging as he closes the final distance to the altar. He leaps through the air, his body glowing with power as he reaches for his prize. Victory is just an arm's length away. Below, the blood of a mortal demon bubbles in its cauldron. "My antidote," he thinks. "I'm here." But just as he gets within reach, a massive, unforeseen magic circle erupts around the altar, buzzing with immense power. Ceres looks on in shock and disbelief, realizing at the last second that his prize is protected. His gauntlet fingers make contact with the shimmering, invisible wall of the magic circle. The moment he touches it, the barrier violently rejects him, unleashing a powerful wave of magical energy. Ceres is thrown backwards, his body sent tumbling through the air, his desperate attempt thwarted. Lord Ne stands victoriously, now holding his defeated opponent's swords. He explains with a mocking tone, "I drew the magic circle myself. As long as I'm alive, no creature can get in." Landing hard on the cracked floor, Ceres looks up with grim realization. Sure enough, he thinks, I can't just go and drink the blood of a mortal demon to detoxify myself. Panting, he stares back at the dungeon boss, his path forward now brutally clear. There is only one way to get his antidote. I have to beat the boss. Continuing from the last chapter, Ceres hides behind a tree. He hears a rustling sound and peeks out, sensing that something is happening in the clearing ahead. The powerful demon, Lord Nay, effortlessly attacks his comrades. "Piss off," she yells, swatting away the warrior Tyler and the knight Bella, declaring that they are completely out of their depth. With two heavy thuds, both Bella and Tyler are slammed to the ground, defeated and unable to fight back against Lord Nay's immense power. From his hiding spot, Ceres' eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the overwhelming power of the demonic beast that had previously escaped. As Ceres contemplates the scene, he finds the demoness Sathel, trembling in fear. She begs him to be quiet, so Lord Nay won't find her. Ceres is shocked, wondering how she ended up in such a terrified and weakened state. Lord Nay steps towards the fallen heroes, announcing that her ritual must be done in peace. She coldly states her intention to kill the stinkers and then proceed to their city. A close-up on Lord Nay's face reveals her seething rage. She finishes her thought, declaring she will attack the city simply to get rid of her anger. The gravity of the situation hits Ceres. Cursing under his breath, he turns, realizing with dread that his comrade Bella is in mortal danger. Deciding to act, Ceres rummages through a pocket in his armor. He needs to help Sathel first before he can save his friends. He takes out an item and places it on the ground in front of the terrified demoness, telling her to take it. From her hiding spot, Sathel stares in disbelief at the object Ceres has placed before her. It's a rare and valuable restorative mustard mushroom. Without waiting for a response, Ceres has already turned and is rushing back towards the battle, yelling out his comrade's name. "Bella, I'm coming." After a moment of hesitation, Sathel's hand reaches out and picks up the mushroom Ceres left for her. With her sharp demon fangs, she bites into the mushroom without a second thought. As she chews, tears of gratitude and relief stream down her face. A system window appears, notifying Ceres that his act of kindness has increased the demonic beast Sathel's favoritism towards him. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of energy whooshes across the battlefield. The system announces that Ceres' actions have met the requirements, and weapon options are now unlocked for him. As the sound of swooshing fills the air, a system interface materializes around a bewildered Ceres, presenting him with a series of mysterious, glowing cards. A notification box appears, offering to explain the rules for selecting a weapon. Meanwhile, the situation is dire for his comrades. Tyler throws himself in front of Bella to block Lord Nay's incoming attack, yelling for her to run. As the blow lands, he grits his teeth in pain, realizing his leg bone has cracked again, and tells her to save herself. Seeing his friends on the brink of death, Ceres glares at the system interface with fury and desperation. "Just skip it," he roars. "I have to save them now. I don't have time for this crap." The system complies, skipping the weapon rules and immediately prompting him to draw a card. With a sharp snap, Ceres doesn't hesitate for a second, thrusting his hand forward to claim his new power. A buzzing sound fills the air as the card in Ceres' hand begins to vibrate with immense energy. With a whoosh, the card transforms into a magnificent golden sword, glowing with a powerful red aura. Ceres immediately readies himself for battle. A system window dings, officially announcing the weapon's identity. Ceres has obtained the clothless sword. With a snap, Ceres plants his feet firmly on the ground, preparing to unleash the power of his newly acquired weapon. Filled with newfound power, Ceres leaps towards Lord Nay, his eyes glowing as he brings the sword down, shouting, "Try my new weapon." With an intense focus and a cry of "Take this," Ceres swings the glowing blade down with all his might. But with a loud bam, Lord Nay effortlessly catches the blade with her bare hand, her sharp claws gripping it tightly, completely halting his attack. Holding the sword in place, she looks at him with a smirk and tells him to move away from his comrades, revealing that they were just bait for her real target. As she lifts him and his sword with ease, Lord Nay reveals her true motive. His comrades were never the goal. Her target has always been Ceres himself, the extremely fast cockroach-like human who had been evading her. She closes the distance between them, her clawed hand reaching for him as she prepares to strike. "At such a close distance," she taunts, "I'll see how you can possibly dodge." But Ceres pushes back with a swoosh, his eyes blazing with defiance. "Don't underestimate me," he yells. "I didn't say anything about dodging." As his sword makes contact with her hand, there's a faint ripping sound, though the effect isn't immediately obvious. Lord Nay looks at the tiny scratch on her hand and scoffs. "All you could do was scratch my skin. I didn't even bleed," she lectures. "This is the difference between humans and demonic beasts," she finishes. But as she boasts, a loud bam echoes and her clothes suddenly rip and tear apart, disintegrating off her body. She looks down in confusion, muttering, "What?" as the tattered remnants of her outfit rustle and fall away, leaving her back and body exposed. A moment later, blushing furiously with shock and embarrassment, the mighty Lord Nay screams in disbelief, "Where are my clothes?" Watching from the sidelines, both Bella and Tyler are rendered in a comedic art style, blushing and dumbfounded by the turn of events. Ceres made the boss's clothes disappear? Bella asks in total shock. Ceres himself, blushing but clenching his fist in triumph, thinks to himself how awesome this weapon is. A system window finally appears, explaining the absurd power of the clothless sword. Striking an enemy causes their clothes to disappear, and when they are fully naked, a powerful must-kill skill will be triggered. Completely naked and trying to cover herself, the demon lord is overcome with humiliation and rage. Dirty bastard. Dirty trick, she screams at Ceres. I'm going to kill you. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Continuing the fierce battle, Ceres faces off against the demon Lord Ne, raising his glowing red sword for a powerful downward strike. Lord Ne swiftly avoids the attack, her tail whipping through the air as Ceres' sword slams into the ground, his eyes glowing with red energy. A moment of realization dawns on Ceres. He thinks back on his last attack, noting that when he hit her palm, her upper clothing vanished. He logically concludes that if he hits her legs, her lower clothing will disappear as well. Lord Ne stands there, confused and exposed. A plan begins to form in Ceres' mind. If he can make her mask disappear, it will trigger the must-kill skill, giving him the chance to finally defeat her. Feeling confident, Ceres decides he just needs to get close and spam his instant slash skill. However, a system notification pops up, informing him he only has enough magic for 6 slashes, and the skill has a 10-second cooldown. In a moment of chibi-style frustration, Ceres complains about how useless the skill is. The system asks if he wants to deactivate it, to which he firmly replies, no. Returning to the battle, Ceres decides to use the skill reluctantly. Alerted, Lord Ne watches him as he prepares to unleash his instant slash. Ceres lunges forward in a blur of motion, aiming directly for Lord Ne's lower body. But Lord Ne is too quick. She effortlessly leaps into the air, dodging the red arc of his slash. Ceres grits his teeth in frustration, cursing as he misses his target yet again. Lord Ne lands, completely baffled and increasingly annoyed. She wonders why he keeps trying to hit her leg, and if his goal is simply to strip her of her remaining clothes. Undeterred, Ceres rushes in once more, swinging his sword with fierce determination. Having had enough of his strange attacks, Lord Ne's anger erupts. You filthy bastard, she screams as she grabs him. She effortlessly overpowers him, sending him flying with a powerful blow. Ceres is thrown across the battlefield, unable to stop himself as he hurtles towards the rocky cliffs. He crashes violently into the ground, his sword digging deep into the stone. With a grunt, Ceres manages to use his embedded sword as an anchor, stopping his fall down the steep cliff face. Battered and bruised, he clutches his face, blood dripping from his nose. Ouch! It hurts, he groans. My nose is breaking. He looks at his hand, a sudden thought crossing his mind. This pain, as sharp as it is nothing compared to the agony he felt from the toxic attack that felt like it was melting his very body. Filled with new resolve, Ceres pushes through the pain. He knows this is nothing he can't handle. As he prepares for his next move, he begins a countdown. 5. Seeing him stand up again, Lord Ne prepares a counterattack of her own, pointing a single finger at him as energy begins to gather at its tip. As the energy around her finger buzzes and intensifies, Ceres continues his countdown. 4. 3. Lord Ne fires a beam of energy, but Ceres swiftly steps aside, dodging the blast just as his own countdown reaches 2. As an explosion erupts behind him, the final second ticks away. 1. Ceres thinks, a realization dawning on him. It's been 10 seconds. His skill's cooldown is finally over. Lord Ne is stunned that Ceres dodged her attack. As the dust settles from the explosion, Ceres realizes with a jolt that the 10-second cooldown for his skill is finally over. Without a moment's hesitation, Ceres activates instant slash once more. This time he's closer, determined to land a hit and see if she can dodge at this range. With his eyes glowing intensely, Ceres pours his energy into the attack, swinging his sword in a wide, powerful arc. The tip of his sword is covered in a green substance. Ceres feels the impact and believes he has finally managed to hit her. He looks up from his attack, his expression turning from triumph to utter confusion. Lord Ne stands perfectly still, a severed part of her tail lying on the ground. She taunts him. I didn't say I was going to run, brat. She explains with a smirk that she only held back because she was afraid of his ridiculous skill stripping her naked. Cracking her glowing knuckles, she condescendingly calls him so slow. A wave of terror washes over Ceres as he realizes the truth. If she had been serious from the start, she could have easily broken him to pieces. Done playing games, Lord Ne unleashes a torrent of powerful energy blasts, forcing Ceres on the defensive. Her attacks are relentless, a blinding flash of destructive energy aimed directly at him. The ground erupts around Ceres as he desperately tries to evade the continuous explosions. He frantically tries to activate his skill for a counterattack, but a barrage of system notifications informs him that instant slash is still on cooldown. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ceres curses the long 10-second wait time, realizing how much he's come to depend on that single skill. With no other option, Ceres decides he has to face her onslaught head-on, bracing himself for the impact. He swings his sword, managing to parry one of the energy blasts in a brilliant flash of light. The shockwave from the impact blasts past him, hitting the injured Bella and Tyler, who are watching from a distance. Tyler watches in utter disbelief. He can't understand how Ceres, whose combat ability was rated a mere F rank, is able to neutralize the boss's attack. He feels powerless to help. A rustling sound is heard as the smoke begins to clear. Ceres stands tall, a confident smirk on his face. This sword is awesome, he thinks, gloating that with his newfound power, he can dodge and neutralize her attacks, rendering them useless. Lord Ney concedes his point. You're right, she says calmly. It would be hard for me to kill you. She lifts her arm, her tone shifting ominously as she says, but her expression turns cruel as she finishes her threat. I could easily kill the woman with the injured leg. Energy gathers at her fingertip, aimed directly at Bella and Tyler. The moment he sees his friends being targeted, Ceres reacts instantly, unleashing instant slash, not as an attack, but as a defense. He moves in a flash, thrusting his blade forward not just to block, but to cleave right through Lord Ney's incoming attack. With a sharp snap, his slash shatters the energy bolt, the force of the impact clearing the path. The threat to his comrades is gone, leaving a wide-open path for him to press his attack on Lord Ney. Having blocked her attack, Ceres closes the distance to Lord Ney, swinging his sword down with all his might. He sees an opening, but his instincts scream that something is wrong. Her movements are too slow, too deliberate. Suddenly, he sees another attack heading for his friends. He aborts his own attack, shouting Bella's name as he rushes to intercept. Lord Ney scoffs at his heroic display. Stupid humans always do heroic things like that, she says, already charging another attack. It was all a feint. That's why they're killed from behind by the demonic beasts, she gloats. You fell for it again. Ceres looks on in horror, realizing it's a trap. The new attack is too fast, and it's too late for him to run over and block it. As the deadly blast of energy locks onto Bella and Tyler, Ceres knows all he can do is try to get them out of the way. Pushing his limits, Ceres uses instant slash, not to attack, but to propel himself forward, grabbing his two comrades and leaping out of the blast radius. Bella is shocked as the sheer force of the shockwave cracks and shatters the armor on her chest. Panting heavily, Ceres looks back, relieved that he made it in time. Tyler looks on, amazed, as Bella stands behind them, her armor now gone. The attack slams into the ground where they had just been standing, causing a massive fiery explosion. Lord Ney grits her teeth in fury. D****. He dodged it again, she snarls, frustrated by his persistence. Her attention is suddenly drawn to a nearby altar, where the magical flame she had ignited for her ritual is beginning to die out. She curses her carelessness. She was so busy fighting that she forgot to add fuel to the altar. If the flame goes out, she'll have to wait another 100 years to complete her ritual. Elsewhere, Bella pants heavily, trying to catch her breath after the narrow escape. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over her. Her face flushes and her body feels incredibly hot. A system window appears, showing that her lust index has spiked to 91%. Losing control of her actions, her body moves on its own, her hands reaching out towards Ceres. She grabs his face, her touch causing a bewildered Ceres to turn around. Under the influence of the lust index, Bella pulls him close, trying to kiss him. Tyler watches from the side, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. With her face completely flushed and her body acting on impulse, Bella closes her eyes and leans in, while a stunned Ceres can only stare as she approaches. The scene cuts to a distorted memory from Ceres' past. A grotesque version of an 8-year-old Bella appears, aggressively asking him if he's ever seen a beautiful woman and if he wants a kiss. This traumatic memory is the root of his current distress. Back in the present, reacting to Bella's advance, Ceres leaps back in horror, yelling that he doesn't want to. His friend Tyler, seeing Bella reaching for Ceres, shouts in confusion, asking what she's doing. Bella snaps back to her senses, her face bright red with embarrassment. She can't believe she involuntarily tried to kiss Ceres, even sticking her tongue out, right in the middle of a battle. Tyler rushes to Bella's side, seeing her flushed face and panicked state. He frantically asks if she's been poisoned or is hallucinating, trying to find a logical reason for why her body was acting out of control. Bella can only cringe in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the demon lord, Lord Ney, laments that the blood of the immortal demon has cooled. She complains that it will take another 100 years to bring it to a boil again. Refusing to wait that long, Lord Ney turns her attention to the soldiers scattered around the battlefield, seeing them as nothing more than fuel for her ritual. With a wave of her monstrous tail, Lord Ney begins to gather the soldiers, intending to use their life force to power her ritual. She casts them into the green, bubbling pool at the altar. She declares her intent to burn all the blood of the immortal demon dry this time, using the soldiers as kindling. Ceres watches in horror, shocked at her plan to burn the precious blood of the immortal demon completely dry. He knows he has to stop her. He acknowledges that she's incredibly fast, and he could barely land a hit on her before. Determined, Ceres decides he has to power himself up to the point where she can't possibly dodge his attacks. His sword begins to glow with fiery energy. Lord Ney senses his intent. She realizes he's gathering fuel to trigger the must-kill skill of his clothless sword, aiming to heat the altar to its maximum temperature. In a desperate move, Ceres grabs Bella's hand, shouting her name. He tells her that he has a way to defeat the boss, but he needs her to cooperate with him. With a look of fierce determination, Ceres begins to explain his plan, starting with the words, "As long as you and I." Before he can finish, Bella's face flushes with a deep blush, her mind racing as she misunderstands his intentions. Tyler also misinterprets the situation, blushing angrily. He can't believe Ceres would say such a nasty thing with such a righteous look on his face. Ceres continues to hold Bella's hand, pleading with her, saying he knows it's a hard request. As he does, a system window shows her lust index has climbed to 93%. A thud is heard as Tyler grabs Ceres' arm, trying to separate him from Bella. Tyler angrily accuses Ceres of talking nonsense and just trying to take advantage of Bella, calling him a pervert for thinking of such things at a time like this. He turns to Bella, warning her not to believe Ceres' words. However, to Tyler's dismay, Bella looks at Ceres with trust in her eyes, her face still blushing as she says his name and declares, "I believe what you say." Tyler is left utterly speechless, his face a mask of comical shock and disbelief. Bella shyly tells Ceres not to get her wrong, that she is only doing this to defeat the demonic beast, and not because she wants to. She then reaches up to his face. She gently caresses his face. A sweaty and clearly uncomfortable Ceres can only say fine, reluctantly agreeing to her help as the weight of a past memory presses down on him. His discomfort triggers the full traumatic memory. The scene flashes back to his childhood, where a young, brash Bella had him cornered. She declares they're playing house where she's the dad, and pouting, tells a terrified young Ceres that after she kisses him, she will take responsibility for him. The traumatic memory overwhelms Ceres. As his younger self's tormentor declares she'll be responsible for him, the present-day Ceres screams in terror, yelling, "I quit." Meanwhile, Tyler watches the intimate scene between Bella and Ceres unfold, clutching his head and screaming in agony. A system window confirms. Tyler is devastated. In his memory, the young Ceres pushes the girl's face away, rejecting her aggressive advance. In the present, driven by his past trauma, Ceres shoves Bella away, yelling in protest as his hand lands on her chest. Bella falls to the ground, confused as to why Ceres pushed her away. In the background, Ceres pants with relief, thinking he was almost a goner. Suddenly, a system window pops up, announcing a level up and a massive boost of 5,000 points to all his stats. Ceres is shocked, but relieved that he gained power without having to touch Bella, mistakenly thinking the boost came from Tyler. Feeling empowered, Ceres turns his back on Bella. He tells her not to do anything if she doesn't want to, declaring that he will deal with the boss on his own now. Bella reaches out, calling for him to wait. She anxiously asks what he'll do if he can't beat the boss on his own. With her lust index now at a staggering 99%, Bella strikes a suggestive pose and asks, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Ceres glances back over his shoulder, his expression cold and determined. He flatly tells her, "I don't need." Without another word, he rushes towards the enemy, leaving a bewildered Bella to wonder why he isn't interested in her. Tyler approaches the dejected Bella. He clenches his fist, admitting that Ceres is better than him and that he understands why she likes him. Still, he says he has to ask her something again. Ignoring the drama behind him, Ceres speeds towards Lord Nay, his sword glowing. He focuses on his goal. He needs to hit her in the head and leg to trigger his must-kill skill. His confidence soars with the new power boost. He thinks about how he almost hit her leg earlier, and now with an extra 5,000 points per stat, he's sure he can win if he can just find a chance to use his instant slash. At the altar, Lord Nay grows frustrated. The connection to her power source is unstable, and the demonic blood isn't heating up. She realizes she needs to gather more fuel at once, or the temperature will drop. Her eyes fall upon Ceres, Bella, and Tyler. A sinister plan forms in her mind. She decides she'll use all three of them as fuel. She lifts her other captured soldiers, their bodies hanging limply. She tells the heroes that they should be honored to be fuel for her ritual. As Ceres closes in, Lord Nay swoops down, declaring that being used as fuel for her ritual is the highest compliment she can pay to a filthy human. Lord Nay begins to gather a massive amount of energy, deciding to use all her strength to kill the humans as quickly as possible. Ceres watches as the energy converges, noting how huge the impending attack is. With a tremendous howl, Lord Nay unleashes a massive beam of destructive energy directly at Ceres. Ceres braces for impact, shouting, "Coming," as he prepares to meet the attack head-on with his own power. His supercharged sword clashes with the Demon Lord's energy beam, creating a massive explosion. Gritting his teeth, Ceres pours his energy into his sword, pushing back against the immense power of Lord Nay's attack. As he holds his ground, a series of system windows appear, showing his magic points are being depleted at a rapid rate, falling from 1704 to 1131 and then to 827. Ceres grits his teeth, cursing as his magic points plummet to a critical low of 127. He's at the absolute limit of his strength. With one final push, he manages to disperse Lord Nay's powerful energy blast, the force of the impact sending shockwaves around him. Lord Ney looks on with a smug, confident smirk, believing her opponent is now completely spent. Ceres stares in shock as 2 system windows confirm his worst fear. He only has 11 magic points left, not enough to activate any skills. Lord Ney suddenly appears behind him, her voice dripping with condescension as she tells him he's run out of magic points and that the battle is over. Just as despair sets in, Ceres feels a gentle touch. It's Bella, reaching out to him in his moment of need. She tenderly cups his face in her hands, softly saying his name. Bella pulls Ceres into a tight embrace, pushing him against her as she tells him that he clearly needs her help. Watching this intimate moment, Tyler clutches his chest in agony. A system window cruelly confirms his emotional state. Detected, Tyler is heartbroken. As she holds Ceres, Bella confesses with a soft, determined look in her eyes. She says that, like she told him before, there's someone in her heart, and that hasn't changed since she was little. As she blushes and presses against him, a system window announces that Ceres has gained 5 levels. A brilliant light envelopes the 2 of them. Ceres can feel an incredible surge of power coursing through his veins. Then, the ultimate reward appears, a massive unconditional boost of 27,500 points to all of his stats. Now overflowing with immense power, Ceres unleashes a devastating counterattack, completely overwhelming and shattering Lord Ney's energy beam. Lord Ney is thrown back in utter disbelief. She screams that it's impossible, wondering how he is suddenly full of power again when she was certain he had no strength left to fight back. Continuing from the last chapter, Ceres, enveloped in a fiery aura, prepares to unleash a powerful attack with his sword. His opponent, the demon Lord Ney, scoffs at him. She arrogantly states that no matter how much power he adds, he's still just a human and nothing compared to demonic beasts. An attack slams into the ground near Lord Ney, but she remains unfazed. A beam of light shoots towards her, but Ney confidently boasts that no matter what kind of attack Ceres tries, she can dodge them all. But Ceres is faster. He unleashes an instant slash, aiming for her head. To her horror, the attack lands, leaving a cut on her face. Lord Ney is stunned that she was actually hit. By successfully damaging her, Ceres' unique ability, Clothless Sword, activates, unlocking his ultimate skill, Holy Sword Fall. Lord Ney is absolutely furious. Screaming in rage, she declares his act of scarring her face is unforgivable. She gathers a massive amount of demonic energy, preparing a devastating counterattack. Consumed by rage, she puts all her power into the blast, her eyes glowing with intensity. Ceres, however, stands his ground, lifting his own glowing sword to meet her attack head-on. Ney unleashes her energy blast, screaming for Ceres and his companions to be killed. Ceres swings his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of his own energy to counter her. The 2 immense powers collide, creating a massive explosion of light and force. Lord Ney is consumed by the blinding flash of Ceres' ultimate attack, Holy Sword Fall. The powerful slash continues forward, overwhelming everything in its path. The sheer force of the impact tears the ground apart, sending shockwaves through the dungeon. The collision of their attacks results in a cataclysmic explosion, throwing debris everywhere. As the smoke begins to clear, the devastation from the attack becomes apparent. Lord Ney lies on the ground, defeated. Her body begins to dissipate into light. Ceres stands victorious, as a notification shows his ultimate skill is now on a 20-second cooldown. However, the victory is short-lived as the ground beneath Ceres cracks and gives way from the force of his own attack. After recovering from the fall, Ceres makes his way towards a stone pedestal at the center of the room. Suddenly, a purple magic circle flares to life around the pedestal, buzzing with energy. Ceres looks on in shock and disbelief, exclaiming no way. He questions why the magic formation is still active, as he had assumed defeating Lord Ney would have deactivated it. Just then, Lord Ney reappears behind the altar, confirming his worst fears. She mockingly calls him naive for thinking he'd won and vows that she won't allow any nasty humans to touch the holy blood of the immortal demon. With the Holy Sword Fall on a 9-second cooldown, Ceres stands before the bubbling font of power and the revived Lord Ney, confidently stating he'll kill her in that time. But just as he prepares to fight, a sound makes him turn. He calls out in concern for his companion Bella. He sees her lying injured on the ground some distance away, having been caught in the crossfire of the battle. A system window appears over her unconscious form, showing a critical warning, low health point. Dying. Lord Ney, oblivious to his distraction, continues to taunt him, challenging him to a final showdown to determine whether humans or demons are superior. Ceres glances at the bubbling blood of a mortal demon, the very prize he came for, and then back towards his dying friend. A difficult choice laid bare before him. As Ney lunges forward to attack, Ceres makes his decision. He ignores the demon and the prize, rushing to Bella's side and lifting her into his arms. He has chosen to save her. He also grabs his other surviving guildmate by the collar, determined to get them both out. Hoisting them both, Ceres turns his back on the fight and begins to run towards the dungeon's exit. Lord Ney can only watch in stunned silence as her opponent flees, completely bewildered by his choice to abandon the fight. As he runs, Ceres activates a map to find the shortest route out. From behind, Ne scoffs that humans are foolish creatures, unable to believe he would give up the prize. But his escape is blocked as a giant, insectoid monster erupts from the ground. Ceres knows he has to reach the guild's hospital as soon as possible. The monstrous bug roars, towering over Ceres and his injured companions, ready to strike. Ceres' expression hardens with grim determination. He will not be stopped. He looks down at Bella's unconscious face, and a memory from their past surfaces. The scene shifts to a playground, where a young Bella is being mercilessly bullied by other children, who call her an ugly freak and mock her. As the bullies tell a young Ceres that he should play a gorilla instead of a husband, he silently watches their cruelty. One of the boys tries to drag Ceres away, warning him not to associate with the girl or he'll become ugly too. Young Ceres has had enough. He slaps the bully's hand away, refusing to leave her side. Back in the present, Ceres makes a ruthless decision. He impales his other guildmate with his sword and hurls him toward the monster as a diversion. With the monster distracted by the sacrifice, Ceres unleashes another instant slash, aiming to carve a path through. The flashback continues. Young Ceres kneels down to comfort the crying Bella. He tells her their game isn't over and that they should play the roles of mom and dad. He gives her a gentle kiss on the forehead, promising that he'll always be there for her, a vow that echoes in his current desperate struggle. Snapping back to the present, his instant slash strikes the giant insect monster with incredible force. The memory of his vow gives him the strength to carve a path for their escape. Continuing his desperate escape, Ceres carries Bella while dragging his other guildmate, reassuring her that she will be fine. Meanwhile, back in the boss room, Lord Ne observes the font of power. She realizes that to summon the one she serves, the heat from the font is not enough. Resolving to fuel the summoning herself, her body begins to glow with an intense, fiery energy. With a determined leap, she jumps directly into the font, sacrificing her own body to complete the ritual. At the same time, the giant insect monster roars in agony as Ceres' attack hits its mark. A massive explosion of energy erupts from the monster, a testament to the power of Ceres' slash. Ceres and his companions are thrown back by the force of the blast as they narrowly continue their escape. As Ne is consumed by the blue flames of the altar, she offers her final words, lamenting that she can no longer serve her holy immortal demon. The monster reels as the full force of the instant slash tears through its body. The giant insect finally collapses, defeated, clearing the path for Ceres. With the enemy defeated, Ceres' magical clothless sword dissipates into particles of light, a system notification confirming it has been returned. He receives another critical update. His weapon will not be available again for another 12 hours. Unarmed but undeterred, he presses on, knowing he is close to the exit. Ceres takes his first step out of the dark dungeon and into the daylight of the ruined city outside. The other members of his squad, who had already escaped, cheer with relief as they see survivors emerging from the dungeon entrance. Their captain, Darren, complains about his broken armor, blaming it all on Ceres. He remarks that it was a close call and assumes Ceres was killed by the monster. Just then, Ceres appears at the mouth of the cave, carrying the unconscious Bella. One of the guild members spots him and shouts to the captain that Ceres is still alive. Darren turns back, his expression shifting from relief to pure fury. Ceres emerges from the dungeon, dragging the lifeless body of the guildmate he sacrificed behind him. Darren, enraged, grabs a sword from a subordinate and confronts Ceres, furiously demanding to know how he dared to disobey his orders and escape. Wasting no time on the corrupt captain, Ceres rushes past him, delivering a powerful kick that sends Darren flying. He has more important things to worry about. Upon exiting the dungeon, Ceres is confronted by his corrupt captain, Darren, who, enraged to see him alive, declares that he will receive no medical support from the guild's hospital. Ignoring the captain's empty threats, Ceres, knowing that the injured Bella's life is on the line, declares his own justice and lands a powerful blow on Darren's face. Without a moment's hesitation, Ceres swiftly kicks away the other guild members blocking his path, clearing the way to the hospital. With cold determination in his eyes, Ceres tells the stunned guild members not to waste his precious time. Darren lies defeated on the ground as his subordinates panic, shouting at Ceres for daring to attack their captain. The guild members are in disbelief, yelling that Ceres kicked their captain and that he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. The scene shifts to the guild's hospital, where medics rush an unconscious Bella and another injured person into the emergency room, demanding that the operation room be prepared. Having successfully delivered Bella for treatment, an exhausted and panting Ceres feels a moment of relief. But there's no time to rest. Ceres immediately turns to leave, his mind set on returning to the dungeon to finally retrieve the blood of the immortal demon and cure the poison ravaging his own body. Meanwhile, back in the depths of the dungeon, the summoning ritual that Ne initiated begins to activate, causing the vessel to crack. A crimson substance, the culmination of Ne's life force, erupts violently from the basin. The red liquid splashes across the chamber floor, gathering in the center of the sacrificial altar. From the shadows, a purple-haired demon woman, Sathel, watches the spectacle, musing that her master Ne has sacrificed herself and wondering what powerful entity she has summoned. The crimson mass begins to coalesce, taking on a humanoid form upon the altar. From within the flowing red cloak, a pale, slender hand with sharp nails emerges. The newly formed being lets out a powerful surge of energy that whips through the entire chamber. The force of the blast throws Sathel to the ground, causing her to cry out in shock. As she looks up, Sathel is overwhelmed by a terrifyingly eerie aura, a pressure so intense it feels like countless needles are piercing her very bones. The summoned entity slowly rises, remarking on the familiar smell and sensation, recognizing this place as its home. The being reveals her full form, announcing her return. It is a woman with deathly pale skin and long, flowing red hair, identified by a system message as the immortal demon, Lord Satos. Struck with primal fear, Sathel realizes how dangerous the situation has become and that her only option is to run for her life. Lord Satos turns her gaze, her piercing red eyes silently observing the chamber. With a swift movement, she leaps from the altar towards the far wall of the dungeon. She places her hand against the stone wall, a quiet clap echoing in the chamber before she brings it down. In a terrifying display of power, Lord Satos smashes her hand into the ground, causing the entire floor to erupt in a shower of rock and debris. The ground continues to erupt from the force of Lord Satos' attack. The lesser demons below are sent flying, screaming in terror as the floor beneath them explodes and they fall into the chasm below. While the weaker demons plummet, Lord Satos and the gravely wounded Nay land gracefully amidst the chaos. Dust and debris fill the air as the dungeon continues to crumble from the aftershock. At the bottom of the pit, the surviving demons groan in pain, confused. They recognize the area as Lord Nay's room, wondering if she was responsible for the destruction, before one of them shouts for the others to look up. Looking up, they are stunned to see that the dungeon's ceiling has been completely obliterated, revealing the sky above. They question who could have possibly done this, suspecting it might have been Lord Nay. The demons quickly realize this level of power is far beyond what Lord Nay was capable of. From the edge of the chasm, Lord Satos looks down and confirms their suspicions, stating bluntly that Nay is dead. Satos declares that she is in need of a servant. Down below, the surviving demons wonder what to do now that their leader is gone. Driven by the instinct to serve the strong, one of the demon leaders kneels, pleading to become the servant of the one who is clearly stronger than Nay. Seeing their leader's example, the rest of the demons immediately join in, shouting their pledges of loyalty to their new, immensely powerful master. Lord Satos looks down at the groveling demons with utter contempt, commenting on how ugly their desperation is. With a flick of her hand, she unleashes a torrent of green energy, annihilating the very demons who had just sworn their lives to her. As their bodies are destroyed, Satos declares with a sadistic smirk that she has no need for ugly servants. Having disposed of the fodder, Satos walks towards the one remaining demon, the wounded Lord Nay. Satos looks down at the defeated Nay, compliments her appearance, and then commands her to raise her head and open her mouth. Nay obediently opens her mouth, revealing her sharp, demonic teeth. She opens her jaws wide, awaiting the command of her new master. Lord Satos drips a bead of her own glowing green blood from her fingertip into Nay's mouth, ordering her to consume it. The moment the blood enters her system, Nay's eyes widen as its power begins to take effect. A wave of energy envelopes Nay. She's shocked by the sensation as her body begins to rapidly repair itself, feeling an incredible surge of strength. Satos leans in close, asking Nay if she feels good now. She explains that her blood will not only heal her, but make her immune to all damage and increase her strength. Satos adds that this transformative process will also be extremely pleasurable, a fact reflected in Nay's ecstatic, blushing expression. Now that Nay has been empowered and made subservient, Satos gives her a new command. Go find a clean room and wait for her. The story then shifts away from the dungeon to the towering headquarters of the Hunters Guild. Inside, the corrupt Captain Darren is slammed face-first onto a desk by a figure wearing golden gauntlets, clearly facing repercussions for his earlier actions. The man in the suit is revealed to be Darren's S-level brother, who is furious at him for failing the mission. A terrified Darren can only apologize. Darren desperately explains that if he loses his captaincy, an audit of his squad's assets will reveal their corrupt scheme of reselling the guild's resources. His brother cuts him off, telling him to shut up. Darren, now covered in bandages from Ceres' earlier attack, flinches in fear. A plan begins to form in the brother's mind. He asks Darren to confirm the name of the squad member who disobeyed his orders, and Darren identifies him as Ceres. Finding Ceres' file, which already has a failing grade, the corrupt S-level executive decides to make him the scapegoat for the entire failed mission. The scene cuts back to Ceres, completely unaware that his former superiors are plotting to blame the entire incident on him, branding him a deserter and sentencing him to death. Having returned to the dungeon, Ceres stands at the edge of the massive chasm, looking down in shock at the collapsed chamber where the antidote was supposed to be. He leaps down into the ruins and rushes towards the altar, desperately hoping that the antidote somehow survived the destruction. He reaches the platform, but his heart sinks as he finds the basin that once held the blood of the immortal demon is now nothing more than a deep, empty pit. Ceres stares in stunned silence, his mind struggling to process the devastating truth. His only hope for a cure is gone. The camera pans up through the hole in the dungeon's ceiling to the crescent moon in the night sky, highlighting the crushing loneliness and despair of Ceres' situation. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruined dungeon, the transformed Ney sits patiently on a ledge, waiting for her new master as commanded. Suddenly, she feels a presence behind her and begins to plead, anticipating what's to come from her sadistic new master. Lord Satos grabs her from behind, causing Ney to cry out in surprise. Ney shivers as she feels something soft and wet touch her back, her body still reeling from the pleasurable transformation. Satos sensually licks Ney's ear, causing her to gasp, completely overwhelmed by the strange and powerful sensations. Ney can only pant and blush, her body now fully conditioned to react to Satos' slightest touch. Satos whispers for her to look back, and Ney's eyes, now with cat-like pupils, show a mix of fear and arousal. Ney turns to find Satos in a new form, her hair now a striking white. Satos sits on the ledge, teasingly asking if Ney dislikes her embrace, leaving the transformed demon utterly speechless. Sathel stares in shock at the figure pinned to the wall. It's her master, Lord Satos, but in a completely different form. Instead of a powerful demon, she sees a girl with white hair. Satos calmly explains that she's not to be surprised, as at night she loses all her power and transforms into a girl. Lord Satos' eyes glow a menacing red as she licks her lips. She gives her first command in this weakened state. Sathel is to protect her at night and eliminate anyone who bears a grudge against her. Satos' hand, with its long, sharp nails, gently lifts Sathel's chin, pulling her closer. Leaning in, Satos issues a chilling threat. She warns Sathel not to even think about escaping or killing her. Because Sathel consumed her blood during the day, Satos can merge with her bloodstream at night and dissolve her body in seconds. With a sinister smile, she tells Sathel to be a good girl. Meanwhile, in another part of the vast dungeon, Ceres lets out a sigh of frustration. He's found yet another empty room in his desperate search, but he quickly regains his resolve. He believes the blood of the immortal demon must be in this dungeon, his only hope for salvation. He activates his map, determined to search every last corner of the place. Back with Satos, she confesses that she hates her current situation but has no choice. She reveals that her heart is sealed away in the warrior guild, which is why her body is imperfect and she transforms into a weak human at night. But her weakness is only temporary. Satos declares that when dawn comes, she will regain her full power as the immortal demon. She will march to the warrior guild's headquarters to take back her heart, and then the entire world will once again yield to her power. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps claps through the cavern, interrupting the moment. Sathel's pointed ear twitches as she picks up on the approaching sound. Sensing someone drawing near, Sathel turns, ready to investigate the potential threat to her master. But before she can move, Satos calls out her name, telling her to look back. Satos gives another command, a strict warning. Sathel must not stray more than 3 miles from her during combat. If she does, Satos will consider it an act of desertion and melt her body without a second thought. Sweat beads on Sathel's face as she looks down, reluctantly acknowledging the command. She is completely bound to her master's will. Elsewhere, a system window pops up in front of Ceres. The map has located its target. Ney Dungeon is where the blood of a mortal demon is kept. Ceres' hope is reignited. He was right all along. The patter of his footsteps quickens as he follows the map's guidance. With a burst of speed, Ceres dashes forward. Only one room remains unsearched. He's certain his goal lies just ahead. With a loud bam, Ceres crashes into the chamber, coming face to face with a startled Sathel. Reacting in an instant, Sathel launches a powerful kick, catching the intruder Ceres right in the head. Her eyes are cold and determined as she carries out her duty to protect her master from any potential threat. As Ceres stumbles back from the blow, Sathel lands gracefully. She recognizes him. "It's you again, sick human," she says with disdain. At that moment, a strange sensation washes over Lord Satos. Her body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Panting and blushing, she questions the sudden twitch in her body, quickly realizing it's a reaction that only happens when she is close to her missing heart. Sathel confronts Ceres, confused. She thought he had already died. She warns him to leave before dawn, noting that his body has recovered and he's able to fight again. Changing the subject, she then asks, "Is the mushroom I gave you delicious?" The mere mention of the mushroom causes Sathel's face to flush with a bright red blush, betraying her usual cold and collected demeanor as she remembers the shared moment. Flustered, Sathel denies it completely. She claims it was the worst mushroom she's ever eaten and tells him to get lost. But a system window pops up, revealing the truth. Her affinity for him is at 71%. Ceres, now drawn in a cute chibi style, playfully points out her blush. He cheekily remarks that her affinity for him seems to be much higher than he expected. Enraged by his teasing, Sathel shouts "Bullsh*T" and launches another high kick at Ceres' head, trying to silence him. As her foot flies towards him, she screams that she doesn't like him at all, her actions completely betraying her words. But this time, Ceres is ready. He deftly catches her ankle mid-kick, stopping her attack cold. Sathel lets out a surprised "aw." With her leg still in his grasp, Sathel tries to maintain her tough exterior, shouting that humans only make her feel disgusted. Sathel lands awkwardly, surprised that Ceres suddenly let her go. She turns to see that Ceres has already moved past her. He tells her he has something urgent to attend to and will play with her later, having completely escaped her attack. Ceres ignores Sathel and focuses on the massive door in front of him. He reaches out, a sense of certainty washing over him. He can feel it. The blood of the immortal demon is just beyond this door. He pushes the door open, revealing Lord Satos standing in a shower of light. Ceres is taken aback, completely surprised to find a person waiting for him. Staring in disbelief, Ceres processes the scene. He was expecting a vial of blood or a monster, not a person. He wonders to himself, a human boy? Still dazed, Ceres reaches out towards the figure, and his hand accidentally makes contact with Satos's chest. Sathel rushes over, shocked and questioning why Lord Satos has come out. Ceres, realizing his mistake, quickly tries to pull his hand back. Ceres yanks his hand away with a whoosh, but as he pulls away, a strange energy crackles and connects his hand to Satos's body. He screams in agony as a powerful force courses through him. A silhouette of Ceres's body reveals a glowing orb of energy located in his lower abdomen. It's Satos's heart. The shocking truth is revealed. Satos stares in horror, exclaiming, "My heart! Why is my heart on his P***NIS?" While Ceres continues to scream from the bizarre connection. With a snap, Ceres breaks the connection, stumbling back. Furious and confused, he yells at Satos, demanding to know what she wants from him. Just then, a system window appears above Satos's head, identifying her plainly. The blood of a mortal demon. Ceres is stunned into silence. His antidote, the thing he's been desperately searching for, has turned into a girl? 1,000 questions race through his mind as he begins to understand the impossible situation. Putting the pieces together, Ceres makes a decisive move. If she is the source, then her blood must be the cure. He grabs her wrist, ignoring the cracking sound as his gauntlet makes contact. Determined, he licks the blood from the small cut on her hand, hoping this is the end of his quest. As he does, Satos lets out a soft, breathy moan, her face flushing a deep red. But his hopes are instantly crushed. A system notification delivers the devastating news. Not detoxified. Remaining health point, 101 days. Ceres stares at the hand he's still holding, his mind reeling in disbelief. Seriously, he mutters, why can't her blood work? Satos answers his desperate question with cold indifference. Looking down at the man still clutching her wrist, she states the harsh reality. I'm a human now. Surely my blood is useless. Seeing Ceres manhandling her master, the ever-loyal Sathel flies into action, launching a powerful kick and yelling, hands off. But Ceres, now focused on a much bigger problem, easily sidesteps her attack. He takes a deliberate step away, his attention wholly on Lord Satos, leaving Sathel to land awkwardly behind him. Lord Satos is still reeling from the revelation. She can't comprehend how her heart was absorbed by a mere human, transformed into essence, and stored in his dirty part. A seductive, determined look crosses her face as she realizes the implication. If she wants to get her power back, there's only one way. She has to suck it back from him. Ceres misinterprets her intent entirely. He thinks she's threatening to turn him into a puddle of blood as punishment. His mind races, wondering if there's another way, perhaps another bodily fluid he needs to consume to get his antidote. Deciding he doesn't have time to puzzle it out now, Ceres makes a choice. Never mind. I'll take her away first. He stomps the ground hard, kicking up dust and rock. He prepares to dash away, but is thrown off balance as the ground begins to violently shake. With a tremendous boom, a massive, spider-like demon erupts from the floor. The newcomer, a demoness with long black hair and small red horns, screams out, Lord Satos, I sensed your aura from 1,000 miles away. The demoness, identified as Boss Galena, is overwhelmed with joy. She proudly presents a bell on her choker, a gift from Satos, declaring how thrilled and excited she is to finally find her. Galena's excitement turns into a possessive obsession. Having proven her love, she asks maniacally, Now can I swallow you? You'll belong to me forever. Sathel and Satos can only look on in horror. Lord Satos's expression becomes grim. She knows exactly how dangerous a threat the obsessive Galena is. Just as Galena lunges, Ceres reacts with lightning speed, grabbing hold of the vulnerable Satos. He scoops her into his arms and leaps away just in time. Galena's powerful attack slams into the ground where they were standing, knocking Sathel aside in the process. Galena looks up, her expression turning sour as she watches her prize being stolen from her grasp. With a powerful jump, Ceres carries Satos through a hole in the cavern ceiling, making a swift escape. As they fly through a crystalline passage, Ceres wonders how a boss-level demon could have appeared so suddenly. Cursing the terrible timing, Ceres holds Satos tight. He knows he has to protect her. She's his only chance at finding a cure, so he must get her to safety. They land hard, finally clear of the immediate danger. Back in the cavern, a furious Galena slams the ground in frustration, screaming after them, Give her back to me! The scene opens to a tense chase under the pale moonlight. The spider-like demon, Galena, relentlessly pursues her prey through the city, shouting, "Human, don't run away." Having narrowly escaped, Ceres catches his breath amidst the towering skyscrapers, believing he has finally shaken off the demonic beast that was chasing him. He bursts through a door, only to collapse onto a mysterious woman with long, white hair. Dazed, he asks where he is, and she calmly informs him that he is in her home, located in the Z-Zone of the Warrior Guild. The woman, the demon Lord Satos in her weakened human form, glares at him with her crimson eyes. She declares that since her heart was sealed, they will all pay the price. Once she reclaims her power, she will slaughter them all. Suddenly, her demeanor changes. She gently strokes Ceres' face, calling him Mr. Warrior, much to his shock and confusion. With a blush and a look of desperation, Satos explains her predicament. A curse has been cast on her by scary demonic beasts, and she claims that if she doesn't sleep with a man soon, she will die. She pleads for him to save her, but Ceres is conflicted. A nosebleed starts as he tells himself that as an upright warrior, he cannot take advantage of her situation. Satos grows more insistent, leaning over him and crying out that she's in pain, begging Mr. Warrior to help her. Ceres is in agony, his body reacting against his will. He curses, internally battling his own urges while his conscience screams that he can't take advantage of a lady, as it would cause his honest heart pain. He tries to reason with himself, believing that as a warrior, his responsibility is to help those who are suffering. He feels he must do something to alleviate her pain. With newfound resolve, Ceres declares that he will save her with his body, and take on the pain that lies deep in his heart. However, Satos' inner monologue reveals her true intentions. She plans to suck the essence from him to regain her power, after which she will slay them all. As she lunges at him, Ceres' face is a mask of strained ecstasy and confusion, drool escaping his lips. Suddenly, Ceres' eyes snap open in realization. He notices something unusual, questioning how a human could possibly have a tail. He stops her, his mind racing. He realizes that tails should be at the back, but what he's seeing is in the front. A horrifying realization dawns on him as his eyes widen in shock and disbelief at what he is witnessing. Ceres lets out a blood-curdling scream as a bright light emanates from his lower body, his eyes glowing with purple energy. With a furious cry, he violently pushes Satos away from him. Satos is thrown back by the force of his push, sent flying across the room. Ceres lands hard on the floor, panting heavily. As he falls, a small, glowing object that looks like a miniature, winged version of Satos drops out from his armor. He looks up in utter disbelief and horror, his teeth chattering as he stammers. Why? Why do you also have it? Before he can process the bizarre situation, he is struck from behind with a powerful bang. Satos leans in close, her red eyes glowing menacingly. She reminds him, Mr. Warrior, you promised to save me. Satos' hand reaches for his armor, creating a rustling sound. Ceres lets out another cry, a mix of shock and alarm, as he feels her touch. Ignoring his protest, Satos looms over him, her tongue out in anticipation. It's almost dawn, she whispers. My body is starting to change. You can't regret this now. All Ceres can do is murmur in resigned hesitation, bracing for what's to come. Just as Satos makes her move, the small, glowing creature that fell from Ceres' armor begins to buzz loudly, emitting a purple light. Both of them are startled by the sudden interruption. A whooshing sound fills the room as something, or someone, else makes a sudden entrance, surprising both Ceres and Satos. A third person, the demoness Sathel, appears sprawled on the floor. She cries out in hunger, complaining that she's starving to death. With tears in her eyes, Sathel looks up weakly and pleads, Master, save me. Seeing this, Ceres pushes Satos aside, declaring that Sathel urgently needs his help and that he will save her first. Meanwhile, Sathel complains that the room is too small to even stretch her body out. Using this as an excuse, Ceres quickly scrambles away from the two demonesses and rushes towards the kitchen, yelling that he'll cook for the hungry Sathel. He immediately gets to work, summoning a powerful burst of fire on the stove. As the pan sizzles, Ceres panics internally. He plans to cook to stall for time, but worries about what to do next. He knows if he doesn't save Satos, she might die and he'll lose his only chance for an antidote, even briefly considering if he should just go through with it. He violently rejects the thought, screaming in frustration as tears stream down his face. He can't bring himself to do it. His moment of crisis is interrupted by Satos, who has followed him. She states impatiently that she doesn't want to wait for daytime and wants to take back her power right now. She begins to advance on Ceres, who is trapped in the kitchen, declaring that if he's not willing, then she'll just have to do it the rough way. Satos grabs a struggling Ceres from behind, causing him to cry out in alarm. Ceres manages to break free, shouting, "Let me go," and bumping Satos with the pan in his haste to escape. He runs out of the kitchen, announcing that he's finished cooking and is going to save Sathel first. Satos watches him go, a look of silent frustration on her face. Satos curses her weakness. She laments that in this human body, she doesn't have the physical power to suppress him. Meanwhile, the tip of Sathel's tail is seen shaking from behind a closed door elsewhere in the apartment. Ceres enters the bathroom to find Sathel sitting on the floor, a bottle in her hand and bubbles coming from her mouth. Ceres is horrified to realize she's drinking toilet cleaner. He asks if she's okay, but Sathal, blushing with pleasure, simply declares that it's yummy. Having finished her drink, Sathal takes a large bite of the food Ceres has prepared for her. Back in the main room, Ceres tries to placate the imposing Sathal, telling her to calm down. But she announces that now it's her turn, as a worried Satos looks on. Sathal slaps Ceres' hands away, angrily stating that she doesn't want to hear his excuses. The two demonesses overpower him. Satos pins him to the floor while Sathal ignores him, eagerly lifting the bowl of food to her mouth, shouting, "I want it now." Suddenly, a system notification appears. Weapon returning time. In a flash of light, Ceres' armor and clothes vanish, leaving him completely naked. The mad system then issues its cruel ultimatum. Ceres must run on the street, wearing only a single piece of cloth while waving at 33 people. Ceres shouts back in defiance, refusing to do such a thing. But the system presents the alternative. If he fails the task, he will be dragged into the reverse advanced paradise. A magnificent, glowing door materializes before him, ready to pull him in. Terrified, Ceres looks back as the doors to this supposed paradise begin to creak open. Behind the doors, a crowd of muscular, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes writhe and pose, gleefully beckoning him to come play with them. Ceres screams in pure terror, realizing that the punishment for failure is far more horrifying than the humiliating task itself. He contemplates the impossibility of the task. The single piece of cloth is too small to cover himself. Held horizontally, his back is exposed. Held vertically, he can't wave to people without revealing everything. He wails in despair, realizing that no matter what he does, he can't cover his full body and will be completely exposed. Having accepted his fate, Ceres announces that he needs to go out. Sathal, seeing him leave, tells Satos that he is all hers now. As Ceres disappears, a bewildered Sathal asks if humans usually go out in this manner. Satos, defeated for now, sits down, thinking that it seems she can only wait until daytime. Sathal then offers Satos the bottle of toilet cleaner, asking if she wants some because it tastes good. Satos looks at her with utter disdain and refuses. Outside, Ceres prepares himself. With grim determination, he ties the small piece of cloth around his face like a mask, resolving that at least no one will see his look of humiliation. With a final scream, he bolts, running towards the public barbecue square, determined to finish his embarrassing task as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, perched atop a building overlooking the city, the spider demon Galena curses, noting how fast her human prey managed to run. However, a sinister grin spreads across her face. With her eyes glowing malevolently, she declares that she has already sensed that he is in this area, ending the chapter on a note of impending doom. In the middle of the night, our hero Ceres appears, wearing nothing but a face mask. He comically waves his arms to get everyone's attention, shouting for them to look at him. As he runs through the city streets, the citizens react with predictable outrage. Shouts of pervert and freak echo through the air as a mob forms to catch him. A system window reveals the cause of his strange behavior. He is in the middle of a weapon-returning task. He's only completed 12 out of 33 objectives, and with less than 8 minutes remaining, the pressure is on. The chase intensifies. The angry citizens are closing in, vowing that he's doomed for causing a scene in their zone. Ceres, however, seems to be heading towards an even more crowded area. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a foot lands silently. A demonic-looking woman with white hair and red eyes warns her companion, the beautiful Lord Satos, that someone is approaching. The newcomer is a purple-haired elf-like woman named Sathal. She has finally located her master, addressing the white-haired woman as Lord Satos. Sathal urges her master that they must leave immediately, as the city has a warrior guild, making it dangerous for them. But Lord Satos remains calm, saying that since dawn is near, there is no need for them to hide. Lord Satos then gives an order. Sathal is to find that human. When the sun rises, he is to drop his blood on the ground, which will allow Satos to track him down and use force to take back her essence. As Sathal leaps from the building to carry out the order, a question crosses her mind. What will be the fate of the human once Lord Satos reclaims her essence? Sathal comes to a grim conclusion. After the ordeal, the human would be nothing more than a pool of blood. Sathal continues her descent, leaping across the urban landscape. Her acrobatic moves don't go unnoticed, as the warriors on the street below spot her and shout for her to stop. Undeterred, Sathal peeks over a rooftop, continuing her search for the human. The scene cuts back to Ceres, who is somehow still managing to greet people while being pursued. The enraged crowd can't believe his audacity, with some noting he's completely exposed. Yet, his quest tracker dings with another point. Another system update shows his progress. He has now completed 24 of the 33 objectives, with just under 5 minutes left on the clock. Ceres notes to himself that he's more than halfway through his bizarre and humiliating task. Suddenly, chaos erupts from a different source. A giant, monstrous spider-like creature smashes into the street, sending the warriors who were chasing Ceres flying. While chunks of debris rain down, Ceres doesn't break his stride, continuing to run amidst the destruction. The monster is identified as a C-rank demonic beast, a fierce spider. The surrounding people panic, shouting for everyone to evacuate and call for support. Ceres is exasperated by the timing of the monster's appearance. He decides to fight while continuing his task and attempts to open his system, only to be denied. A message explains that during the weapon returning period, he is unable to use the system, and all his stats are reverted to a powerless F rank. Shocked by this revelation, Ceres is urged by the system to finish his task as soon as possible. An emergency broadcast blares across the city, warning all citizens that demonic beasts have appeared in Zone Z-17 and ordering a full retreat. In the midst of the chaos, a brave warrior named Karjak manages to climb onto the giant spider's back. Holding on for dear life, Karjak grabs one of the beast's legs and desperately screams for someone to give him a weapon so he can kill it. In a bewildering move, Ceres runs past and slaps Karjak's outstretched hand, not to give him a weapon, but to complete an objective. He callously says, "Good job, warrior. Bye," and continues on his way, leaving the stunned man to face the beast alone. Left to fend for himself, the warrior Karjak faces the fierce spider as it lunges, its maw sizzling with corrosive liquid. The beast's pincer slams down. Karjak loses his grip, crying out that the situation is out of his control. Just in time, another warrior wearing a hood and cape swoops in, slashing at the demonic beast and drawing its attention. However, Karjak is splattered with the monster's acidic green blood, leaving him stunned and in agony. Elsewhere, the A-rank leader of the Security Legion, also named Karjak, gives an order to pull back, disdainfully asking his subordinate why it's so hard for C-rank warriors to handle a few small spiders. He's speaking to the pompous Charlton, the vice president of the Warrior Guild. Charlton smugly takes credit for being present and orders an immediate escort back, assured by his guards that no beast can reach him. Their arrogance is short-lived. A powerful new demon with red horns, Lord Nay, appears atop the spider beast with a boom. She declares that she has smelled that man, referring to Ceres, and knows he is nearby. Charlton and his men look up in terror. The A-rank leader Karjak, realizing the gravity of the new threat, draws his sword with a clank. The warriors steel themselves for a fight. Karjak orders his men to evacuate the terrified Mr. Charlton while they engage the powerful new enemy. Without hesitation, the A-rank leader Karjak closes his eyes, focusing his power for a decisive strike. He leaps through the air, bringing his sword down in a powerful stabbing motion aimed directly at Lord Nay. But his attack is useless. Lord Nay effortlessly catches the blade between her fingers, a condescending smirk on her face as Karjak realizes he missed his mark. She leans in close, getting right in his face. The startled Karjak can only utter a confused "huh" as the demoness closes the distance. With a sinister grin and glowing purple eyes, Lord Nay mockingly asks him, "Do you desire to approach me?" As a dark energy begins to form in her hand. The dark energy engulfs Karjak's arm. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as the poison quickly spreads across his body. In agony, Karjak screams a warning to his comrades that it's poison and they must not touch her body. He then heroically orders a subordinate to evacuate Mr. Charlton while he stalls her. Lord Nay looks on with an amused, almost bored expression. "Blocking me," she says to herself. "Looks like I was underestimated." Meanwhile, the sound of bare feet slapping against the pavement can be heard. Ceres is still running for his life. His system shows the terrible urgency of his situation. He's completed 32 of 33 greetings, with less than a minute remaining. Bloody hell, he thinks. I still need to greet one person. As Vice President Charlton watches in horror, another of his men is caught by Lord Nay's poison and screams in agony as his body begins to dissolve. Nay holds up the dissolving warrior with a sadistic pleasure, commenting that his screams turn her on. She seems disappointed when he falls silent. "But I want to hear more," she says, dropping the warrior's remains. In the background, the terrified Charlton screams for emergency support. As Charlton is frantically screaming for Nay to let his man go, Ceres spots his final target. He appears right behind the distracted vice president. Ceres yells, "Fatty, look at me." Charlton turns, his face a mask of shock and confusion. With that final greeting, a system window dings, confirming. Weapon returning task completed. Triumphantly, Ceres yells, "I got back my suit." As a brilliant blue light envelopes him, his full armor materializing instantly. His power restored, he immediately gives the command. "Open the system." As a reward for completing the grueling task, the system presents Ceres with a choice. A series of floating cards appear before him, and he is prompted to draw one. He selects a card, which glows with a brilliant light. The system dings, announcing his reward. He has obtained a new weapon, the Silent Finger. Ceres looks at his newly acquired gauntlets with a puzzled expression. A tutorial explains the bizarre new power. Marked enemies will experience a displacement of their body's senses with surrounding objects. Furthermore, when the enemy cries out, it will trigger the silent power. Lord Nay immediately spots the now armored Ceres. Recognizing him as the human she was hunting, she furiously demands to know where he has hidden the essence of her beloved Lord Satos. With his power restored, Ceres stands his ground fearlessly. Spreading his arms wide, he defiantly declares that he won't let her get to the people behind him. Enraged by his defiance, Ney decides to kill him first and worry about finding the essence later. As she lunges forward to attack, Ceres activates his new ability, successfully marking her as his target. Ceres easily dodges her powerful slam attack, which shatters the ground where he just stood. Now at a safe distance, Ceres puts his new power to the test, making a strange gesture with his gauntlet. He makes a gentle rustling motion with his fingers, activating the silent finger's mysterious effect. Suddenly, Ney's face flushes with confusion and embarrassment. Though Ceres is nowhere near her, she inexplicably feels as though somebody is touching her body. The phantom sensation becomes too much to bear, and the powerful demon lord lets out an involuntary, high-pitched scream of shock and confusion. Her scream is exactly what Ceres' ability needed. The system registers a crying value of 12% and immediately triggers the silent power. A massive wave of force erupts directly from Ney's body, blasting her backward with a tremendous rumble. The explosion of power sends her flying off her spider mount, crashing into the ground below. Flustered and in pain, Ney clutches her chest, wondering if the human boy had somehow touched her breasts from a distance. She understands that her own cry triggered the mysterious attack. Ceres smirks confidently, cracking the knuckles of his gauntlet. Ney glares at him, realizing that this strange, humiliating power must be his special ability. Filled with righteous fury and a strange sense of shame, Ney declares that her body and heart belong only to Lord Satos. Vowing that she will not cry out again, she foolishly believes that staying silent will neutralize his power. The system provides another helpful tip, clarifying that the damage dealt by the silent power is directly equal to the target's crying value. The louder she screams, the harder she'll be hit. Ignoring the true nature of his ability, Ney prepares her ultimate attack. She gathers all the poison in her body into her hands, planning to seek forgiveness from Lord Satos with Ceres' burning corpse. Ceres simply watches, unimpressed. Enraged that Ceres has somehow touched her, Lord Ney lunges forward, screaming that he will die for his transgression. Ceres is forced to leap back to avoid the furious assault. Ney's powerful strike smashes through a wall with a thunderous BAM, showcasing her immense destructive force as she relentlessly pursues Ceres. In an instant, Ney closes the distance, her demonic, spider-like appendages poised to strike. Ceres, however, watches her approach with a calm and focused expression, ready for her next move. Ney's shadowy claw strikes Ceres' armor with a heavy impact, seemingly landing a solid blow on him. But Ceres skillfully parries the attack with his armored gauntlet. He looks on with a confident smirk, anticipating her reaction to his hidden ability. Just as he predicted, Ney's expression of rage morphs into one of shocked pleasure. She lets out an involuntary cry as a system window pops up, showing her crying value has hit 43%. Ceres' unique skill has found its mark once again. Thrown into confusion by the bizarre sensation coursing through her body, Ney reflexively leaps high into the air. Ceres seizes the opening, slamming his hand on the ground to unleash a powerful attack that tears through the earth. A smug look crosses Ceres' face. He knows his attack worked, not because it hit her, but because it triggered his skill. He thinks to himself, amused, I feel like I have touched her armpit. The attack proves to be devastatingly effective. Though Ceres never touched her directly, the power activated by her scream slams into her, causing Ney to cry out that the attack is several times stronger than before. Ney is utterly bewildered, face flushed and hand covering her mouth. She can't understand why she's crying out in pleasure when she had resolved to hold it back. She tries to process the strange feeling. It was brief, but the sensation of being touched on her armpit was itchy. Her body betrays her mind. She arches back, admitting to herself that the sensation feels good. She is horrified that a mere human could make her feel this way, a pleasure she thought only her master, Lord Satos, could provide. The small bell on her collar jingles, a sudden, sharp reminder of her unwavering loyalty and servitude to her master. The thought snaps Ney back to a state of panic. She desperately apologizes to Lord Satos, disgusted with herself for daring to compare her master to a filthy and humble human. Consumed by guilt, she declares that she has made a big mistake and violently slaps herself across the face. A green, viscous fluid drips from her eye. With a crazed look, she licks it away, declaring that she is sober now, and begs her unseen master for forgiveness. Ceres watches this bizarre spectacle of self-punishment unfold, completely baffled. She beat herself. What's wrong with her, he wonders. Having seemingly regained her composure, Ney lies down on the rubble. Acknowledging that his skills are weird, she prepares to resume the fight. Deciding it's time to get serious, Ceres grabs one of the sharp, black appendages that form part of Ney's spider body. With a sickening spurt, he uses his power to manipulate her own body against her. Ney's own weapon impales her, drawing another scream that is a mixture of pure agony and twisted pleasure. As Ney's spider body twitches from the blow, Ceres steps back. He dryly comments on the situation. You put your weapon in a weird place. Then an idea clicks. He quickly recalls the sequence of hits. First her breast, then her armpit. He mentally calculates the distance and the ratio, searching for the underlying pattern to his power. He's cracked it. The sensory attacks on her body are perfectly mapped to his own. Realizing that the next target, her butt, corresponds to his back, he makes a bold move. He turns completely around, presenting his back to his enemy, an action that looks exactly like a retreat. Seeing Ceres turn his back, Ney mistakenly believes he's trying to flee. "Now you want to escape?" she scoffs, lunging forward with her massive spider body to cut him off. But Ceres isn't running. He glances over his shoulder, a confident smirk on his face as he declares, "Too late." Ney brings her massive blade-like appendage down in a swift, vertical slash, aiming to crush him where he stands. The powerful attack slams into the ground, creating a massive crater, but Ceres has already dodged out of the way. Ceres taunts her, shouting, "My agility is better. You can't hurt me," as he continues to deftly evade her strikes. He knows he has the upper hand in speed. However, just as he dodges another blow, Ney unleashes a new attack he wasn't expecting. A thick glob of spider web shoots out and smacks Ceres directly in the face. Spider web. Screwed, he thinks, realizing his miscalculation. The sticky web envelopes him completely, yanking him off his feet and rendering him immobile. With a squishy thud, he's slammed against a wall, completely tangled and trapped in the thick webbing. Ney looms over her captured prey, a smug look on her face. "Now you can't run away," she says, savoring her victory. With a crazed grin, she raises her weapon high, ready to deliver the final blow and send Ceres to hell. Trapped but not defeated, Ceres presses his hand against the sticky webbing, a determined look on his face. He still has one last trick up his sleeve. He decides to test his theory once more. Tapping his fingers against the web, he thinks, "If I'm correct, this is her inner thigh." It works perfectly. Ney cries out in shock as she feels the phantom tapping sensation on her inner thigh. "Again!" she yells, bewildered by the strange magic. Finally understanding the trigger for his attacks, Ney clamps her hands and weapon over her mouth, determined to stay silent. "This time I can't cry out," she resolves. Ceres continues to tap his fingers, relentlessly applying the strange, ticklish pressure from a distance. Ney trembles, barely managing to suppress a scream. A tiny whimper escapes, registering a minuscule 1% on the crying value meter, but she successfully chokes back the full cry. She stands her ground, bracing against the phantom sensations, keeping her mouth firmly covered. She trembles from the effort, but holds firm, refusing to give Ceres the satisfaction of hearing her scream. She's done it. She held it back. A proud, flushed look appears on her face as she licks her lips, believing she has finally figured out his weakness. "As long as I keep silent, I won't get attacked." But her triumph is short-lived. She looks up to find the webbing empty. "Huh, where is that human? He escaped," she shouts in disbelief. From the other side of the courtyard, a calm voice calls out, "I'm right here." Ney turns to see Ceres standing there, completely free. The realization dawns on her. While she was so focused on keeping quiet, he used the opportunity to escape. "How stupid," she mutters, finally understanding she'd been played. Furious at being outplayed, Ney glares at Ceres, now utterly convinced she has seen through all his tricks. "That was your last chance to escape," she seethes, her voice dripping with menace. "Next, I'll crush you." Putting her theory into action, she takes the ultimate precaution. Ney weaves a thick seal of spider web over her own mouth, confident that by silencing herself, she has rendered all of his bizarre attacks completely useless. But Ceres only smirks at her desperate measure. He taunts her, enjoying her frustration. "Your inner thigh must feel good just now, right?" Ney blushes furiously behind her web-sealed mouth. The realization hits her. He has been carefully observing her reactions this entire time. "Sick," she thinks, a sense of dread creeping in. A confident smile plays on Ceres' lips. Her reaction confirms his suspicions. Sure enough, he thinks, ready to reveal his trump card. He then reveals his master plan. A colossal, translucent projection of Ney's own body materializes over the cityscape. "After marking you," he explains, "I arranged this according to your body proportions." With a menacing look, Ceres cracks his knuckles. He mockingly repeats her earlier threat. Somebody indeed will be crushed. He then declares his new strategy. "I'll attack your body hard, and I'll find your sensitive part to drive you crazy." By attacking the giant projection, he can now systematically torment her, and there's nothing she can do to stop it. Continuing the fight, Galena looks down on Ceres, claiming that she has seen through his tricks, and that no matter where he touches her, she will not make a single sound. In response, Ceres skillfully slides down the side of the building, moving with incredible speed. Galena's glowing eyes track his movement as she anticipates his next move, exclaiming that he's coming. As he lands, she lets out a small sound, but quickly composes herself, reaffirming that she won't cry out. Ceres pauses, noticing her apparent silence and wondering why there's no response to his attack. However, internally, Galena is panting. She realizes this feeling is different, a thrilling sensation coming from deep within her body. Despite the overwhelming feeling, she tells herself she held it back, proving to her master, Lord Satos, that she didn't betray him and that he is still in her heart. But as a weapon clanks to the ground, she can't help but admit to herself that the feeling is exciting. Enraged and flustered, she hurls her weapon at Ceres, shouting that this feeling is still nothing compared to her devotion to her lord. Ceres simply taps his armored hands together, preparing for his next move. With a wicked grin, he challenges her to try his next attack as a strange energy emanates from him. The attack hits, and Galena's body begins to wriggle uncontrollably as she's overwhelmed by the feeling. She clutches her head, blushing intensely, as the strange attack directly stimulates her brain. Meanwhile, a mysterious man watches from a nearby window, noting with awe that the female demonic beast has started wriggling again. He blushes, wondering what kind of magic could make a demonic beast produce such sexy sounds, and desperately wants to learn it himself. Galena is in a state of ecstasy, wondering how a mere human could do this to her. She can only think that the feeling is super amazing. Panting, she admits she's never experienced anything like this. The sensation is so strong that the image of her beloved Lord Satos is becoming dim in her mind. Horrified by this thought, she slams her hand down, trying to force herself to stop thinking such things. She desperately tries to calm down, reminding herself that her body belongs to Lord Satos and that she must not let her mind wander. Ceres looks on, noting that she still hasn't made any outward sound. He concludes that she must need even more stimulation. In a desperate last-ditch effort, Galena uses her poison-casting skill, injecting a powerful toxin into her weapon. As she prepares to strike, she shouts that he can't beat her down so easily. But Ceres is too quick, effortlessly dodging her poisoned attack before unleashing another barrage of his own. Completely overwhelmed, Galena begins to fall. She curses, admitting that the feeling is just too good and exciting, leaving her unable to even take a single step forward. Galena knows she has to kill him soon, otherwise the image of her beloved Lord Satos will disappear from her heart completely. With renewed determination, she hurls her poisoned weapon at Ceres. Ceres, however, calmly dodges the incoming blade. Undeterred, Galena unleashes another attack, releasing a wave of poison. The poisonous liquid spurts towards Ceres, who is surprised by the attack in such a narrow space. The poison slams into the wall behind him as Galena declares that he cannot escape. The corrosive poison eats away at the building. From the cloud of poison, a large spider web emerges, trapping the area. Galena smirks confidently. She believes that at such a close distance, he had no chance to escape and must now be contaminated with her toxins, ensuring his death. But from her spider form below, she spots Ceres standing on the rooftop. He calls out that it was the same distracting trick as her spider web. She looks up in disbelief, wondering how the human could have possibly jumped onto the rooftop in that situation. Looking down at her, Ceres declares that he won't fall for the same trick twice. Now it's his turn. He leaps from the roof, heading straight for her. He uses the narrow alley walls to his advantage, placing a hand on the wall to alter his trajectory. He launches himself between the buildings, gaining immense speed as he descends. As he attacks, Galena's body begins to wriggle uncontrollably once again. She's hit with the same intense feeling from before as the bell on her collar rings. Ceres continues his relentless assault with a smug look on his face. Galena is in agony and ecstasy, desperately trying to hold it back. She wonders why the sensation hasn't stopped, believing it should be ending soon. As Ceres' attack continues, Galena screams in frustration. She thinks about how the feeling only lasted for a moment before, questioning why it's lasting so long this time. Finally losing her composure, she screams for Lord Satos, admitting that she is completely out of control. Letting out a final, agonizing scream, she is completely consumed by a twisted desire to swallow the human boy whole. A system notification appears with a ding, indicating that her crying value has reached 100%. As Galena reaches her absolute limit, the bell on her collar, a symbol of her power and allegiance, begins to crack under the immense strain. It then shatters completely, unleashing a brilliant explosion of golden light that marks her total defeat and the collapse of her demonic energy. As Galena is defeated, her magic points drain rapidly from over 2,500 down to 0. With her magic depleted, she is transformed into a tiny, harmless-looking spider, now identified only as a pierced spider. A series of system messages alert Ceres. Enemy defeated, and the weapon returned to the system. Ceres walks through the smoky aftermath of the battle, surveying the destruction. He approaches the small spider and reaches out his hand. The tiny spider, Galena, crawls onto his hand and gives him a small bite. A system window appears, showing his affinity with Galena is now 100%, and he has unlocked a new passive skill. Conquer. This skill allows him to obtain the exclusive abilities of defeated bosses. He has obtained Galena's poison-casting skill, which allows him to attach poisons to his weapons. He smirks, wondering if he can now use his own body to create poison for his weapons. A system window appears, announcing unlocked, settle. You can send conquered demonic beasts back to home. Ceres looks at the small spider in his hand and activates the skill. The spider, Galena, vanishes in a flash of purple light. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman is startled when the tiny spider suddenly appears and lands on her head. Confused, she wonders what just hit her. Looking down, she is shocked to see the spider on the floor. Meanwhile, in a forest, Lord Satos' loyal subordinate, Sathel, reports to her master. Sathal apologetically informs Lord Satos that she has lost track of the human boy series. Lord Satos is furious. She reveals that the boy's system is her heart, and if she can't get it back, she will turn into a powerless human at night. She can't believe Sathal lost him. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts from the distant city. Satos recognizes the feeling. It's the system's power. Guided by the power surge, she flies through the forest and spots her target below. Sathal can only watch in silence as her master rushes off. Sathal looks on with concern, holding a finger coated in green liquid, perhaps her own poison. Sathal remembers losing track of Ceres as he disappeared in a flash. Lord Satos, in his male form, appears in a flash of red. Appearing suddenly behind Ceres, Lord Satos declares, "Gotcha!" Ceres is caught completely by surprise. Satos slams him to the ground with immense force. Leaning over him with a sinister grin, Satos mockingly asks, "Mr. Warrior, you promised to save me. How could you run away halfway? How annoying." As Satos' hand grips his face, Ceres shouts with horrified realization, "I just knew it. You are a male, and a demonic beast." Pinned against the wall, Ceres accuses Satos of lying about being cursed. Satos, in his male form, agrees and demands that Ceres complete his promise. Ceres screams back that he's not interested in men at all. Satos leans in closer, asking, "What about this?" In a flash of light, Satos transforms, now appearing as a seductive woman with long white hair and cat ears. She meows playfully, asking if Ceres would be interested in her kitty look. Still, Ceres shouts that he can't accept it. Enraged, Ceres throws a punch, yelling that no matter what form Satos takes, he's not interested. He adamantly declares that he won't sleep with a guy and that he is not gay. Satos easily catches his fist. She overpowers him, cracking his wrist as he cries out in pain. She mockingly asks if human boys don't all like sexy kitties in black tights. With a sinister smile, she laments that she thought they could have fun together, but he rejected her. "What a pity," she says. She decides she can only play the hard way and provocatively licks his hand. Ceres is utterly shocked and disgusted. He jumps back in revulsion, screaming at her not to lick him. Satos simply smiles, commenting on his nice taste and how good he smells. She waves her hand, unleashing a powerful force that slams Ceres into the ground. She laughs, telling him he can't escape no matter what he does. Satos slowly and confidently walks towards him. She boasts that she has already upgraded the system to its highest level and dares him to try his best to escape, claiming the result will not change. Ceres, however, refuses to target her with his system because he still views her as a man, stating, "This is my bottom line." He tries to make a quick escape, but Satos is on him in an instant, grabbing him from behind. She tells him she's going to let him have a great time and that her blood is the antidote he's been looking for. She offers it to him if he'll be her good boy. Ceres screams in defiance, shouting that if he needs to sleep with her to obtain the blood of an immortal demon, he would rather let his body decay. He throws her off, once again shouting that he will not have sex with a man. Satos is angered by his resistance. Furious, she calls him a naughty boy and decides to teach him a lesson. She prepares a magic spell, threatening to stuff it into his body and make him submit. She plunges her hand towards his chest, intent on taking back what is hers, her heart, her power, her system. She is confident he will soon return to his old master. But as her hand makes contact, her magic simply disperses into nothing. Satos is stunned, wondering why her magic is gone. Two system messages appear. The first, the system refused to come back. The second, Ceres will be immune to your attacks. The system then makes a direct offer to a shocked Ceres. Will you exchange 50% of your health points for a chance to kill Satos? He screams back, silly question. Of course, it's a yes. The system responds instantly. It announces the activation of a new ability, the Spear to kill Satos. It also reveals a startling new objective. Satos will be absorbed by the player to detoxify, and an ominous 50-day countdown on Ceres' life begins. Satos is left in stunned disbelief, her rage boiling over. She can't comprehend how the system, her system, could betray her so completely, giving this human the very power to destroy her. Empowered by the system, Ceres realizes that as long as Satos is within 3 miles, he can target her. He unleashes his new power. The attack slams into the ground where Satos was, but she has vanished. Ceres is suddenly enveloped in a thick red smoke. He wonders if he managed to hit her, but the smoke is so thick he can't even open his eyes. From within the smoke, Satos uses a spell to escape. Back in the forest, Sathal is shocked as her own palm suddenly begins to bleed. A drop of green blood falls to the ground. Suddenly, Lord Satos appears in a flash of red light, landing right in front of her. Sathal is relieved to see her master has returned. Satos curses the system, realizing it has betrayed her for a new master. She grimly concludes that her location is now probably marked by the system. Back with Ceres, a system window pops up showing the location of Satos as a red dot on a grid. He is shocked that the system has marked her location. He marvels at how amazing she is, having run so far away in an instant. Sathel notices that Lord Satos is sweating heavily and asks if she is injured. Satos confidently reassures her that nobody there can hurt her. She explains that because the human drank her blood, their bodies are now resonated. If she were truly hurt, the human would suffer first. Sathel asks if she has killed him. Satos admits that she hasn't, as he is now immune to all her attacks. Sathel asks if she's happy he didn't die, but Satos scoffs, saying she hates that sick guy. Sathel then asks if they are retreating to the dungeon since Satos can't hurt him. Satos confidently says no. She explains that after being with the system for over 1,000 years, she knows it very well. While it makes Ceres immune to her attacks, pleasure can't be called an attack. Her new plan is to make the boy super happy until he dies. She elaborates on her sinister plan. The system needs a compatible physical body to inhabit. If the human boy dies, the system's only choice will be to return to her. And as long as she becomes human, the system will no longer be able to display her location. Satos turns to her loyal subordinate, calling her name. Sathel. Sathel responds, and Satos gives her a new command. Send me to look for that human tonight. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Deep in a forest, the demon subordinate Yog confirms with her master, the demon Lord Satos, that she possesses transformation magic. Lord Satos, with a commanding presence, simply orders Yog to transform her. As Yog casts the spell, Lord Satos explains her predicament. At night, she loses all her magic and must rely on this disguise to survive. The transformation is a success. Lord Satos now appears as a beautiful human woman with blue hair. She admires her new form, confident that no human will recognize her, and musing that human boys are always suckers for a lady in distress, which will give her a perfect reason to get close to the hero. But her mood sours as she confides in Yog, asking if the extreme pleasure that once killed her could truly work on him. Yog confirms it, but the transformed Lord Satos despairs, realizing she's now been abandoned by the very system she sought to exploit. She slams her fist against a tree in fury, enraged that the system rejected her, and questioning what it could possibly see in that human boy. Meanwhile, the human boy in question, Sears, is all too aware of his own mortality. He clutches his arm, reminding himself that he only has 50 days left to find Lord Satos and remove the poison coursing through his veins to survive. Time is tight. Suddenly, a sickening purple mass, the manifestation of his poison, begins to pulse violently within him. A wave of agony hits him. He realizes with dread that the poison inside his body is torturing him once again. He stumbles forward, losing control of his body as he cries out in shock, his attention drawn to his feet. A searing pain erupts from his toe. He looks down to see a purple crystal sizzling as it grows out of his flesh, the poison physically manifesting. The overwhelming pain forces a scream from his lips as he collapses, struggling to hold on. His world blurs as he hits the ground, the agony rendering him helpless. Sears lies unconscious on the shattered ground. From a distance, a man in a suit, Mr. Charlton, watches in astonishment. Sears's eyes flutter open, his vision blurry as he slowly regains consciousness. He bolts upright in a hospital bed. A doctor sees he's awake and immediately orders a nurse to inform Mr. Charlton. Confused, Sears asks who brought him here. The doctor explains it was the vice president of the Warrior Guild, Mr. Charlton. Just then, the door to his room swings open as a visitor arrives. It's Mr. Charlton, the man who saw him collapse. He enters the room and greets the bewildered Sears, stating he's finally awake. Charlton reminds Sears that he saved his life once before, from a fat guy stuck in a corner by a spider. Sears asks how long he was unconscious. Charlton informs him it was about 13 hours, leading Sears to believe he was simply exhausted from continuous fights. Sears cuts to the chase and asks Mr. Charlton what he wants, sensing there's more to this visit than simple gratitude. Charlton nervously admits that he saw Sears fight the female demonic beast and was incredibly impressed by his special magic. Flustered, Charlton confesses his true motive. He's getting old and has erection issues. He was so impressed by Sears's fight that he believes learning his magic could restore his youth and end over a decade of misery. In a shocking turn of events, the vice president of the Warrior Guild throws himself at Sears's feet, knocking over a chair as he desperately begs Sears to teach him his magic and take him on as a student. Sears is left completely stunned, unable to process the bizarre request. The vice president of the entire Warrior Guild is asking to be his student. The absurdity of the situation hangs in the air. An idea sparks in Sears's mind. While the request is absurd, he realizes that if he becomes the vice president's mentor, he could gain free access to the guild's vast resources, which would be a massive help in his hunt for Satos. However, he knows his power comes from the system. It's not something he can teach. To test the man's resolve, Sears warns him that his magic is incredibly difficult to learn and asks if he's sure. Mr. Charlton's determination doesn't waver for a second. With fiery conviction, he declares that no matter how hard it is, he wants to try, promising to be a diligent student who won't let his new mentor down. Seeing his chance, Sears decides to play along. He puts on a serious face and invents a quick lie, explaining to Mr. Charlton that the secret to the magic lies in practice starting from the fingertip. Mr. Charlton immediately gets back on his feet, ready to begin his training. He bows his head respectfully, thanking his dear mentor. Fully embracing the ridiculous situation, Sears grandly tells his lovely student to please rise. As Sears helps him up, Charlton leans in and asks him to keep their arrangement a secret, considering his high-profile position. Sears quickly agrees. Their bizarre agreement is interrupted by a knock. A professional-looking woman with long green hair enters. She introduces herself as Miss Daisy, Mr. Charlton's secretary, here to deliver a report. The report is a wanted poster with Sears's face on it. He's been officially branded a deserter, with the sentence being death. Sears stares in disbelief. Miss Daisy confirms the charge, explaining that the official file says he disobeyed Captain Hill's orders and escaped, leading to the failure of the mission. Even Charlton admits that this looks tricky. Sears furiously denies the accusation. He didn't escape. He stayed behind and single-handedly killed the dungeon's S-rank boss, Nay. Miss Daisy smirks, completely unconvinced. She scoffs at the notion that an F-rank warrior like Sears, along with a C-rank and B-rank, could possibly kill an S-rank boss. To her, it's impossible. Sears tells her to send someone to Nay's dungeon to verify his claim, insisting the zone is now empty. Miss Daisy informs him that a team is already on the way, but until his story is confirmed, he must be detained to prevent another escape. Just as things are about to escalate, Mr. Charlton intervenes, declaring his trust in Sears. When Miss Daisy protests that he's violating the rules, Charlton proposes a compromise. He will personally supervise Sears during the verification period, on the condition that Sears attends the guild's party with him tonight. Miss Daisy, though hesitant to allow her boss to attend a high-end party with an alleged deserter, ultimately relents. Sears, for his part, is intrigued by the idea of attending a fancy warrior guild banquet. With the arrangements settled, Charlton promises to pick him up that evening. As the door clicks shut, Sears is finally left alone with his thoughts. With a moment of peace, he immediately turns his attention back to his primary goal. He decides to check the location of Sato's, ready to hunt her down. He calls upon his system, opening the interface. The system displays a map, and to Sears's complete shock, the red dot indicating Sato's location is alarmingly close. He had assumed she would be in the outskirts, but the map shows otherwise. A horrifying realization dawns on him. He's in the hospital, and considering the short distance and direction shown on the system map, he leaps out of his bed in a panic. Sato's isn't in some far-off demonic territory, she's at his home. Forgetting his injuries, he runs barefoot, sprinting out of his room as fast as he can. He bursts through the hospital doors in a desperate race against time. Adrenaline pumping, he sprints down the empty corridors, his only thought to get home as quickly as possible. In his haste, he runs past the small, purple spider-like creature he had saved Mr. Charlton from earlier, which had apparently been waiting for him by the door. He finally reaches his apartment, bursting through the door and stopping to scan the apparently empty room, wondering what he'll find. He looks around his empty apartment, a single question on his mind: where is Yog? A dark, furious energy envelops Sears as his eyes glow red. He comes to a chilling conclusion: Sato's must have taken Yog away. Meanwhile, in a dark, stone-walled room, Yog's eyes flutter open. She awakens to find herself and the human-transformed Sato's bound in heavy chains, prisoners in an unknown location. Sato's looks around at their prison with a smirk, informing Yog that they are in an auction venue that deals in both demonic beasts and humans. Back outside, Sears checks his system. It's been half an hour, and Sato's position hasn't changed. He knows he's getting close. He leaps across the rooftops, closing the distance to the stationary target. But suddenly, the red dot on his tracker vanishes. Sears curses his luck, realizing that because it's night, he can no longer track Sato's. Just then, he's ambushed. A massive armored guard swings a giant axe, forcing Sears on the defensive. Sears dodges just in time as the axe smashes into the ground where he was standing. He lands on his feet, now aware that he's stumbled into enemy territory. The man identifies himself as one of the starry guards, declaring this their place and threatening to kill any intruder. Sears recognizes the name as a group of bandits known for kidnapping humans. More guards emerge from the shadows, surrounding him. They speculate that the female demonic beast and girl they recently captured in the cellar were bait to lure a warrior out. They decide to capture Sears and interrogate him. Sears quickly pieces it together. The female demonic beast they captured must be Yog. Cracking his knuckles, he decides to get information from them, specifically about a perverted male demonic beast, still mistakenly believing Sato's to be male. As if things weren't complicated enough, the system issues a reminder. A weapon returning task will begin in 2 minutes. Sears breaks into a cold sweat, knowing that during the task, his stats will revert to his original weak F rank. He has to end this fight immediately. Meanwhile, Yog struggles against the magic-suppressing chains. She laments that her body has grown weak without sexual contact with males and worries she won't be able to return to her new human master, Sears. Sato's questions her desire to return to a human. Yog scoffs at tradition, explaining that her species, jade lizards, naturally rely on men's semen to live. She simply chose a stronger guy, adding that human nests and their wine are far superior to demonic caves. With no time to waste, Sears unleashes a flurry of attacks, swiftly taking down the guards one by one. His overwhelming speed and power leave the starry guards completely defenseless as he lands a decisive blow. Panting, Sears stands victorious over the defeated guards, having solved the problem in under 2 minutes and retrieved the keys. From the nearby cell, Yog calls out to her master. Just as he catches his breath, the system chimes in. The weapon returning time has started. His task, spank someone 10 times to make them scream. If they don't make a sound, he will be immobilized for 5 minutes. A 60-second countdown begins. In a panic, Sears grabs the nearest guard, trying to wake him up to complete the task, but the man is in a coma. He realizes with dread that he might have hit him too hard. Hearing the commotion, Satos, still in her human disguise, desperately calls out to Mr. Warrior to please save her. Sears knows he's in a bind. Demonic beasts might appear at any time, and being immobilized without his system's power would be a death sentence. With the guard unconscious, his gaze falls on the cell. The prisoners are his only option. He has to finish the task. With his decision made and the countdown clock ticking away, he strides toward the prisoners and turns the key in the lock, swinging the cell door open. He approaches the chained Yog, dangling the keys he took from the guards. Stealing his resolve, he tells himself he has to do this. With the clock ticking, he delivers a firm slap. But instead of a scream of pain, Yog lets out a moan of pleasure, asking her master what he's doing. The system registers the hit, but with no scream, it's not enough to complete the task. Running out of time, Sears turns to the other captive, Satos in her human form, and awkwardly explains that he needs to spank her to help them escape. Satos smirks internally. She's certain this man is no hero, just a pervert using an absurd excuse to take advantage of her. She's confident that for a dirty man like him, a simple wink will be enough to make him fall for her. Playing the part of the damsel, she eagerly offers herself up. As long as you can help me out, she says, let alone spanking, I can even be your girl. Wasting no time, Sears uses the key and unlocks her ankle shackle. The moment she's free, Satos throws herself into his arms, crying that she was kidnapped and treated roughly. She continues the act, claiming she was so scared because the guards threatened to sell her to goblins. Now you saved me, she declares, I'm yours. Sears, with the countdown ticking away in his head, has no patience for her theatrics. He shoves her away and delivers another slap, desperate to elicit a scream. But his efforts are met with silence. Neither of them is screaming. In sheer desperation, Sears grabs her, demanding to know why she isn't crying out. Instead of an answer, Satos gives him a seductive grin, her eyes glowing red as she purrs. Could you please do it again? Sears can only respond with a horrified, no way. Time's up, a system notification declares his failure. Silent. The player remains immobilized 45 minutes. His body goes rigid, and he falls backward onto the cold stone floor, completely paralyzed and helpless. Both Yog and Satos look on in surprise. Seeing her opportunity, Yog calls out Master, and begins to crawl toward the defenseless Sears. She grabs Satos to stop her from interfering, her voice filled with a pained urgency. I feel so much pain. I need your body and semen, or I'll be thirsty to death. She trails off, positioning herself over the immobilized Sears. She leans down and asks, Master, why are you not talking? Then I'll take it as a yes. As Yog begins to lick Sears's neck, Satos can only watch, her expression hardening with rage. Satos finally snaps. You shameless lizard, she screams in a jealous fury. How dare you do HIM before me? Don't touch HIM. But Yog is quicker, using her long demonic tail to entangle Satos's legs and trip her up. Now, Yog says smugly, pulling the helpless Sears into her embrace. He's my master, not yours, and I came first. Satos curses, struggling against the tail wrapped around her. She laments that if it were daytime, her powers would be restored, and she would have kicked Yog away in an instant. Deciding that arguing is pointless, and that taking back the system is what truly matters, Satos gives up the fight and joins in, descending upon the utterly helpless Sears along with Yog. Satos, having made her decision, lines over the helpless Sears. She sinks her teeth into his neck. Sears's mind reels in horror and disbelief as he's trapped in the middle of an unwanted threesome. As she begins licking his ear, Sears's confusion mounts. Why is this woman, who was supposedly a captive just moments ago, now pleasing him so willingly? A blushing Yog realizes what's happening. Because she was the one who cast the transformation spell, she now shares all of Satos's bodily feelings. Satos, fully in control of the situation, remarks with satisfaction that she hasn't played like this for a long time. As Satos continues her advances, the sensations transfer directly to Yog. Overwhelmed by the shared pleasure, Yog can only moan and embrace the bizarre, ecstatic experience. Continuing from the last chapter, a voice instructs someone to try bending their fingers and applying some force, as we see a close-up of a hand being held. A purple-haired demoness reacts with intense pleasure, moaning that it feels so good she's getting goosebumps. The sensation is clearly affecting her deeply. A hand moves with a sudden whoosh, indicating a swift, almost reflexive action. A blue-haired woman with glowing red eyes, Sathil, watches with a smug, blushing expression, clearly amused by the situation. Suddenly, Sears's eye widens in horror. He panics, shouting, no, don't grab my D***ck. The purple-haired demoness continues to moan, realizing with a start that she feels like she's grasping something unexpected. Sears's eyes narrow as a sudden realization dawns on him. He recognizes the sensation, noting that the feeling is disturbingly familiar. His face contorts with shock and anger as he identifies the source of the familiar feeling, shouting the name, Satos. Sathil, the blue-haired woman, looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face. She silently wonders why Sears's eyes have suddenly changed. Her thoughts race as she looks at her own hand. It's the same move. She realizes with a jolt that she's accidentally used a signature technique. Her smug composure shatters into pure panic. "Oh no, I got exposed," she screams, shouting her own identity in her terror, Sathil. An explosion erupts, catching Sears by surprise. He looks on with wide, glowing red eyes as the ground bursts upwards. From the smoke and debris, another form of Satos emerges, a white-haired demoness with sharp fangs and red eyes, sensing immediate danger. A small, purple creature, Yog, flies towards Sears, pleading for protection from its master. As rocks and dust settle, Sathil urgently tells Yog, "I'm exposed, take me away now," to which Yog agrees. Sears watches them escape, piecing everything together. He realizes with frustration that his enemy, Satos, had transformed into a girl just to get close to him. He curses his luck, knowing that he's currently unable to use his system's power to chase after them. The system announces that the immobilized time has ended. Looking at the escape route, Sears notes how fast Satos fled. He resolves to complete his current task first before going to search for the demon lord. Now paranoid, Sears reminds himself that at night, he has to be careful of all the girls around him. He decides to head home first, thinking the downtown crowds will make it easier to complete his task. A system window shows his weapon returning countdown is active. The scene shifts to the imposing, blocky structure of the Z-Zone gate. As Sears returns, he sees a group waiting for him. He recognizes Mr. Charlton's secretary and a man named Hilias, surprised to see them. Captain Hilias, his arm in a sling, confronts Sears. He declares that Sears has committed the crime of desertion and is under arrest, presenting an official warrant for his immediate sentencing to death. Sears is caught completely off guard. Just as they are about to apprehend him, a woman's voice shouts, "Wait," and a high-heeled shoe steps forward decisively. Miss Daisy, the VP's secretary, steps between Sears and the arresting party. She blocks them, stating that they've investigated the Ney dungeon and found it empty, which contradicts the facts of the warrant. She declares that the warrant is already in the process of being cancelled. Miss Daisy continues to shield Sears, firmly telling Hilias's men that they can't arrest him now, because he is required to attend the guild's celebration party later. Hilias, however, scoffs at her explanation, calling her a liar and claiming only A-rank captains can attend the party. Enraged by her interference, he angrily slaps her, shouting for her to get lost. Just as she cries out in pain, Sears lunges forward to catch her, his expression hardening as he now directly confronts the captain. Captain Hilias, enraged, glares at Sears and threatens that if he dares to interfere, he'll arrest him too. Sears instructs Miss Daisy to go to the vice president for authorization and bring back the drop charge notice to save him, confident that Mr. Charlton will help. He asks if she can do it in 20 minutes, but she confidently replies that 10 minutes is enough. As Miss Daisy leaves, Sears agrees and promises her that he will make Hilias and his men apologize to her later, and even spank them hard for their insolence. The system's weapon countdown continues. The scene shifts to the interrogation room, where Sears is seated at a table, surrounded by Captain Hilias and his subordinates. A covered table nearby holds an array of torture instruments. Hilias lifts his bandaged right arm and smugly asks Sears if he remembers how the injury happened. He begins to spin a false narrative, claiming he led his team bravely against Ney, but Sears betrayed them and fled. He alleges that because of Sears, Ney killed half the team, and he had to sacrifice his right hand to save the remaining members. Leaning over the table with a crazed expression, Hilias slams his hand down and screams at Sears, calling him a deserter who deserves to die. Sears calmly retorts that when faced with enemies, a deserter should indeed die, calling them mere creatures. His calm defiance only makes Captain Hilias more furious. Seething with rage, Hilias orders his subordinate to bring him a hammer. Sears braces himself, thinking that with about 10 minutes until the secretary returns and his system currently unusable, he'll have to endure the hit himself. A tiny voice calls out to him, "Master." The small creature Yog emerges from Sears's pants. Sears is surprised to see him. Yog reassures Sears that Hilias can't hurt him, explaining that by sucking his blood, he's recovered enough magic to deal with the cruel torture. With a menacingly cute expression, Yog tells Sears that he'll have to repay him when they get home. Sears nervously agrees. The massive hammer slams down towards Sears's hand, stopping just short with a powerful shockwave. Hilias sadistically offers Sears a choice. Pick one finger for them to start with, or he'll choose one for him. Just as Hilias is about to strike, a subordinate bursts into the room shouting bad news. The VP's secretary is coming with the drop charge notice. Hilias and Sears both look up in surprise. A close-up shows the official document, a drop charge notice attached to the original warrant, stating that due to inconsistencies with reality, all charges against Sears are cleared. It's real. Hilias's men are in disbelief. They wonder if the girl really is the VP's secretary, or if Sears somehow knows Mr. Charlton personally. Helios shouts that it's all bullshit, questioning how a lowly F-rank warrior could possibly have a connection to someone as powerful as Mr. Charlton. One of Helios's men nervously asks if they should release Sears now, pointing out that it's illegal to punish him. Helios glares, contemplating his next move while Sears waits silently. Helios refuses to back down. He slaps his subordinate, shouting, "Not now." He claims he hasn't officially received the notice and therefore doesn't know about it, ordering the man to bring it to him in half an hour to buy more time. Sears watches Helios's desperate attempt to delay, his expression turning hard and resolute. Surrounded by a furious red aura, Helios raises the hammer again, vowing that Sears will pay the price today. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, Miss Daisy tries to enter but is blocked by a guard. She forcefully tells him to get away, declaring she will show the notice to Helios herself. As Helios brings the hammer down in a final furious swing, Sears raises his cuffed hand and catches the massive weapon head-on. The impact creates a loud bang, but the hammer stops dead in its tracks. The head of the hammer shatters upon impact. Sears remains perfectly calm, holding the broken weapon as if it were nothing, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Sears pushes the broken hammer away, revealing his hand is completely unscathed. Helios can only stare in shock. Helios is in utter disbelief. "What the hell?" he exclaims, unable to comprehend how Sears's hand shows no fractures, no bleeding, and not even a scratch on the skin. As the guard continues to block Miss Daisy, a powerful voice from behind asks, "You don't have access to get in, then what about me?" Miss Daisy, with a look of reverence, tells the stunned guard to look back. The interrogation room door flies open. The door bangs against the wall as Mr. Charlton strides in, flanked by Miss Daisy. Helios and Sears both turn in surprise. Helios is stunned into silence, stammering the vice president's name, Mr. Charlton. Mr. Charlton authoritatively holds up the drop charge notice and declares, "This is the drop charge notice. Let Sears go." Completely defeated, Helios drops the hammer with a thud. He can only agree. With a click, the heavy cuffs on Sears's wrist are unlocked and fall away. Mr. Charlton sternly lectures Helios, telling him that as a captain, he has abused his power by punishing subordinates without authorization, and warns him that he might lose his position over this. Helios desperately tries to save himself, making the excuse that he didn't receive the notice asterisk before he beat Sears, and claims his teammates are witnesses. He turns to his subordinates, pleading for them to back him up, but they look away, sweating and unwilling to lie to the vice president. One of them meekly states that they don't want to offend Mr. Charlton. Mr. Charlton coldly asks if Helios can't explain himself. Cornered, Helios stammers, realizing his only way out is to turn to his powerful brother for help. Unexpectedly, Sears steps forward and says, "I testify that he didn't see the drop charge notice just now." Helios looks at him, completely bewildered. Sears continues, pointing a finger at the group. "I can let it go that you arrested me. However, you guys should apologize to this beautiful lady." Miss Daisy looks on, speechless and surprised by Sears's demand on her behalf. The system window shows the weapon returning countdown is nearing its end, with just over a minute left. Under the stern gaze of Mr. Charlton and Sears, Captain Helios and his entire squad bow deeply, apologizing to Miss Daisy for their actions. As they apologize, Sears summons a wooden staff. With a look of anger, he declares them impolite and asks how they dared to be so rude to such a sweet secretary. Miss Daisy suddenly blushes and lets out a series of moans and gasps, as if she's the one receiving the punishment, a bizarre side effect of Sears's system. Overwhelmed by the strange sensations, she cries out, "I was wrong. I won't do it again." A system notification chimes, announcing, "Weapon returning task completed." With the task finished, Sears nonchalantly throws the staff away. Mr. Charlton asks what he means, thinking the conflict between him and Miss Daisy is now over. But Sears has other plans. Sears grabs Helios by the collar, declaring that while the issue with Miss Daisy is resolved, the score between the two of them hasn't been settled. Helios protests in shock, reminding Sears he just said he'd let him go. Sears's eyes glow with red energy as he glares at Helios. "Next, it's about you hitting my hand," he says menacingly. Sears presses down hard on Helios's already injured arm, causing him to scream in agony and immediately apologize. With his face contorted in pain and fear, Helios desperately begs for his life. "Sorry, I was wrong, Sears, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Sears coldly replies, "Okay," and delivers a powerful kick directly into Helios's chest, resulting in a sickening crack. Helios is sent flying backwards, letting out a long, agonizing scream as he is finally defeated. After a humiliating punishment, Captain Helios is thrown back as his subordinate cries out in shock. Having settled the score for the false accusation and the assault on his secretary, Sears looks on coldly and states, "I forgive you." With the matter resolved, Mr. Charlton informs Sears that he must leave to welcome the envoys of the Holy Church. He entrusts Sears to his secretary, Miss Daisy, who will escort him to the celebration party. Sears's interest is immediately piqued. The Holy Church, he's heard of them. Their unique magic might be the one thing that can solve his most pressing problem. The scene shifts to introduce an envoy of the Holy Church, a statuesque woman dressed in a revealing nun's habit, complete with a golden mask and a hood. She explains that the Church's goal is to eradicate all evil thoughts in the world, and to do so, they must know them intimately. The venue for the guild celebration is a magnificent, opulent hall, filled with members and adorned with a colossal chandelier, ready for the important guests to arrive. As the holy nun makes her entrance accompanied by Mr. Charlton, the guild members immediately take notice. The whispers start, with men commenting on how shockingly sexy her attire is for a nun. Two men in particular start gossiping with lecherous grins, one asking if it isn't a bit much for a nun to dress so provocatively, while his friend enthusiastically agrees. Suddenly, the rhythmic click of her high heels comes to a halt. She has heard everything. A wave of panic washes over the two gossiping men. They realize their disrespectful comments were overheard, and the imposing figure of the nun turns towards them. With an air of superiority, the nun explains her doctrine. To eliminate evil thoughts, one must fully understand them. Their attire is a tool for this purpose, and she chastises the men for judging her with their own filthy eyes. Furious at the disrespect shown to his esteemed guest, Mr. Charlton bellows for the guards, ordering them to slap the two dirty-minded men 10 times. They immediately begin to plead for mercy. However, the nun calmly intervenes, telling him there is no need for punishment. She elaborates, stating that if these two are to be punished for their thoughts, then by that logic, every single person in the hall should be punished as well. She makes one exception, Mr. Charlton himself. She notes that while his mind was certainly captivated, his body showed little reaction, unlike the others who let their evil thoughts run wild. Mr. Charlton puffs up his chest, laughing and boasting about his pure heart and immense self-control. Unbeknownst to him, others whisper in the background that his supposed purity is just a rumor about him being impotent. The scene flashes back to a short while earlier. A high-heeled foot steps onto the pavement outside the grand building, announcing that this is the venue for the celebration party. It's Sears and Miss Daisy, having finally arrived. Dressed in a suit for the occasion, Sears follows Daisy as she gestures for them to head inside. As they walk, Sears, unable to contain his curiosity, asks Daisy if the Holy Church's purification magic is truly as powerful as the stories say. Daisy confirms that it's their unique and unparalleled magic. She explains that it can heal any ailment imaginable, from severed limbs and terminal illnesses to even the most severe poisons. However, there's a catch. Daisy explains that despite countless warrior guilds wanting to work with them, the church rejects almost everyone. They hardly use their magic to treat others, believing most people are simply not pure enough. A fire ignites in Sears's eyes, the poison that courses through his veins. Maybe, just maybe, they can cure it. A new resolve forms within him. He has to give it a shot. With their identities confirmed, a scanner beeps, verifying their access to the high-profile event. A doorman in formal attire gestures them forward, welcoming them into the celebration hall. Stepping inside, Sears immediately notices a large crowd gathered in the center of the hall. Confused, he asks Daisy what all the commotion is about. Spotting Mr. Charlton in the crowd, Daisy explains the situation. The Holy Nun is conducting a test to see if their guild is worthy of cooperating with the Holy Church. If someone can pass this test, it would be a huge boost to the guild's influence. The Holy Nun gestures to a large purple drape beside her, presenting it to the crowd. This, she announces, is their treasure, the Sacred Heart Curtain. She explains the test's mechanism. After a person enters the curtain, the large blue gemstone at the top will display the precise degree of impurity found within their heart. With a confident smirk, the nun adds a daunting detail. Whether they can work with the Holy Church depends entirely on their heart's purity, and so far, nobody from any other warrior guild has ever passed this test. The guild members murmur amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. They wonder how a curtain can possibly test their heart, what secrets it holds, and what kind of mechanism is at play. The nun looks down at the crowd with a knowing, almost challenging gaze. There's only one way to find out, she tells them. If they want to know, they just have to go in and try it. One man, a burly A-rank warrior named Logan, captain of Team 7, confidently steps forward. Proclaiming himself to be an honest man who's never done anything wrong, he volunteers to be the first to try. As the crowd watches, Captain Logan boldly steps behind the purple curtain, disappearing from view, ready to prove his purity. Inside the curtain's magical space, Logan looks around, confused by the darkness. He sees nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, an illusion manifests before him. He lets out a scream as he's confronted by a giant, seductive woman. The illusion takes the form of a beautiful woman with cat ears and a tail, dressed in a skimpy red outfit. Logan recognizes this vision instantly, muttering to himself that this alluring cat girl is his ultimate weakness. His confident facade completely melts away. His face flushes red as he stares, slack-jawed, at the illusion's most prominent features. The cat girl illusion leans in, pulling at her top suggestively and inviting him to get closer. Logan is completely captivated. He gulps, mesmerized and flustered, as the embodiment of his weakness slowly and seductively approaches him. The cat girl lets out a playful meow, which is enough to send Captain Logan over the edge. His face erupts in a blush as a massive nosebleed explodes from his nostrils. Losing all inhibitions, the rank captain begs the illusion, "Little kitty, let me touch you," his mind completely consumed by his base desires. The illusion's playful demeanor shifts to a predatory grin. "What do you want to touch?" she purrs, her sharp fangs glinting. As Logan breathlessly replies, "Your breasts," the catgirl's finger gently touches his lips, silencing him with a cold and simple command, "Shut up." Her expression instantly twists from seduction to pure, undisguised contempt. Disgusting, she spits, her eyes filled with scorn. With a powerful backhand, the illusion delivers a devastating slap across Logan's face, a physical manifestation of the curtain's judgment. Captain Logan is sent flying out from behind the curtain, screaming as he crashes hard onto the polished floor of the party hall, his jaw throbbing in pain. As he lies defeated, the gemstone atop the curtain glows brightly, displaying his result. The nun announces it to the shocked crowd. 88% impurity value. He's really an evil guy. A man in the crowd points dramatically, shouting for everyone to see Captain Logan's abysmal score. He declares that there must be something truly dangerous lurking within the curtain. Despite the humiliating failure, another A-rank warrior, the smug Captain Owen of Team 6, steps up. He laughs, boasting that no matter what's inside, he'll be able to handle it. However, Captain Owen's confidence is instantly shattered. The moment he steps behind the curtain, a sickening snap echoes out, and he is violently ejected, a fountain of blood erupting from his nose. Owen thuds onto the floor in a heap. As colleagues rush to his side, he lies dazed and bleeding heavily, muttering that he saw something unbelievable before passing out, leaving the crowd staring in horror at the curtain, awaiting his score. The crystal flashes with Captain Owen's result, a whopping 92% impurity. The crowd is stunned. Despite the failures, a few more guild members declare their intent to try, not wanting to embarrass their guild further. They foolishly believe that since they don't share Logan's specific weakness, they might pass. The holy nun sighs in disappointment, surrounded by the abysmal scores of all the failed candidates. She concludes that there is no one here below an 80% impurity level. They are all people with dirty hearts. Believing she has wasted her time, she assumes no one here can pass the test. But then a single, determined footstep echoes in the now silent hall. It's Sears with a calm and resolute expression. He steps forward from the crowd, Miss Daisy watching from behind him. "It's my turn," he announces. As Sears pushes aside the fabric and steps into the sacred heart curtain, the nun watches him go, noting to herself that he is the last one. The moment he's inside, Sears is startled as something immediately appears before him. It's the same cat-girl illusion that defeated Captain Logan. She wastes no time, immediately embracing a surprised Sears from behind, her tail wrapping around him. With a seductive smile and alluring golden eyes, the illusion leans close to his ear and begins to whisper a tempting offer. "Would you like?" But before she can even finish her sentence, a loud slap echoes through the space. Sears has struck the illusion across the face, leaving her utterly stunned. With a powerful follow-through, Sears sends the cat-girl illusion flying. Her scream of pain cuts short as she's violently thrown back. Sears stands his ground, but his reasoning is completely different from what the test expects. He's not resisting temptation out of purity, he's on high alert. He thinks to himself that another suspicious woman is approaching him, and he must be cautious. His mind immediately jumps to his shape-shifting arch-nemesis. This cat-girl, he reasons, might actually be the demon lord Satos in disguise. The illusion is left speechless, remarking that he is the first man to ever reject her. Outside the curtain, the holy nun gasps, her mind reeling from the psychic feedback of what just transpired within the curtain. She is completely and utterly bewildered. The gemstone flashes, displaying a number that has never been seen before. The nun cries out in utter disbelief. 0%. It's the first time I've ever seen 0%. I can't believe someone is so pure. In a strange, star-filled space, Sears stands on guard. He knows he must be cautious and confirm the identity of the woman before him. His eyes land on a voluptuous woman with cat ears and a tail, her back turned to him. As if on cue, a system notification rings, prompting him to open the system. The system immediately boots up, identifying the catgirl as a target. The crucial question appears: target the enemy. A mission pops up: use the spear to kill Satos with only one charge available. A grim expression crosses Sears' face. He knows he only has one chance, and failure could mean his death. Meanwhile, the catgirl is in disbelief. She thinks to herself that this is the first time a man has ever turned her down, and even pushed her away. From her perspective, she sees him staring intently at her body. She's confused. While he's staring, she senses no evil thoughts from him. In fact, he seems somewhat hostile. At the same time, Sears can't help but notice her large assets, even as he tries to stay focused on her move. Biting her finger in frustration, she finds his detached demeanor even more annoying than the men who openly ogle her. She covers her face, feeling flustered. His resistance is a huge blow to her seductive powers. From a distance, Sears steals his resolve. He needs to find a chance to see if she has any masculine traits to confirm his suspicions. The cat girl, on the other hand, decides she must find a way to stir his heart. She decides to make a move, playfully shaking, as she tells him not to look at her with such hostile eyes. She suggests a warm, soft hug could break down the walls between them. Sears braces himself, ready for whatever she's planning. Come on, he thinks, anticipating her attack. With a sudden swoosh, she lunges towards him, her movements swift and fluid. But Sears is quicker, dodging her advance. The catgirl is stunned. She's been rejected again. The rustle of her feet is the only sound, as she lands gracefully after her failed attempt. Undeterred, she strikes a pose and tells him not to be shy, towering over his crouched form. She moves closer, her voice sultry as she invites him to come and feel her soft body, promising he'll like it. Suddenly, Sears sees an opportunity. This is the perfect angle. With a thud, he plants his hand on the ground, realizing that if he can just slide under her. With a screeching sound, he propels himself forward, his hand scraping against the ground. He slides swiftly underneath her, just as she reaches out for him. His head passes directly under her chest, giving him an extreme close-up view. A blush spreads across his face as he gets a clear view. I can confirm it as long as I move my eyes, he thinks, determined to complete his mission. The cat girl looks down, shocked. She can't believe that even while dodging, he couldn't help but stare at her chest. His slide comes to a screeching halt, his hand clawing at the ground as he tries to stop his momentum. Pushing off the ground, Sears creates distance once more, finally coming to a stop as he lands, leaving the bewildered cat girl behind him. Slamming his hand on the ground, Sears curses his own body's reaction. He can't understand why this is happening. With a blush and a sudden nosebleed, he admits to himself that he can't look away. Her assets are just too impressive. The cat girl is utterly bewildered, her face shadowed in confusion as she simply asks, "Why?" She is completely baffled. "Why? You're staring at my breast just like everyone else, and your body is reacting, but inside you don't have a single dirty thought. So calm," she yells in frustration. "What the hell?" she screams from above, demanding an explanation from the man who has completely shattered her confidence. She looks down, a blush of embarrassment and anger on her face, still unable to comprehend the situation. Sears finally provides an answer, his expression dead serious. "Because I'm a decent person." Floating in the void, he looks up at her and declares, "I would never have any lewd thoughts about your body." He then launches into a bizarre speech, proclaiming that mothers gave birth to us, and breasts provide milk and nutrition, helping us grow up healthy and survive. "So I'm looking at your chest with a heart full of gratitude," he exclaims. The cat girl is left utterly speechless and blushing by his absurdly pure reasoning. Completely flustered, her mind is a mess. She can't process his strange declaration of gratitude. As she lands, a new thought dawns on her. Turns out, he's a decent gentleman, meow. Sears stands tall, a radiant blue aura surrounding him. He looks down at the now small and defeated cat girl, declaring, "This is our gap." With a gentle expression, she closes her eyes and concedes, "You passed the test, you can leave now." Sears is surprised. The fact that she asked him to leave makes him realize his initial suspicion was wrong. This woman is not Sato's. He turns and walks away, waving goodbye. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, he thinks to himself that he'll ask the nun if she can remove his poison. The scene shifts, and Sears is now standing in front of a large crystal that displays a value of 0%, signifying his purity. The cat girl collapses to her knees, completely drained from the encounter. "My training is still not enough, meow," she laments. In a grand hall, a crowd murmurs in disbelief. "His impurity value is 0%. That's crazy," one says. "No way, there's no man who wouldn't be interested in a cat girl," another exclaims, concluding the crystal must be broken. Standing next to Sears is the same woman, now dressed in a nun's habit with a mask. The nun looks at Sears, her voice filled with amazement. "I've never seen someone with such a pure heart." Now that he has officially passed the test, Sears asks her directly, "Can you use purification magic to get rid of the poison in me?" She calmly replies, "Of course." The nun turns to the assembled crowd and gives a sharp order, "Now, everybody out." The massive hall quickly empties, leaving only Sears and the nun alone under the grand chandelier, ready to begin the private purification ritual. The nun takes a seat, her posture elegant and commanding, signaling the start of the ritual. She points to the floor before her. "I can remove your poison now. Lie down." Without hesitation, Sears prepares to comply. As he settles onto the ornate floor, Sears looks up and asks what he should do next. "Don't move," the nun commands, her tone leaving no room for argument. Sears stills himself, waiting for the mysterious purification process to unfold. The nun begins to explain, "Our purification magic is granted by the church. Everyone has a different part of their body to cast magic." She elegantly slips off one of her high-heeled shoes, the sound echoing slightly in the empty hall. She then reveals the unique nature of her power. "My purification magic is in my feet. I cast it by stepping." She lifts her stockinged foot and issues a critical warning. "During the time I use purification magic, you can't have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, the magic will gradually lose its effect." Staring at her foot, which is alarmingly close to his face, Sears asks for clarification. "These evil thoughts, does it only refer to me?" "Yes," she confirms. A ghostly image of her past appears, explaining, "From the moment I became a holy nun of the Holy Church, my lust was taken away." She tells him to relax and begins to move her foot over his body. "I'll go over you from top to bottom. This is a necessary process for me to understand your condition, so I can treat you more accurately," she finishes, lifting her leg to begin the assessment. A soft rustle is heard as her foot makes contact with his arm, resting near his hand. Sears anticipates her intention, thinking to himself, "She probably wants to flip my hand with her foot." As he instinctively moves, she sharply commands, "Don't move. I'll do it myself, otherwise it will affect my magic." She then kicks off her other shoe. She grips the side of her seat, muttering under her breath, "This chair is a bit small." To steady herself, she makes a bold move. "Your face, let me use it for support." She places her foot directly on his face, causing him to let out a surprised yelp. With her balance secured by his face, she pauses for a moment, a silent determination in her stance. Now stable, she uses her free foot to skillfully flip his hand open, preparing it for the ritual. She brings her foot down towards his open palm and announces, "I'm starting." With a firm step, her foot presses down onto his hand, initiating the purification magic. The impact of her foot on his face from earlier is shown again, emphasizing the jarring start to this bizarre process. Suddenly, Sears's consciousness is thrown into a new realm. He opens his eyes, shocked to find himself shirtless and vulnerable. He's floating on an endless expanse of water under a starry sky. Why am I floating on the water? He wonders in panic. Where is this? In this strange mental sea, a gigantic foot appears beside his tiny, floating form. A huge splash erupts as the giant foot descends, crashing into the water around him. The foot presses down on him, the weight immense. So heavy, he thinks, struggling to stay afloat amidst the splashing water. He lets out a long scream as the giant foot relentlessly pushes him down into the depths of his own consciousness. The scene flashes back to reality, showing the nun's foot still pressed firmly on Sears's palm, the source of the immense pressure he feels in his mind. Back in the grand hall, the nun looks down at Sears and calmly instructs him, "Relax, don't resist my foot, I'm healing you." In the mental realm, her voice explains the process. "This is my purification magic, projecting your consciousness into a part of your body. I'll get you out of the water. Your fingers will heal up." Sears, treading water, seems to understand. The giant foot looms over him, and the voice commands him to get closer. But as Sears tries to swim forward, he finds himself stuck. Looking down, he sees dark, sinister tentacles of poison wrapping around his legs. In reality, the nun senses his struggle. "I'll pull you out in one go," she says with confidence. Panic sets in for Sears as the poison's grip tightens. "Something's got me underwater," he yells, the tentacles entangling him completely. The nun's voice echoes from the real world into his mind, calmly identifying the source of his trouble. "That's the toxins in your body." The toxic tendrils violently yank him down, pulling him deeper into the dark waters of his own poisoned consciousness. Just as he's about to be dragged under, her voice commands, "Grab my foot." He reaches out desperately, but his hand slips on the smooth stocking. With a surge of effort, he manages to grab onto the heel of the giant foot, his only lifeline in this dark abyss. But he can't get a firm grip. In a moment of desperate resolve, he realizes what he must do. "Gotta tear it open, let her show her toes, or else I can't hold on." Gritting his teeth, he bites down hard on the stocking. Back in reality, the nun flinches slightly, a hint of surprise in her voice as she remarks, "He ripped it, so rough." Having torn a hole in the stocking, Sears now clings desperately to the nun's bare toes, splashing through the water as he holds on for dear life. In the mental realm, the giant foot, its stocking now torn, becomes his anchor as the poison continues to pull at him from below. The scene returns to the real world. The nun grips her chair, a faint blush on her face. A system window has appeared, showing the nun's desire index is now at 15%. Sears, still lying on the floor, thinks to himself, "Even though she's gripping me tight." The unexpected side effect of his actions has begun to manifest. As the purification magic courses through him, Sears finds that the black, poisonous tendrils around his leg are dissipating. Instead of pain, he feels a surprisingly refreshing sensation. The nun channels her energy, a warm sensation emanating from her fingertips as she focuses on the ritual. With a great splash, the nun lifts Sears' spiritual form out of the cleansing water. Flower petals, remnants of the purification magic, fall onto Sears' hand. He feels as if he's been completely reborn. Peeking through his fingers, Sears looks on with a relieved expression, exclaiming to himself that the magic worked. However, the nun notices that a broken limb still remains. She instructs Sears, who is lying on the floor, to take off his shoes. He complies and she continues the ritual, her stockinged foot brushing against his fingers. The nun levitates slightly as she announces that his limbs are all healed. Lying below, Sears is in awe of her amazing purification magic. With the first stage complete, the nun sits down and states that she is going to change direction now. She explains that she has found the location of the poison in his body and that they need to work together to remove it. She tells him to lie still between her feet. A close-up view shows the nun's stockinged foot, poised and ready. Sears feels a strange sensation as he is pressed down into the water of his consciousness, asking in a panic if the poison is located there. The nun pushes him down with her foot, sending him into the watery depths. She explains that once he's in the water, he can pull the poison out himself, allowing his body to finally get rid of it. Submerged completely, Sears begins to panic, realizing he can't breathe underwater. The nun tells him not to panic. She will help him flush out the toxins, which will in turn strengthen his power. A golden aura surrounds Sears as his spiritual body begins to grow larger and more powerful within his consciousness. Now glowing with power, Sears floats in the deep. Before him, a large, dark mass bubbles, and he wonders if this is the poison that was inside him. With newfound resolve, Sears surges towards the core of the poison. Back in the hall, the nun suddenly feels a strange sensation in her body. A system window appears, indicating she has been targeted, and her lust index is now at 1%. Inside his consciousness, the poison fights back, striking out at Sears with a powerful blow. Sears is thrown backward, exclaiming that he was pushed away as dark tendrils begin to entangle his body. The nun explains the situation. The water represents his body's consciousness. She will use a level 2 purification shield to help him break through the toxins, telling him his own magic might resonate with hers. Completely entangled by the poison's tendrils, Sears desperately tells her to hurry up. The nun announces she is starting. Sears grits his teeth and braces himself, his body glowing with a powerful aura as he prepares to fight against the poison's hold. Just as the ritual intensifies, a system alert chimes, target locked. The nun looks down in confusion, wondering why her body feels so strange as the system confirms her lust index is at 1%. As the nun's power surges, Sears feels the poison's grip loosening. He exclaims that the toxin is being torn apart as he begins to break free from the dark tendrils. A protective shield buzzes to life around Sears. The nun confirms the shield is up and advises him to try swimming down. Relieved, Sears agrees to try it. The golden shield proves effective, instantly dissipating the dark, poisonous tendrils that come into contact with it. Sears shouts in excitement that the shield is working and tearing through the toxin. This allows him to descend deeper, getting closer to the poison's core. As he swims down, guided by the nun's feet, the shield continues to bubble and dissolve the poison, clearing a path for him. Protected by the glowing shield, Sears becomes frustrated. He wonders why he hasn't reached the core yet, feeling he should have been there by now. The nun explains that he can't judge distance in the body consciousness by real-world measurements. It looks close, but it's far away. She then mutters to herself that to keep the shield up, she has to keep rubbing his body, which is starting to tire her out. But as she continues, the nun feels a strange sense of joy coming from her foot. She finds the sensation weird, just as her lust index suddenly jumps to 21%. Suddenly back in the consciousness realm, the golden shield around Sears begins to crackle, much to his surprise. Water splashes through the cracks in the barrier. Sears shouts to the nun in a panic, telling her the shield has cracked and water is getting in. The nun is shocked, realizing her purification magic is weakening. Her lust index has spiked to 47%, and she understands why. Sears's evil thoughts are emerging. Completely flustered, the nun yells at Sears, calling him a jerk. She demands that he stop having dirty thoughts about her, warning that the purification magic will fail if he continues. With a loud bam, Sears's impure thoughts cause the protective shield to shatter completely. Now completely vulnerable, Sears is once again entangled by the poison's dark tendrils, crying out that he can barely breathe as they constrict around him. Refusing to give up, the nun decides to take drastic measures. She declares she'll rub harder to fix the shield quickly. Panting and blushing under her mask, the nun proclaims that her purification magic will never fail. At that moment, a ding sounds as her lust index shoots up to a staggering 69%. Gasping and sputtering, Sears is violently thrown out of his own consciousness. He lands back on the marble floor of the hall, looking up in shock. His clothes now in disarray, the nun looks down at him from her seat with a commanding presence and simply tells him to look up. In the holy church, the nun Lilia attempts to purify Sears. However, the spell backfires, causing her own lust index to spike to 87%. Distracted, she mutters about needing to fix her shield, a metaphor for her crumbling composure. As the purification continues, Lilia is overwhelmed by impure thoughts. She fantasizes about stepping on Sears's body, a thrilling sensation she wishes would last forever. Her lustful fantasies intensify, and the system reflects her internal state as her lust index climbs even higher, reaching 91%. Suddenly, Sears's voice cuts through her trance, calling out "Miss." Lilia is jolted back to reality, shocked and bewildered by her own thoughts. Lilia quickly tries to regain her composure, asking Sears if he has returned to reality. But Sears, lying on the floor, bluntly states that her treatment has failed. Lilia clutches her chest, her heart pounding. She's flustered, wondering what just happened to her and why the feeling is so strangely familiar. She realizes with horror that her own evil thoughts caused the purification magic to fail. Mortified, she decides no one can ever know, as it would tarnish the dignity of the Holy Church. She lashes out, telling Sears to mind his manners and leave. Sears points out that even she couldn't remove the poison. Lilia defensively declares the treatment a success, insisting there's no poison the Holy Church can't cure, but that he will require long-term treatment. Picking up her heels, Lilia crafts a plausible excuse. She claims she can still heal his injured limbs now, and once she finds a way to get close to the toxin core, she will inform him. Composing herself, she formally introduces herself as Lilia and invites him to come to the Holy Church anytime to find her. With the failed session concluded, Lilia tells Sears to call it a day, and they part ways in the grand hall of the church. As he leaves, Sears is undeterred. He knows the purification failed, and resolves that he still needs to find the demon Lord Satos to truly remove his poison. Once out of sight, Lilia's composure breaks again. She leans against a wall, her shoes slipping off as she is overcome by the lingering effects of her encounter with Sears. Panting, she reflects on how she was almost out of control. She finds it strange that even though her lust has been drained, she still has these intense feelings, hinting at a deeper connection. Lilia looks at her hand, contemplating the encounter. She senses that the power within Sears isn't just a simple poison, it feels different, almost magical. Meanwhile, in another location, a man with bandaged arms is violently slapped across the face, screaming in pain. His superior, a man with a prosthetic golden arm named Darren, towers over him furiously, yelling about his subordinate's inability to handle a simple task. The injured subordinate tries to make excuses, mentioning the vice president, but Darren cuts him off, shouting for no more excuses. Disgusted, Darren throws an envelope at the feet of his subordinate, giving him a new mission. The subordinate picks it up and is shocked to find a map to Shea's A-rank dungeon. He protests in fear, knowing that Boss Shea is an SS-rank entity, and a mission there is a death sentence for an A-rank like himself. Darren reveals that he has intercepted intelligence. Shea has already been severely weakened by warriors from the K-Zone. The boss is now so weak that even an F-rank warrior could kill it. This is a golden opportunity for his subordinate to secure the position of captain. Understanding the opportunity, the subordinate's face lights up with a greedy, determined grin. He accepts the mission, promising Darren that this time, he will definitely succeed. The scene flashes back, revealing how Shea was weakened. A mysterious hand is seen pouring a green, glowing liquid, likely a potent poison or magical substance, into the monster's mouth. The hand belongs to a woman with long white hair, floating above the giant, armored monster. She speaks to the beast, stating that after all the blood she has given, its body should now be fully restored, showcasing a complex and manipulative relationship where she holds the power to heal. The beast, Shea, obediently swallows the potent, life-giving substance. The sound of it going down its throat marks the final step in its rapid rejuvenation. The flashback continues, showing the aftermath of Lord Satos's intervention. With a mighty boom, the demon Shea stomps the ground, fully revitalized. Shea roars in triumph, exclaiming that he's back to full health, with Lord Satos and her purple-haired attendant looking on. He lets out a final, powerful huff, the surge of new energy coursing through him. Shea gratefully thanks Lord Satos for saving him once again. Not wanting to be indebted, he asks what he can do for her in return. With a cunning smile, Lord Satos gives her command. It's very simple. She wants Shea to kill one specific human for her. This concludes the flashback, revealing the origin of the threat that Darren's team is about to face. The scene shifts back to the present. Sears looks at a digital map displaying the location of Satos, surprised to see that the demon lord is in such a distant place. His thoughts are interrupted by the guild president, Mr. Charlton, who enthusiastically congratulates him. He praises Sears for securing a collaboration with the Holy Church, which is a major boost for their Z-Zone. Sensing an opportunity, Sears makes a bold request. He wants to be granted a captain position. This will give him the authority to choose which dungeons he can enter, allowing him to pursue Satos. Sears explains his urgency, stating he needs to head home, make preparations, and leave the downtown area by noon. He reveals he only has 49 days left, adding a ticking clock to his mission. Mr. Charlton is concerned. Due to a manpower shortage, he warns that the promotion process to captain might not be finished by noon. However, the green-haired staffer, Miss Daisy, interjects. She tells Sears that she can help with the process, as she is familiar with it and should be able to get it done by noon. Blushing, Miss Daisy adds that Sears can consider it a thank you for his help in the past. With the logistics settled, Sears can now proceed with his plan. Having secured his promotion and a lead on Satos, Sears returns to his apartment, announcing his arrival. As the door opens, he is greeted by the startling sight of a buxom maid with demonic features, who welcomes him home as her master. Sears is stunned to find a maid in his home. She proudly reports that she has cleaned the entire house, but then sheepishly admits that she also ate all the food. The demon maid, Yog, playfully leaps onto Sears, asking for praise and declaring herself the perfect maid. Sears tells her she did a good job, but comically laments that she could have at least left him some food. Yog presses against him, asking if she can stay here forever since she is so useful. Sears, taken aback, asks if she doesn't want to go back to her own home. The question gives her pause. Her playful demeanor fades slightly as she repeats the word home, as if it's a foreign concept. Yog pinches his cheek, explaining that demonic beasts don't have homes, they only have lairs. Her statement is a stark reminder of her true nature. Sears falls silent, his expression unreadable as he processes her words and the reality of having a demonic beast living with him. He becomes serious, warning Yog that she must not let anyone find out she is a demonic beast. After all, this is a human city, and her discovery would lead to trouble for both of them. Yog confidently assures him she's great at hiding. At that moment, a system notification appears, showing their affinity is at 100%. A second notification shocks Sears. After touching her, his value can double. Yog's expression turns sly. She leans in close and tells her master that since she's done with her tasks, it's now his turn. She reminds him of his promise. She took hammer blows for him in jail and used a lot of her magic, and he had promised to pay her back double. Wrapping her arms and tail around him, she declares that she's here to collect. As Yog holds him, Sears considers the system notification. Touching her can double his power, a massive advantage for the difficult journey ahead. Seeing it as a win-win situation, he braces himself for what's about to happen. Meanwhile, Miss Daisy is en route, holding an envelope containing Sears's promotion letter. As she drives, she notes that she's getting near Sears's place, completely unaware of the chaotic scene she is about to walk into. Back in the apartment, the power transfer begins. Yog wastes no time, ripping Sears's shirt right off his body. She straddles him, her tail wrapping around him possessively. With a wicked grin, she compliments her master's cute body as a shirtless Sears looks on in shock. Leaning in, Yog's eyes glow with desire. She whispers that she can't help but get closer to him, her predatory nature surfacing. Her instincts take over completely as she reveals her sharp fangs and long tongue, declaring her urge to swallow him whole. As Yog bites and licks his neck, the stat transfer begins. System notifications pop up, showing a massive influx of power into Sears. His defense, agility, and attack stats skyrocket by thousands of points. Her demonic tail twitches wildly, a physical manifestation of the massive amount of power being transferred. The process is a drain on Yog. As Sears gains power, her own stats, concentration, perception, endurance, and magic, are significantly depleted, leaving her in a state of ecstatic exhaustion. The intensity is overwhelming for Sears as well. He cries out that it hurts as Yog, lost in the moment, presses down on him with all her might. The transfer completes, and Yog pulls back, panting heavily with a trail of saliva dripping from her lips. She apologizes to her master, admitting that she got too excited and pressed him overly hard during the transfer. Just as the intense moment concludes, a sudden knock at the door startles a shirtless and disheveled Sears. Sears realizes someone is coming. He correctly guesses that it must be the pretty secretary, Miss Daisy, bringing his promotion letter, creating a hilariously awkward situation. In a panic, Sears quickly tells Yog to hide herself before the visitor sees her. Yog, understanding the urgency, agrees. As the knocking continues, a shirtless Sears walks to the door, while Yog's demonic tail can be seen whipping around the corner as she hastily conceals herself. He cautiously opens the door, preparing his excuse for his state of undress. It is indeed Miss Daisy. Sears quickly explains his shirtless state by claiming he was taking a shower. She hands him a bag of fruit and his promotion letter, informing him his captain appointment is complete. He thanks her, and she shyly explains that she also bought him some fruit, a mix of different kinds, since she didn't know what he liked. Sears gratefully accepts, exclaiming that it's perfect since he has run out of food. Unseen in the other room, Yog listens in, her tail twitching with curiosity. Hiding behind a door, Yog eavesdrops as Miss Daisy offers to bring more fruit next time. Hearing the woman's voice, Yog's suspicion grows. Miss Daisy blushes, clearly smitten, and tells Sears that if he needs any help at all, she is at his service. Suddenly, Yog makes her presence known. She appears behind Sears and sarcastically asks if they are having a great time chatting. Miss Daisy is shocked speechless. She stares at the tall, imposing figure of Yog, completely bewildered by the presence of another woman in Sears's apartment. Sears is horrified. He turns to Yog, sweating and panicking, asking why she came out while stammering, trying to find a way to explain the unexplainable situation. But then something incredible happens. Yog giggles as her demonic features fade away, revealing a beautiful human form. A stunned Sears can only think, Yog turned into a human. Playing the part perfectly, Yog throws her arms around Sears and provocatively declares to Miss Daisy that she is his sweetheart. She rubs against him, asking, "Right, babe," forcing a shocked Sears to awkwardly agree. Miss Daisy watches, completely flustered and jealous, as Yog then demands a kiss from her babe. Fuming with jealousy, Miss Daisy snatches the bag of fruits back from a bewildered Sears, who is still being embraced by the mischievous Yog. With a final, angry bye, Miss Daisy storms out of the apartment, slamming the door and leaving Sears to face his possessive and clever demon maid alone. In a bright, ethereal space, a woman with striking white hair and glowing red eyes, dressed in a maid's outfit, holds a man close. With a mischievous grin, she teases, "Heh. Master, I know a little transformation magic." The man, looking annoyed, mutters, "You little, no food again." In a comical chibi form with long green hair, the maid appears furious, marked by a vein-popping icon. She angrily slams a grocery bag full of produce into a trash can with a loud thud. The scene shifts to the man from before, now pulling on a pair of sleek, gray trousers. He flexes a metallic, fully articulated gauntlet, its plates making a soft clattering sound as he gets dressed for battle. In what appears to be a different moment, the white-haired maid, Yog, gives an order to a small, spiky-haired creature. "Yog, I have an important task for you. Transform into a human and go buy food." "Don't get caught," the creature eagerly accepts the mission, replying, "Yes, sir, I will finish this task well." Now fully clad in his armor and surrounded by a fiery aura, Sears clenches his fist with determination. "Time to find Satos," he declares. Later, a paper bag is left on the floor outside a slightly ajar door with a soft thud. Sears, back in his armor, opens the door and looks down, surprised to see the bag. "Huh," he questions. He peers into the bag, discovering it's filled with fresh fruits. On top of them is a note, which he notes with curiosity. Sears picks up the note and reads it. "Hey, don't get mad about what I just did," it says. He can only utter a confused HMPH. Meanwhile, another group of warriors traverses a rocky, crystalline landscape. They congratulate themselves on their smooth journey, crediting their leader. Following Captain Hills is definitely the right decision. The leader, a smug man named Hills, consults a map. "With the map my brother gave me, it's like taking a walk in the park," he boasts, then confidently declares, "There's a fork up ahead, we should go left." Hills laughs manically with his team, gloating that they used another team's intel to take down the boss. "I bet they'll be so pissed when they know this," one of them exclaims. With a sinister expression, Hills justifies his actions. The guild's rule is whoever's team takes down the boss first gets all the resources. Their information got leaked. That's on them. Suddenly, a massive impact shakes the area with a deafening boom. as a hulking figure crashes into the ground. The scene reveals it was Sears who delivered the blow, now standing triumphantly over the defeated A-rank rock golem. System messages pop up, announcing his victory, a map reward, and a significant stat increase, which he notes is largely thanks to Yog. Sears studies the map he acquired. It shows the precise location of Sato's, confirming he has run to the depths of the dungeon, into the boss's room. Elsewhere, Hill's team is startled by a rustling sound, echoing from a dark passageway ahead. As a cracking sound is heard, Hills barks an order to his men. Stay alert, something's up on the left. The team looks on in disbelief, as a lone figure emerges from the path they were warned about. Hill's eyes widen in absolute shock, as he recognizes the newcomer. Sears steps out of the darkness, and one of Hill's men cries out his name in surprise. Hills breaks into a cold sweat, his mind racing. Why is he here? Wait, is he here to kill that injured boss too? Hills confronts Sears, demanding to know what he's doing there and where his team members are. Sears coolly replies, same as you, killing demonic beasts. Before Hills can press further, Sears cuts him off and begins to walk away. I came here alone, I'm in a hurry, see you later. As he departs, he can only think to himself what bad luck it was to run into this crew. As Sears walks away, Hills stares after him, his face a mask of fury and suspicion. He's coming to conquer this A-rank dungeon alone, I just knew it. He must have known that Boss Shea is dying. He seethes, concluding, this guy is greedier than me, trying to hog all the credit for himself. Driven by greed and paranoia, Hills yells to his team, everyone pick up the pace, follow me. We can't let him find the dying Shea first and steal our credits. Once alone and out of sight, standing before a grand, castle-like structure, Sears calmly gives a command. Activate the map. System windows appear before Sears. One reveals the map, showing all items in the area. Another highlights a giant, dark castle sword embedded in the ground. The description explains that pulling this sword out will swap the left and right paths ahead, a mechanism that can be toggled on or off. In the background, Hills and his team are seen running down the path Sears has manipulated. Hills, completely unaware of the switch, smirks confidently. He recalls the map his brother gave him, which showed the right path as a dead end and the left as the correct way. He is certain Sears is heading into a trap. With a loud whoosh, Hills and his eager team rush past Sears, who stands silently by the giant sword, letting them hurry toward their doom. As he runs by, Hills looks over his shoulder and taunts Sears. You can't pull out that sword. Looks like I have more information than you do. Sears says nothing, simply watching them go. Speeding down the corridor, Hills shouts back one last threat. Once I go through the left path, I'll seal the way. Sears, don't even think about taking any credit. But the path Hills chose leads directly to a monstrous red beast with a gaping maw full of sharp teeth. It lets out a terrifying series of howls, stopping the team in their tracks. A close-up on one of the warrior's eyes shows pure terror, with the reflection of the horrifying red beast filling his vision as a sweat drop runs down his face. The full creature is revealed to be a massive red dragon. One of Hill's men shouts in shock, "Is that a dragon?" While another notices something even more startling. There's someone on the dragon. Hills is completely stunned, his face a mixture of anger and fear. Why is there a dragon? My brother's map and intel didn't mention anything about this. As the dragon attacks, the very walls of the dungeon begin to crumble and fall apart. The walls coming down, step back. One of the men screams as they are thrown off their feet. The colossal red dragon crashes into the side of the castle tower, its impact sending cracks spiderwebbing across the ancient stone. The mysterious figure on the dragon's back, a woman wreathed in a purple aura, fearlessly grabs onto one of the dragon's horns, preparing to strike. In a stunning display of power, the woman leaps into the air and delivers a devastating punch directly to the dragon's head. The force of the blow sends the massive beast plummeting from the sky as the ground below rumbles violently. Hill's men scream in terror, scrambling to escape the path of the falling beast. The dragon is falling, quickly dodge, one of them yells. With a tremendous thud, the dragon's head slams into the ground, sending dust and debris flying as the warriors cry out in fear. Hills, covered in dust and sweat, stares in utter shock at the scene. His sword clatters against the ground as he processes what just happened. She killed that dragon without any weapons, he whispers in disbelief. As the dust settles, the victorious warrior is seen standing calmly atop the head of the slain dragon. She looks down at the stunned and terrified party below, Sears also watching from a distance. The warrior, a woman with short black hair and an intense gaze, is formally introduced by a system window. Daphne, S-rank, K-zone. She looks down at Hill's crew and coldly asks, which zone are you from? At the entrance of the Shea dungeon, an arrogant warrior named Captain Hills, leader of the Z-zone warriors, smirks as he introduces his group to a newcomer. He asks if they are also here to conquer the dungeon. The newcomer is a powerful and confident female warrior named Daphne. She coolly assesses the Z-zone warriors, thinking to herself that K-zone never requested their help and that competing with them would be a waste of her time. Hills immediately changes his tune, obsequiously suggesting they work together. However, Daphne turns her back on him, coldly stating that he probably won't get the chance. Looking down on them with disdain, Daphne declares that she never teams up with anyone, believing that only weaklings rely on others. Suddenly, a blue orb on Daphne's ear begins to sizzle and glow, indicating an incoming communication. A frantic voice comes through the communicator, pleading for help from any nearby warriors. They've encountered a dragon and are in desperate need of support. Daphne squats, a mocking tone in her voice as she addresses the Z-Zone warriors. She scoffs at their fear of a mere dragon, telling them to go home if they're scared and stay out of her way. She delivers a final, crushing blow to their pride, stating they aren't even worthy of being her rivals. She warns them to be gone by the time she returns, leaving Hills's subordinates speechless. With a powerful whoosh, Daphne launches herself from the ground, the force of her departure cracking the earth and sending the weaker warriors flying. She soars into the sky, demonstrating her incredible power and speed as she heads towards the commotion. As she flies, Daphne furrows her brow in concentration, judging that based on the sounds of battle, the dragon can't be too far away. Back on the ground, the young Z-Zone warrior stares up in utter amazement, exclaiming that Daphne can fly, while his comrades flee in terror. Captain Hills, however, sees this as a golden opportunity. He rallies his men, boasting that with a map in his possession, he'll find and defeat Boss Shea before Daphne returns, claiming all the glory for himself. Watching from a distance, the protagonist, Sears, calmly observes the Z-Zone warriors rushing ahead, a thoughtful expression on his face as he notes their eagerness. Believing he's found a shortcut, Captain Hills begins to hack away at a wall, suspecting a trap lies behind it. With a rustle and a bang, Hills triggers a mechanism, causing a large section of the wall to slam shut, sealing the passageway. Hills celebrates prematurely, believing he has cleverly locked everyone else out. He declares that all the credit will now belong to them, and his men cheer him on. But suddenly, a massive armored hand grabs Hill's sword. It's Sears in his full armor. A system window appears, showing that his magic points are being rapidly depleted as he performs this feat. The system notifications continue to flash, showing Sears's magic points draining away at an alarming rate as he absorbs the properties of the sword. With a final clank, Sears finishes his absorption. Hills's sword has now been transformed, and Sears holds it in his grasp. The Z-Zone warriors can only watch in horror, screaming as the ground trembles from the sheer power being unleashed. A system message announces that Sears has obtained the Dark Castle sword. Now armed with his new weapon, he calmly instructs his own system to proceed to the right. Meanwhile, another party of warriors progresses through the dungeon. They remark that the K-Zone members have already cleared the path to the boss room, and they should be able to get there soon. Elsewhere, Captain Hills consults his map, a wicked grin on his face. He believes he's on a safe path, while gloating that Sears has taken a different route filled with a dozen B-rank wolves, surely leading to his doom. Still laughing at the thought of his rival's demise, Hills arrogantly tells his team to hurry, confident they are way ahead. His laughter is cut short by a sudden rustling sound, a hint that his assumptions are about to be proven fatally wrong. The rustling sound materializes in front of Captain Hills and his men. His subordinates' eyes widen in terror as he screams a warning, telling his captain to look ahead. To their horror, they've stumbled upon the very creatures Hills thought Sears would face, a pack of ferocious B-rank shiny dark claw wolves. Hills is stunned, realizing his map was completely wrong and this path was not safe. With a thunderous roar, the wolves lunge towards them. The Z-Zone warriors brace for impact, forced into a fight they were completely unprepared for. Meanwhile, in the opulent room of Boss Shea, the demoness herself, a white-haired woman, stretches languidly on her throne after performing a ritual. Her purple-haired attendant stands by and watches. Shea lets out a sigh of exhaustion, admitting she has never given so much of her blood to a demonic beast before. From the shadows, their master, Lord Satos, issues a command, telling Shea not to be a disappointment. The recipient of Shea's blood, a colossal blue-skinned demon, roars with power. It can feel an endless stream of energy surging from within, its strength multiplied several times over. The purple-haired attendant nervously asks Lord Satos if Shea can truly defeat the human intruder. Shea confidently replies that in terms of raw power, she is now far superior, though her attendant notes that the human seems to get stronger as he fights. Shea smirks, revealing a crucial piece of information with chilling confidence. She declares that this won't be like last time, because every single demonic beast in this dungeon is male. On a separate path, Sears looks down from a high ledge to see the very same pack of B-rank wolves that Hills's team just encountered. Holding the Dark Castle sword he just acquired, Sears smirks. Despite the heavy cost in magic points to obtain it, he's eager to give his new weapon a shot. A system window appears, instructing Sears to swing his sword at a marked spot to trigger a mechanism. Seeing the wolves below, he decides to turn the dungeon's own defenses into his personal tool. His system highlights the trap's name, Flying Arrows. With a decisive slam, Sears strikes the marked spot on the ground, activating the mechanism. As the trap activates, a hail of arrows shoots out from hidden panels in the wall, swooshing down towards the unsuspecting pack of wolves below. The wolves screech in pain as the arrows rain down upon them, their surprise attack completely foiled by Sears's clever strategy. Though most of the pack was eliminated, one of the wolves survives the arrow barrage, its tough skin protecting it. It glares up at Sears and begins to charge. Sears effortlessly blocks the charging wolf's attack with a powerful swing of his new sword. With a graceful swoosh, Sears dodges another lunge and positions himself for a counterattack against the remaining wolves. The last wolf lets out a final, ferocious roar as it prepares for one more desperate attack. Sears firmly grips the hilt of his sword, ready to end the fight. He brings the dark castle sword down with immense force, striking the final wolf and ending the battle. The scene cuts back to Captain Hills and his men, who are being completely overwhelmed by the wolves. They cry out in terror, realizing the beasts are much stronger than B rank, and scream for their captain to save them as they are torn apart. The surviving Z-Zone warriors turn and flee in a desperate attempt to retreat. Their escape is cut short as they run straight into the door that Hills had sealed earlier. Trapped and horrified, one of the warriors screams at his captain, telling him he has doomed them all. Cornered against the sealed door, the Z-Zone warriors watch in terror as the pack of wolves rapidly closes in on them. In a moment of cowardice, Captain Hills orders his men to act as a barricade against the wolves, while he frantically tries to find a way to open the door on his map. The warriors are quickly overwhelmed, their screams echoing in the corridor as they plead for Hills to hurry, knowing they can't hold the line for much longer. Hills stares at the map, his face contorting in pure horror. He screams in despair as he realizes the map only shows the mechanism to close the door, not to open it. He has trapped them all. The scene cuts back to Sears, who is skillfully dispatching the last of the wolves on his path, using the terrain to his advantage. After taking down most of the pack with the arrow trap, Sears now faces the last two wolves in direct combat. With his new sword flashing, Sears expertly clashes with the demonic beasts, holding his ground with ease. His internal system highlights his next objective, a large stone door just ahead. As the final two wolves charge towards him, Sears turns his attention to the stone door. He thrusts his dark castle sword into a mechanism on the door, intending to use it as another trap. With a deafening boom, the massive stone door begins to crash down, aimed directly at the charging wolves. The stone door slams shut, crushing one of the wolves beneath its immense weight. However, the door unexpectedly begins to lift again, creating a new opening and surprising both the last wolf and Sears himself. On the other side, Hills's trapped men are stunned as the door opens by itself. They mistakenly believe their captain saved them, unaware it was Sears's action, and they prepare to retreat through the opening. As they try to escape, a wolf lunges through the closing gap, targeting the nearest person. The wolf sinks its teeth into Captain Hills, who screams in agony as he's dragged down. Back on his side, Sears casually dispatches the final wolf, coolly stating that he solved the problem easily, oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind the door. The stone door rumbles and begins to fall once more. It slams down with a horrifying bang, crushing one of the unfortunate Z-Zone warriors who couldn't get through in time. Captain Hills continues to scream in pain as a wolf viciously bites down on his legs. Sears, having cleared his path, allows himself a small, satisfied smile. Hills and his few remaining men stumble into the next area, only to find the corpses of all the demonic beasts already littering the ground. They realize the road layout perfectly matches their map. Gripping the map tightly, Hills bellows in fury. He realizes he was holding the map upside down. This was the right path all along. He screams, cursing his brother for almost getting him killed with the faulty directions. After their harrowing escape, the battered survivors arrive at another fork in the road. One of the men asks for direction, pointing out that the map says to go right. However, his trust completely shattered, the enraged Captain Hills ignores the map. He points in the opposite direction and furiously declares that they will go left. The choices diverge. As Captain Hills leads his team down the wrong path to the left, Sears' system calmly instructs him to go right, guiding him flawlessly through the dungeon. Trusting his system, Sears follows the directions. After one final turn, a new message appears. He has successfully reached the boss's room. Sears arrives before the grand doors of the boss chamber, his expression calm and resolute, ready for the final confrontation. Guarding the entrance is the colossal unnamed giant demon, empowered by Shea's blood. The demon greets Sears, acknowledging his skill in obtaining the Dark Castle sword. Ignoring the demon's posturing, Sears holds his sword at the ready, his eyes narrowed. He has only one question, cutting straight to the heart of his mission. Satos is inside right. Continuing from the previous chapter, Sears confronts the dungeon boss, a giant demonic beast. The demon declares his intent to kill Sears as an offering to his goddess Satos. Sears is puzzled by the title, questioning if the demon believes Satos is a woman. The demonic beast gets angry, insisting that Lord Satos must be a woman because of their supposed nice boobs, fair skin, and a faint fragrance. Unfazed by the demon's delusion, Sears dismisses him and casually activates a skill, Axe Blade, preparing to attack. A massive axe blade made of pure energy materializes, and Sears swings it down with immense force. The giant axe blade hurtles towards the demonic beast, ready to cleave him in two. The demonic beast doesn't even flinch, simply clenching its fist as the attack comes rushing in. With a single, powerful punch, the beast shatters Sears' energy axe blade into countless fragments. The demonic beast lets out a furious roar after effortlessly destroying the attack. Sears is surprised, realizing his opponent is strong enough to destroy his skills without even using a weapon. The beast stomps the ground, preparing for its own assault. Enraged that Sears would dare imply his goddess is a man, the beast charges forward, screaming that it's a disrespectful insult and that Sears must die. Sears' eyes widen in alarm as he notes the demon's incredible speed. The beast closes the distance in an instant, swinging its massive sword and knocking Sears off balance. Sears manages to bring his own sword up, just in time to parry the devastating blow. He grits his teeth, shocked at the heavy force behind the beast's attack, but successfully holds his ground. The demonic beast tells him it's fine, but now it's his turn to strike back. Sears activates a skill, Instant Slash, and charges forward, leaving the demon stunned. He dashes past the giant demonic beast in a blur of motion. Twisting his body, Sears launches a powerful upward slash aimed at the demon's exposed back. Suddenly, a weapon appears out of nowhere and blocks Sears's slash with a loud bang. Sears is completely shocked, wondering how his seemingly successful surprise attack was blocked. The demonic beast reveals its trump card. He explains that another Shea has appeared and that creating physical clones is his special technique. It was the clone that blocked Sears's attack, putting him in a dangerous 2-on-1 fight. The original beast gloats, proclaiming that with the power Lord Sato's granted him, his strength has been multiplied several times over. He boasts that killing Sears will be as easy as squashing a bug. Sears, however, grits his teeth, acknowledging that his opponent's power is immense and that this is the strongest demonic beast he's ever faced. The clone screeches and lunges forward. Pushed on the defensive, Sears realizes the enemy has split into two and is forced to jump back to create some distance. Sears deftly steps away, just as the demon's golden spear smashes into the ground where he was standing. The two demonic beasts coordinate their attacks, with one smashing the ground forcefully, trying to catch Sears off guard. The demonic beast and its clone grin menacingly, confident in their 2-on-1 advantage. Sears grits his teeth, frustrated that he didn't anticipate the cloning ability. He acknowledges that things have just gotten much trickier. Meanwhile, the incompetent rival party led by Captain Hills is in dire straits. They've been cornered by a massive stone giant, and his men scream at him for leading them into another dead end. As the stone giant raises its giant club to crush them, the warriors scatter in terror. One of them is too slow and begs his comrades not to abandon him. Trapped and facing certain death, the warrior, Captain Hills, lets out a desperate scream for anyone to save him. Suddenly, a powerful blow lands on the stone giant's head, stopping its attack and causing its stone body to crack. The giant stumbles backward, its head completely shattering from the force of the unseen rescuer's attack. The massive stone giant crumbles into pieces, its attack completely thwarted. A powerful-looking female warrior with dark hair and a revealing blue outfit lands on the scene. It's the warrior Daphne. She calmly asks the terrified men if they were the ones calling for help. Captain Hills, lying on the ground, opens his eyes in disbelief, recognizing his savior. He stammers out her name in shock. Daphne coolly repeats her question, and Hills meekly confirms that they were. Hills's men are overjoyed, celebrating that they've been saved and that Daphne smashed the stone giant. They then worry about their captain, hoping he's all right. Their relief is short-lived. Instead of helping him up, Daphne delivers a vicious kick to Captain Hills's face, making him scream in pain. The other warriors can only watch in shock, as their captain is knocked out cold by Daphne's brutal kick. Daphne looks down on them all with disgust, calling the Z-Zone warriors useless losers and a joke for trembling in front of demonic beasts. She declares that if the world relied on them, it would have been conquered long ago. She tells them to get lost and practice harder if they ever want to be taken seriously, scolding them for their incompetence. Her words leave the remaining warriors humiliated and terrified. The warriors meekly obey, calling her madam as they pick up their fallen captain and flee in shame. Daphne watches them go, commenting that she didn't want to stay there anyway. With the incompetent warriors gone, Daphne turns around, her expression cold and resolute as she surveys the dungeon. Following the intelligence she received, Daphne charges forward, heading straight for the boss's room located at the deepest point, 37 degrees south. Without a moment's hesitation, she smashes directly through the ground, creating a path with brute force. The ground rumbles as she punches her way through the layers of rock and debris. She continues her relentless assault, breaking through every obstacle in her path. Meanwhile, another battle is raging. Sears, battered and panting, grits his teeth in frustration, admitting to himself that his strength still falls short of Shea's. He's struggling against two powerful demonic beasts. One of them taunts him, revealing that Lord Satos has promised him marriage if he can successfully kill Sears. Fueled by this promise, the demonic beast swings its massive blade at Sears, shouting for him to die for the sake of its love. Sears, evading the attacks, grows increasingly desperate. He curses the situation, wondering where all the female demonic beasts are, as he needs them to activate his unique abilities. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes through the area as the ground erupts, catching the attention of both Sears and the demonic beasts. Daphne bursts through the floor, landing with a crack right in the middle of the intense battle. Recognizing him, Sears exclaims Daphne's name in surprise. Daphne, in turn, sizes him up and dismissively notes that he is another person from the inferior Z-Zone. Seeing that she looks seriously injured, Sears tells her to stay out of it, believing she'd only get herself killed. He commands her to get lost and leave the beast to him. Offended by his condescension, Daphne glares at him. She refuses to be dismissed and instead demands that he act as her support so she can kill the boss. Daphne's eye glows with a menacing red light as she questions Sears's willingness to support her. A system notification appears. Mark. A subtle smirk plays on Sears's lips. The marked status is exactly what he was hoping for, confirming his plan is in motion. Enraged by his silence and apparent arrogance, Daphne grabs Sears by the collar, demanding to know if he's out of his mind or just ignoring her. Sears calmly insists on handling the demonic beast himself, but Daphne cuts him off, calling him trash from Z-Zone and telling him to stay out of her fight. As a system window declares target locked, a wicked smile spreads across Sears's face. He warns her that if she won't listen, he'll have to take matters into his own hands. In a shocking move, Sears pulls Daphne into a kiss. The system immediately activates, showing his lust index has jumped to 77%, while Daphne's attack power is temporarily reduced. Daphne's eyes widen in utter disbelief as the kiss continues, her saliva trailing as he pulls away slightly. Completely stunned and blushing furiously, Daphne touches her lips, unable to process what just happened and questioning her own body's strange reaction. The demonic beast roars, furious at being ignored. A flustered Daphne shoves Sears away, screaming that she's never kissed a guy before. Feeling utterly disrespected by their mid-battle flirtation, the demonic beast bellows in rage, asking if they are looking down on it. The two demonic beasts launch a coordinated attack, smashing a hole in the wall. But as the dust settles, it's clear their targets have already moved. In fact, empowered by the kiss, Sears has already leaped into action, launching himself over one of the demonic beasts and delivering a powerful slash with his blade that catches the creature completely by surprise. The demonic beast grits its teeth, noticing the sudden increase in Sears's power after his attack landed. Meanwhile, Daphne is still leaning against a wall, completely flustered. She tries to rationalize her actions, telling herself she only kissed him because they were standing too close, mortified that she even stuck her tongue out. Lost in thought, she touches her lips, remembering the soft and warm sensation. As she wonders if this is what kissing feels like, the lust index ticks up to 85%. As another attack comes flying their way, Sears yells at the dazed Daphne, trying to snap her out of her reverie. He quickly shoves her out of the path of the attack. The demonic beast's powerful slash misses, cutting through the empty air where she just stood. Though she was pushed out of the way, the force of the blow still connects, and cracks begin to form on Daphne's chest plate. The cracks spread rapidly, and her armor begins to shatter under the immense pressure. Daphne looks down in shock and dismay as her protective gear breaks apart, crying out, "My armor." Just as the other demon is about to strike, Sears pulls the vulnerable Daphne behind him. He tells her it was a close call, while the demon remarks on his surprising quickness. Sears firmly holds his ground, using his own sword to block the demon's attack. The force of the block presses Daphne against his back. As she sinks into him from the impact, Daphne lets out a soft moan. The close contact sends another jolt through the system, and the lust index climbs to 88%. A pink aura envelops Daphne as she feels a jolt run through her entire body, leaving her feeling frozen and unable to move. Her attack power is debuffed again as the lust index rises to 91%. Blocking Sears's counterattack, the demonic beast realizes the human's power is steadily growing and that it needs to end the fight quickly. Daphne cries out in alarm. She feels a strange itching sensation spreading to her lower body, and her legs begin to lose their strength. Blushing and overwhelmed, she admits how strange the feeling is, something she's never experienced before. She worries her whole body will go soft if it continues, as the lust index hits 97%. She tries to fight the feeling, telling herself to stay calm and stop thinking about it. She reminds herself that her mission is to slay demonic beasts and that she needs to shake off the numbness. Looking at the battle, she realizes Sears has already blocked 2 attacks meant for her. Determined, she tells herself she doesn't want to be a burden in this fight. After parrying another blow, Sears lands beside Daphne, admitting that he's still not strong enough on his own. He declares that they need to team up. Daphne scoffs at the idea, her pride taking over. She declares that there's no way she's teaming up with him, as her principle is to never work with anyone and to always kill demonic beasts on her own. However, she quickly proposes a compromise. Since there are 2 beasts, they can each take one and fight separately. That way, she reasons, her principle remains intact and they can win faster. She hesitantly asks if he can accept that. She takes a tentative step, closing the distance between them. As part of their new, unconventional pact, she takes hold of his arm. Sears readily agrees with a confident smile, assuring her that with her by his side, victory is certain. Caught off guard by his charisma and their sudden alliance, Daphne can only blush in response. As their new pact is sealed by her hold, the simple contact sends Daphne's senses into overdrive. She feels the warmth from his hand as the strange itching sensation returns with a vengeance, skyrocketing the lust index to a staggering 99%. The scene suddenly shifts to a dark, opulent room where green liquid splashes onto the floor. The source is Lord Satos, who clutches her chest and coughs up the viscous fluid. She curses, realizing that her body, lacking its heart, is finally reaching its limit. Her subordinate, Sathil, rushes to her side, alarmed that she is coughing up blood. Lord Satos, weak but furious, demands to know why Shea hasn't defeated the human yet. Back on the battlefield, Daphne is lost in her own thoughts, squeezing her legs together in confusion. She reflects that normally, she would have just punched a man like Sears and told him to scram, but now she was the one who suggested a way for them to fight together. She questions her own motives. Is she doing this for a tactical advantage, or because she can't resist the urge to get close to him? She concludes that she must focus on the fight to suppress these overwhelming new feelings. Meanwhile, Lord Satos reveals her desperate plan to Sathil. She presents a glowing red orb, her blood soul, and instructs Sathil to make Shea consume it, which will allow Satos to take over his body. Satos explains that by using Shea's physical clone ability, she can trick the system's marking function. Though she'll only have a few seconds in his body, it will be enough to forcefully reclaim her stolen heart. It's a risk she has no choice but to take. Sathil holds the blood soul, a flicker of concern on her face as she murmurs that the human, Sears, will probably die here. Lord Satos immediately notices her subordinate's strange reaction. With glowing red eyes, Lord Satos leans in, her voice dangerously low. She observes that Sathil seems quite concerned about the human. Startled, Sathil quickly denies it, stammering that she feels nothing but disgust for humans. The scene cuts back to the fierce battle, where Sears violently clashes with one of the demonic beasts. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through Sears. He grits his teeth, realizing that even with his power boost, it's completely insufficient. He feels as though several of his ribs have been shattered. As one demon attacks from above, laughing maniacally, Daphne screams for Sears to watch out. In a split-second decision, Daphne throws herself in front of Sears, taking the full brunt of the demon's attack with her own body. Sears is stunned, his face pressed directly into Daphne's chest as she shields him. The impact sends them flying backward, skidding across the ground with a heavy thud. Sears's face is buried in Daphne's bosom from the force of the collision. Daphne lets out a pained moan as she feels that feeling returning yet again. Simultaneously, her defense is significantly debuffed by the system. Seeing them both down, one of the demons gathers dark energy, declaring it a good chance to finish them off. As Daphne recovers, she looks down at Sears and is horrified to see blood coming from his nose. She cries out, realizing she accidentally hurt him when she pushed him down. She quickly gets up, apologizing profusely to the dazed Sears, insisting that their collision was an accident. Meanwhile, the demon has finished charging its attack. It unleashes a massive sphere of sizzling energy, intending to kill them both with a single hit. Daphne, however, rises to meet the challenge, unleashing a screeching energy wave of her own to counter the demon's attack. The two immense energy beams collide, creating a blinding flash of light. The resulting explosion tears through the battlefield, sending debris flying everywhere. As the smoke and debris from the massive explosion begin to settle, the battlefield is shrouded in dust. The two demonic beasts laugh, confident that the two humans must have been turned to ashes by their powerful attack. But their laughter is cut short as they spot something through the smoke. Daphne and Sears emerge from the dust cloud. Daphne stands strong at the front, having successfully blocked the devastating blast, with Sears standing right behind her. She looks down in dismay as the last remnants of her armor crack and shatter, falling away. She mutters that she must have taken too many hits, leaving her completely vulnerable. Sears asks if she's okay, admitting he's fine aside from a few broken ribs. Daphne, blushing from his proximity, touches his arm and warns him that he's no match for Shea, and that if he fights again, he'll surely die. In the heat of battle, Daphne reaffirms her resolve, declaring the fight is still hers. However, a wave of conflicting emotions washes over her. Her warrior principles tell her to push Sears away, yet a deeper, more primal urge is beginning to surface. Her mind flashes back to the moment she had him pinned down. It wasn't just a tactical move. She recalls the intense, undeniable desire she felt to get closer to him. A blush creeps across her face as she gives in to her thoughts, admitting to herself that she wants to feel his embrace again, to experience that subtle, electrifying sensation one more time. Her train of thought is interrupted by the reality of her situation. Her armor is shattered from the last attack. Turning to a bewildered Sears, she makes a startling request, "Come here and hold me tight." Flustered, Daphne tries to explain her logic. She can't let the demonic beasts see her exposed, but using a hand to cover herself would severely cripple her fighting ability. And so she comes to an absurd conclusion. Reaching out to Sears with a betrayed face, she suggests that the best course of action is for him to hold her and cover her chest for her, immediately questioning her own sanity. She quickly snaps out of it, retracting her hand. She scolds herself, trying to regain her composure and not let her overwhelming desire get the best of her. Daphne desperately tries to reinforce her mental fortitude. She recalls her grueling training, reminding herself that as a level 5 warrior, she should have complete control over her body and its urges. Suddenly, her attention shifts. Sears cries out in pain from his injuries, mentioning he needs to see a healer named Lilia. The sight of him being hurt instantly triggers something within Daphne. This is the excuse she needed. She convinces herself that what she's feeling isn't desire at all, but rather her sworn duty as a warrior to protect the weak and injured. With her newfound justification, she reaches out towards a very surprised Sears. She pulls him into a tight embrace, declaring it's her duty to protect him. At the same moment, a system window appears, revealing her lust index has hit 100%, and all of Sears's stats will double upon contact. But the battlefield waits for no one. A massive demonic beast lunges at them, swinging its huge weapon. The demon's attack crashes into the ground, narrowly missing them and sending debris flying everywhere. With incredible speed and strength, Daphne leaps into the air, carrying Sears with her to safety. The intimate contact is having an even stronger effect on her now. She feels an intense, burning itch spreading through her body, a sensation she can barely contain. Panting heavily, she again tries to fight it, telling herself that as a warrior, she must overcome these distracting challenges. Sears, meanwhile, is completely enveloped in her embrace. His face is buried in her chest, causing an instant nosebleed as he notes how soft her body is. But he also realizes that beneath the softness, she is incredibly firm and strong. As he thinks this, system notifications pop up, showing his stats for agility, concentration, magic, and attack are all being massively boosted. Daphne lands gracefully, absorbing the impact with ease. Still blushing furiously, she tries to maintain a semblance of control, telling Sears that she's only holding him to protect him because he's injured and he shouldn't read anything more into it. With his face still smothered, Sears decides to play along with her excuse. Yeah, he says, we both have pure hearts. This is all just a necessary sacrifice to defeat the demonic beast. But their foe has a trick up its sleeve. The demonic beast suddenly creates a perfect clone of itself, doubling the threat. The battlefield is suddenly flooded with a terrifying aura. The single beast has now become 4, its power quadrupled as it and its 3 clones reach their absolute limit, threatening to overwhelm the heroes completely. He got 3 clones, Daphne yells, her eyes wide with alarm. She holds Sears tighter, telling him to brace himself. As she resolves to endure the contact for the sake of the battle, Sears' perception stat skyrockets, granting him a crucial last-second boost against the impossible odds. Meanwhile, in a dark and opulent chamber, the scene shifts to the story's antagonist, the demon lord Satos. She holds a glowing red orb, the blood soul, and reminds her subordinate, Sathil, of their undeniable bond. You drank my blood, Satos says, her voice cold and possessive. You're already resonating with my body. If I die, you won't survive either. Sathil remains silent, her eye betraying a deep, unspoken conflict in the face of her master's threat. Sathil's mission is to have the unsuspecting Shea consume this, the blood soul, now disguised as an innocuous-looking mushroom. Lounging on her throne, the stunningly beautiful and cruel Lord Satos reveals her plan. Once she reclaims her heart, she will reward Sathil with unparalleled power and twisted pleasures. With the promise made, she gives the order. Now go to find Shea. With a quiet yes, Sathil turns to leave. The weight of her grim task is evident as Lord Satos watches her depart, a silent observer in the grand, ominous hall. Satos closes her eyes, revealing how she will enforce her will. She can peer through the blood soul at any time, making Sathil a puppet under her constant, inescapable watch. As her subordinate walks away, Satos delivers a final, menacing command, her voice echoing in the chamber. Sathil, don't let me down. Sathil's eye reveals her inner turmoil as she processes the heavy command. Sathil visibly recoils at the memory of Satos's perverse offer of a reward. I'm not accustomed to physical contact, she stammers, making her disgust clear. Satos laughs cruelly at her subordinate's defiance. She dismisses Sathil's feelings with contempt, calling her a lame watchdog before telling her to get out of her sight. Forced to obey, Sathil bows her head, but as she does, a look of pure revulsion crosses her face. She thinks to herself, revealing a shocking truth about her master. This guy is even more disgusting than humans. Continuing the desperate battle, Daphne grabs Sears and pulls him into a tight embrace. As the giant demon's massive blade comes screeching down, she gives a simple command. Hold me tight. Empowered by their proximity, Daphne intercepts the attack, landing a powerful blow directly on the demon's face. The creature bellows in agony from the unexpected force of the impact. Forced into the intimate and awkward position, Sears feels a surge of power. The mad system activates, flooding him with a massive boost to his defense, agility, and perception. Daphne, still holding on to Sears, launches them away with incredible speed, repositioning for her next move. She pivots in midair and delivers a devastating kick to a second demonic beast, sending it flying with a resounding clang. As Daphne continues her assault, the system keeps pumping power into Sears, granting him even more stat increases in magic, endurance, and attack. Seeing his companion get kicked away, the first giant demon roars and swings its colossal weapon down towards Daphne and Sears. Its face contorts into a mask of pure rage, its glowing green eyes fixated on the 2 humans who dare to challenge it. But this time, it's Sears who reacts. With his newly boosted stats, he effortlessly blocks the massive blade with his bare arm. And he doesn't stop there. Sears immediately counters with a powerful punch that lands squarely on the demon's jaw, causing it to scream in pain. Despite the dire situation, Sears can't help but feel the crushing and very soft pressure from his current position. The awkwardness is immediately followed by a notification. He has gained a level. Meanwhile, Daphne isn't idle. She wraps her legs around the demon's neck, locking it in a powerful submission hold. However, Sears realizes something is wrong. He's unable to move, and his energy is being drained at an alarming rate. The restrained demon makes a desperate declaration. For the love of someone named Satos, it will sacrifice a physical clone and a quarter of its power. A massive ball of energy erupts from the demon's body. The blast is so powerful that Daphne's armor is completely obliterated. With a furious roar, the demon curses the 2 humans, telling them both to go to hell. Just as the situation seems hopeless, the mad system bestows one final, massive boon upon Sears. He reaches level 25, and all of his stats are boosted by a staggering 15,000 points. Filled with newfound power, Sears easily breaks free from the restraint, shocking the demon. With a determined look, he declares, "Now it's my turn." He cocks back his arm, his fist glowing with a menacing red aura, ready to unleash his full power. A deafening bang echoes through the battlefield as Sears's empowered fist connects with the demon's face. The force of the blow is immense, sending the colossal demon flying backward and crashing into the surrounding structures with a tremendous boom. Watching from the sidelines, a purple-haired woman named Shea can only look on in utter disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The dust settles to reveal the demon's crumpled form lying amidst the rubble. Shea floats down, wondering if the human actually managed to knock the beast away. The tables have completely turned. Sears now stands as the protector, comforting the weakened Daphne whose strength has been completely drained. He reassures her, stating, "It's okay, it's my turn to protect you." And to prove his newfound resolve, a final, devastating boom of energy radiates outwards, obliterating the last of the demonic beasts in the area. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts, a testament to the sheer power Sears now wields, knocking back everyone in the vicinity. With his fist glowing ominously, Sears roars, challenging the remaining demons to try his new, level 25 power. He unleashes a furious punch, sending the demonic beast careening into the icy landscape, its armored body cracking under the immense force. As the dust settles, the two demonic beasts seem to merge, one absorbing the other in a flash of violent energy. Daphne, exhausted on the ground, can only wonder how his power skyrocketed so suddenly. Below her, Sears radiates with newfound confidence, his eyes glowing red with power. Shea lands gracefully atop the defeated demon's head, silently observing the outcome of Sears's sudden power-up. Suddenly, a new, imposing figure appears, the white-haired demon lord Satos. She sees this as an opportunity and commands Sathel to let Shea consume something called the Blood Soul. A memory flashes through Shea's mind, a small, unassuming purple mushroom given to her in the past, an act of kindness that has now forged a powerful bond. Her expression hardens. Influenced by that past kindness and her own will, she makes a decision. Clutching the Blood Soul, Shea defies her master, screaming that she never wanted to be Satos's girl. With a look of disgust, she prepares to throw the red orb, declaring that Satos makes her sick. But Satos is faster. She grabs Shea's arm, her voice dripping with rage as she calls her Sathel, questioning her betrayal. A flash of green energy pierces Sathel's hand, forcing her to drop the Blood Soul as she cries out in pain. Sathel's blood splatters as the red orb flies through the air, her plan to destroy it thwarted. In a flash, Satos snatches the Blood Soul from midair and violently throws the defiant Sathel towards the downed demon general. Satos then forcefully shoves the Blood Soul down the throat of the very beast Sears had just defeated. The demon general swallows, its body immediately beginning to convulse. It writhes and twists in agony, letting out a silent scream as a strange energy envelops it, much to Sears's confusion. From the demon's body, a ghostly figure emerges. Sears looks on in shock as he recognizes the ethereal form of Satos. Before he can even process what's happening, a second Satos appears right behind the first. Sears is stunned, there are two of them. His shock turns to horror as countless identical copies of Satos begin to materialize, surrounding him and his allies from every direction. A sudden thought strikes Sears. His system is supposed to identify the main body of an enemy. He quickly pulls up the map to pinpoint the real Satos, only to be met with a terrifying sight. Dozens of markers appear on the map. His system confirms the impossible. They are all real. Before he can react to this horrifying revelation, one of the Satos clones grabs him from behind. She declares her intent to suck the heart from his body within a minute. Sears lets out a terrified scream as the Satos clone holds him in her grasp, her power completely overwhelming him. Seeing Sears captured, Daphne leaps into action, throwing a punch at one of the Satos clones in a desperate attempt to free him. But her attack is futile. The Satos clone stops her fist with a single hand, and Daphne can only look on in shock at the effortless defense. With a look of sheer annoyance, Satos dismissively waves her hand at the troublesome warrior. The casual gesture sends Daphne flying, crashing into a distant wall with enough force to shatter it. Helpless, Sears can only scream her name. Daphne is left lying in a heap of rubble, her body battered and her clothes torn, unable to continue the fight. A system window appears, informing Sears he has one shot to kill Satos with a spear. But as he looks at the army of clones, he realizes the impossibility of the task. Satos taunts him, confirming that every single clone is her true form, and he's powerless unless he can kill them all. The weight of the situation dawns on Sears as he understands the terrifying nature of her power. Satos smiles cruelly, but a system notification brings a surprising twist. Sears is immune to all of Satos' attack. Satos reveals she's aware of his immunity. As her clones grab hold of him, she explains that she never intended to attack or hurt him in a conventional way. She holds his face, her voice deceptively soft, telling him that her only goal is to make him feel happy. More clones join in, embracing him from all sides. Satos explains her trap. Since he can't use external force to escape their soft bodies, he's completely immobilized. One of the clones clarifies the loophole in his defense. The system protects him from harm, but pleasure isn't considered harm. Therefore, the system can't stop her. She moves in closer, her hand reaching for his core, promising to extract his heart by making him feel extreme pleasure right before he dies. In a state of panic, Sears desperately tries to reject her, shouting that he's not interested and is only into beautiful girls. Satos merely laughs at his protest, confident that his body's reaction will betray his words. The close-up of her long, eager tongue highlights the predatory and perverse nature of her life-draining attack. Sears screams in pure terror, yelling for her to let him go as she moves in. But suddenly, help comes from the most unexpected source. Sathil appears out of nowhere and lands a solid punch on the Satos clone holding Sears. Stunned by the blow, the clone looks at her attacker in disbelief, uttering her name, Sathil. Sathil reveals a critical piece of information. Satos' powerful cloning ability only lasts for a few dozen seconds. She yells at Sears to take this chance and run. Seizing the opportunity, Sears wrenches himself free from the grasp of the surprised and distracted Satos clone. Finally free, Sears processes the new information. He has an opening, and his enemy is on a timer. Sathil's decisive action has completely changed the flow of the battle. A furious Satos clone confronts Sathil, demanding to know why she would betray their kind for a mere human. Sathil calmly explains their intertwined fate. She cannot survive if Sears dies, and reveals her actions are repayment for the simple gift of a mushroom he once gave her. A slight smile plays on Sathil's lips as she states the simple truth. She doesn't want this human to die. As she speaks, a system window appears, revealing the absolute and undeniable reason for her betrayal. Her affinity with Sears is at a perfect 100%. Sears looks on, a mix of surprise and understanding on his face, as he processes the full implications of Sathil's 100% affinity. Enraged by the betrayal, the Satos clone screams at the fleeing Sathil, "Then you melt." As she makes her move, Sears shouts a single word, "Settle," seemingly activating a countermeasure. In a flash, the clones of Satos begin to disappear, much to their own confusion. The scene bizarrely shifts to what appears to be a gag reel, where Sathil trips in a modern room, falling right on top of a maid outfit wearing Satos. This alternate, flustered version of Satos seems startled by the commotion, wondering if someone fell over. Lying on the floor, the equally out-of-place Sathil wonders if she's still alive after the clumsy fall. Back in the real battle, Satos is bewildered, realizing she can no longer sense Sathil at all, who has moved completely out of her perception range. Satos concludes that Sears must have taken Sathil away. Shaking off the thought, she refocuses on her main goal, retrieving her heart. Meanwhile, Sears has made his way to a new prize, a massive greatsword lying on the ground. With great effort, Sears struggles to lift the colossal blade, remarking on how heavy Shea's weapon is. A Satos clone appears behind him, unimpressed. She taunts that an extra weapon won't help, and that she can still suppress him with her basic power before continuing their unfinished business. Sears has other plans. He activates the skill Instant Slash, creating a burst of speed that lets him zip past two of the clones. He effortlessly dodges and weaves through the attacking clones, his body glowing with red energy as he puts his new plan into motion. Satos acknowledges the stalemate. His system makes him immune to her attacks, but his own power is too low to actually hurt her. With a clever smirk, Sears reveals his hand. He never intended to fight her, he's simply dodging. Confident in her knowledge, Satos scoffs at his strategy, reminding the idiot that the Instant Slash skill has a 10-second cooldown. The army of clones swarms him. Believing she has him trapped, Satos declares that he has nowhere to run and invites him to die happily in her arms. But Sears proves her wrong. He locks onto a new target among the clones and prepares to use his skill again. He executes another perfect Instant Slash, once again slipping through her grasp and striking out. Satos is stunned. It hasn't been 10 seconds yet. She can't understand how he was able to activate the system's skill again so quickly. Leaning on the giant sword, Sears begins to explain the brilliant loophole he's discovered. He points out how she tricked the system by making every clone her real self. He then reveals his masterstroke. Because every clone is a real individual, his system treats each one as a new target. This allows him to reset the cooldown of Instant Slash by simply switching which clone he's targeting. He throws down the gauntlet. She can either get rid of her clones, or he can continue this game of cat and mouse for a very long time. The truth of her situation crashes down on Satos. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes he's found a fatal flaw in her power. It's impossible to catch him now. She seethes with humiliation. The mighty god of demonic beasts, outsmarted and cornered by a weak human. She realizes that if this continues, it's only a matter of time before he gains enough power to destroy her completely. Cornered and humiliated, Satos unleashes a massive blast of energy in a final, desperate move. Sears immediately recognizes her intent, realizing that she's making a desperate attempt to escape. All of her clones dissolve into pure energy, drawn upwards into a swirling vortex of pink light. To escape her predicament, Satos decides to use Shea's cloning ability in reverse, splitting her own body into countless tiny pieces. Her form completely disintegrates into a chaotic mass of energy and light. The resulting explosion blows a massive hole through the ceiling of the ancient structure, leaving Sears to brace against the shockwave. Sears watches in awe as Satos' body explodes into a meteor shower of glowing pink fragments, scattering across the sky. As the fragments spread, Satos' voice echoes out to her followers. She calls out to her lovely girls, her lieutenants scattered across the land. She promises to share her blood soul, the very essence of her power with them. Her command is simple and ruthless. They are to kill the human seers when he comes to hunt for the fragments. Once they have done so, they are to use the power of the collected fragments to restore her to her full glory. With her orders given, the last remnants of her presence fade, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet. Seers looks up at the now empty sky, a shocked and grim expression on his face as he realizes his powerful foe is gone. The chapter ends with a new urgent quest appearing before Seers. He must obtain the Sato's fragments to slow a poison's effects and increase his lifespan. A terrifying timer appears below. His remaining life is only 48 days and 6 hours. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories.